fine of backward point. It's gone away for 4 runs. Here he is, up to the wicket again. Bowles at his place. He comes forward, driving and gets runs behind square in exactly the same place, and that's gone away for 4. There was a chase there, but the ball always had the winning of that one. So 4 more to du Plessis. Wood's hands are still up, clasped behind his back, behind his neck. And du Plessis has gone on to 31. South Africa 196 for 3.
Moeen Ali in now. And a fine sweep from Amla. There'll be at least 3 here. Ben Stokes is very quick. He's chasing after it. Jeffrey's eyes are still excellent. He runs away for 4. The fine sweep deftly played by Amla. The 200 up for South Africa. 203 for 3. Hashim Amla waits for Broad, who's in. And Amla whips it away. One of his trademark shots. Beautiful shot off his hip through mid-wicket. When I think of Amla at his best, I think of that shot, the rotary swing that goes out to gully and then gives him his rhythm and flow, flourish on the back foot. Fielders had no chance. Broad in now, bowls a length ball. Du Plessis pushes it. Moeen Ali shies the stumps out if he hits, and he misses. It was a difficult one because he had to pick up quickly and then get rid of it. He was throwing to the near end, so from his point of view, he had just over a stump to aim at. I'm sure du Plessis would have been out. He actually hit it better, du Plessis, than he thought. It was a check drive. Moeen was in smartly, threw off balance. Actually, you know, I think the throw was a bit slower than I thought, and du Plessis might just have scrambled in. It would have gone upstairs to the third umpire. Dawson in, and Amla down the track. Safely over long off all the way, is it? Or just one bounce? We'll find out now. It's a difficult shot, long on his back, so he couldn't do the easy thing as a right-hander, which is to drag it when you're not quite at the pitch, as he wasn't. Root was sort of looming halfway back at mid-off, and for a moment I thought Root might trot back and make the catch, but in the end, Amla hit it far too well. Amla in now, hit on the pad, big appeal, he was a long way down. I'm suspecting them will review it. Bairstow's already said I'm reviewing it. I don't think he even asked Root yet. Now, has that gone to review? Yes, they have now.
Pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets.
Out! Hitting middle stump. Well done, Liam Dawson. Well done, Johnny Bairstow. Very confident, England's wicketkeeper, that was out and ought to be reviewed immediately. I thought you were going to say, Graham, that it's difficult to know if a keeper reviews it, does that count as a review or does it have to come from the captain? But Bairstow reviewed it straight away and then almost confirmed the review with the captain, Joe Root. The end result is that Amla has gone for a classy, well-compiled 87. Very warm applause here at Trent Bridge after an innings that's provided the glue for South Africa's top order, and a fine player back to somewhere near his very best.
Yeah, well played, Hashim. An outstanding knock, just a great ability between skill and the patience that he showed. Worked hard on the surface. He's a classy man and a classy cricketer.
This is swept firmly by du Plessis and brings him 4. That's a really good shot, reaching and using his fullest extension of his arms as the ball was just on and around off stump. But he made the use of those levers of his and he powers it through the onside for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. You've got to stay in position, hands almost in front of your knee, head still. Almost top spins it away. I'm just looking at your face. I got off way better than you.
Is this the pint-sized cartoon? Let me have a look at that. Oh, receding hairlines, lines. You must have run out of pencil lead drawing me.
I thought you got a bit more of a tan than that also.
Yeah, no, goodness me. It's like I've got a face like an egg white omelette.
Moeen bowls and onto the back foot goes du Plessis has forced it away, and there's runs here for South Africa. It should be fielded just inside
That Cookie?
It's Cookie again. He's all over the place. They've also given him an opportunity to go out and stretch his legs. Yeah, normally see him lurking in the slips, but he's out on boundary duty. 247 for 7. Du Plessis reached 50. And the lead is now 377.
Just check the weather, that's all. You don't be losing a day through rain.
It's a beautiful day tomorrow.
And after that?
You want to get your swimming trunks down here tomorrow. It's going to be lovely.
Can't swim.
Do you know that's true?
Fish don't swim. I don't get in the water with them. No.
See, fish don't swim?
Well, don't bat. I should have said it. I don't swim.
Here's Moeen, and Bavuma drives down towards mid-on. Moeen bowls, and he's down the pitch. Has hit him over the top. And how far's that gone? He just gave a little flick, really. It's gone for 4, but there's no one back. Still mid-on and mid-off are up.
He knows the new ball's coming.
Moeen bowls and Bavouma's down the pitch. Catch it, they shout, and he has done. He's holed out at mid-off. He's out for 15, and England have taken their 4th wicket. Moeen's claimed one. He was trying to hit it over the top, trying to be positive, trying to get on with things, and has ended up chipping that catch to mid-off, and Joe
Got too
Root.
near it.
Joe Root
He
takes
got
it.
too near. He got down the pitch, and when you get too near, it's like a half volley. You can't get under it, which is trying to go over the top, and it goes sort of head high as it did. You just need to be just a little bit away, not much, but just enough to get the elevation.
Here's Broad, and he bowls. Oh, that's a nasty one. There's an appeal for caught behind. Broad's appealing. It didn't sound right to me.
Hit the leg, back leg.
Well, they're going to
unless he
review
nicked
it.
He hit the back leg.
It made a funny sound, this. Broad ran through, so in
Mark,
celebratory
play
style.
review.
Nah, it's off the,
Can
it's
you
off the
not
fly
control
pad, isn't it? I think, but we'll look again to see if it's flicked the glove on the way through. And it's passing the bat. Oh, there's a little nick there. But is that the bat? Because if you look at the left-hand side,
That's a pad.
that's hitting the pad, isn't it?
That's a pad.
Yeah, that's sporting the pad.
You can stay with your original decision of not out, Simon. I will let you know. Yes.
And that was for the catch, let's be honest. So it was given not out. It didn't sound quite right in the headphones.
Here comes Broad again. Fairly galloping in now to du Plessis. He's in, he bowls, he comes forward, driving beautifully. That's a marvellous stroke, through extra cover. 4 runs, goodness me, no ball's been hit with greater emphasis in this entire match. It was a wonderful stroke. Up there, he really went into that, didn't he? The weight, the footwork, everything was there. Here comes Broad again, and that's driven, that's clouted really by Philander through the covers for 4. He sort of bent at the knees and he used his bat like an axe, and it went woof, it went through the covers. And it really was a clout rather than a cultured drive.
Running away is Stokes. Back. Oh, it's out. It's got surely out. It is out. LBW is one that scoots along the floor. Faf du Plessis is asked to have a look at it. But from first glance, umpire Paul Rifle has got that one bang on the money. Wickets hitting. For Reds.
You can stay with
The
your original
advertising
decision of not
logo on the
letting
pads
you
at the
go.
bottom is just
Yes,
hit
you can make
above
the
there.
signal.
Yeah.
So that's how low the ball has bounced.
Sort of ankle height. Well, it's 275 for 6. The lead is 405, and du Plessis has gone. He batted very, very well. He's got South Africa into a very commanding position with that lead of 405, but Stokes makes the breakthrough, and maybe England, well, they're not into the tail yet. Chris Morris still to come, but they're into the lower middle order.
Stokes again, back drive superbly timed by Philander. That'll race away for 4. Nothing wrong with the ball really. It was just I tell you, if a top 3 batsman had played that, he'd have been proud of it. It was a short of a length from Stokes. Philander held his shape and punched it in front of square off the back foot.
Wood again bowls. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 runs to Morris. Driving it through mid-off, a straight mid-off, and down into the boundary for 4 runs. That's an excellent stroke. The lead goes to 424, 294 for 6. And that's another swing. It's gone high. A chance here. Bairstow's running after it, but he's leaving it. Oh, well, it's been taken. But my word, only just. Gary Ballance took that. But that surely should have been Bairstow's. He was running after it. There were 3 fielders coming in the end.
In the end, I think he did well to bail out. I think you could have had a bit of a collision there. Ballance actually did very well because
He did.
he was nowhere underneath that delivery and almost just fell into taking the catch at the end.
He clutched it, and it was always away from him. But that's, I mean, if England had dropped that, it would have been horrible. There were 3 going after it, including the keeper. Morris is out. Interestingly, he's been swinging the bat there a bit. So maybe the patience of the crowd here will be rewarded. They might see some overs tonight. Can't guarantee it at all, of course. That's not our decision. But 434 is the lead.
Crooked short mid-on, and here comes when again he's down the wicket. Maharaj, he hits that high. Could he be caught behind the batter by Broad? I think he is. I think he's out. Broad has taken an amazing catch. He took it on his knees. He fell forward. He raced about 20 yards, then went down on his knees and judged it very well indeed. That was a terrific catch. And Maharaj is out. And again, his intent was clear. Quick runs were needed. It's now 307 for 8, and Maharaj, the man, out.
Yeah, it was a great catch from Broad. Kept his eyes on the ball throughout. He had to move at full pace. It floated an extra bit of time, and he managed to get there. And as he fell, he also just softly rolled, didn't allow his elbows to bounce. Maharaj again playing with intent. South Africa's intent very, very real to see. Looks like either they'll be bowled out or might get a bowl no matter what tonight.
Here comes Morkel again, and that's a big hit. Comes Mooney, a big hit by Morkel down the ground, and that's gone all the way for 4 runs. And umpire Fry signals them back over mid-off. Good shot, hit it well. And so Morkel goes to 7, and it's 320 for 8 and 450 the lead now.
Field spreads far and wide for Philander, who...
Oh,
that's
dear
crisp.
Lord.
That is
Dear
crisp.
Lord.
That's an enormous blow into the crowd, over at the deep mid-wicket position, slog sweep, and you could just tell by the sound of ball on bat that he'd got all of that, and he's a big unit as well. All the shoulder power and power from the thighs, and he's clonked it into the deep. Round the wicket goes Moeen, and another one, and he's connected just as well, if not even better. And the ball has steered once more over towards the Fox Road, and it's consecutive 6s for Vernon Philander. This is wonderful striking. Moeen just trots in, whirs his arms, and this has been smashed back and is caught. Caught and bowled by Moeen Ali, and I think that's it. That is it. South Africa have declared Morne Morkel is sprinting off the field, and after some fiery entertainment from Vernon Philander, he loses his wicket to Moeen Ali, who finishes with 4, but just toe ends it.
He chalk ended it back to the bowler.
Straight back to the bowler. I thought it was going a lot more quickly than it was, and Moeen Ali had to keep his concentration there. And the wave from Faf du Plessis from the balcony edge, dragging in the South African batsman. So the lead is 473. South Africa declare on 343 for 9, and I think, well, if you're Alistair Cook and you're Keaton Jennings, of course this will be a very tricky period. I think the bowlers will be more than happy to get off the field.
Yeah, I can't see anything but a dominant little session for South Africa here. They've earned this. They've batted superbly in their second innings. 343 for 9 declared, 474 to win, which isn't an impossible task. I'll say it again, 2 whole days to bat. England have to believe. Joe Root will try and instill that into the batsmen. They have to believe.
Running away from us then, the England response is underway, and it's big appeal for LBW from Morkel and given. First ball, Paul Rifle gives the decision, swinging into Alistair Cook. He's asked to have a look at it, but it was a vicious delivery to start with, quick and full, swinging back into the left-hander, and Cook, well, this is looking very close indeed.
It's a good ball. Height is his only rescue, I think. Here. Height.
It can't be height. It was so full. Let's hear what umpire Ravi has to say. Here's Hawkeye. Wicket missing. Oh, goodness me. Over the top. You said it, Graham Swan. Height was the issue.
This is a very tired shot. He played all around a straight one, basically. It was quite a full delivery. He was trying to hit it to the leg side. He's very lucky back on his stumps. I mean, Morne's such a tall guy that even his full deliveries are going over, so a reprieve.
Philander in. Cook is hit on the pad. There's a strangled appeal. England survive. That was high as well, but ominous signs for tomorrow. Philander swinging the ball right on the spot. A stoic effort by Jennings and Cook. They get through 24 probing deliveries. Both of them are on naught. They won't care about that.
Close of play of the 3rd day of the 2nd test between England and South Africa. See South Africa once again in a very strong position. England need a further 473 runs to win. They've got 2 days in which to try and survive to save this match. The openers emerged unscathed from 4 very anxious overs. Alistair Cook, in fact, was given out to the first ball of the innings. He reviewed it, and it was shown to be high, so he survived, yet to score, mind you, and so too Jennings, who's still on his pair, but they got through those 4 overs. Every ball looked as if it potentially might take a wicket. Today, South Africa added 268, losing 8 wickets, so they closed on 343 for 9 when the declaration came, so that set England 474 to win. A lovely 87 from Amla, who again missed out on his 100. Dean Elgar got 80. Faf du Plessis, a patient 63. Vernon Philander hit some big shots at the end, and he was the last one out for 42. So that was South Africa's job, really, just to nail it down today. They went about their business pretty well. Moeen hoovered up 4 wickets at the end, 4 for 78. Only bowled 13 overs today, 16 in the innings in all out of the 104 overs that were bowled. And James Anderson took 2 for 45. So Michael Vaughan's alongside me. You've done it. You've been out there batting in that sort of situation. Michael, I mean, they got through. I mean, it wasn't pretty. In fact, it was anything but pretty. But you're just sort of clinging on by your fingernails, aren't you?
Yeah, you've just got to fight through. I mean, they had 14 minutes to bat, and it would have felt probably like 3 hours for the opening pair from England. And at times it felt like South Africa were bowling hand grenades. Everything was exploding. There was a bit of seam movement. That first ball, the LBW, the finger went up. Good review from Alistair Cook, which, you're looking at the context of the match for England. I mean, I think it's a slim hope that they're going to get anything out of this Test match. 2 days, the weather looks set fair. They're going to need Alistair Cook to do a Michael Atherton here from many, many years ago. Michael Atherton from Johannesburg. And
yes.
I just, with the pitch, seeing what it's done today, the odd ball's kept low. That ball that Ben Stokes bowled to Faf du Plessis, which scooted along the floor. I just think that Morné Morkel in particular will just get that uneven bounce. So it's not going to be easy for England. I think we just all want to see a little bit of fight, a bit more application to the conditions than we saw in the first innings.
And surely that's what they'll be saying. But I mean, I don't know how honest you are amongst yourselves in that sort of situation about the match situation. But are you still talking about in terms of somehow winning this?
No, look. To try.
If you're in the dressing room, that is.
No, you don't mention winning. I think if Joe Root's honest with the team, he'll just say, right, it's been a tough day. South Africa played well. We've got 2 days to get something out of the Test match. Let's make sure we're batting tomorrow night. Let's make sure we take this game into the last day. Let's not just fold like we did in the first innings. Let's show personal pride. Every single one of us can all play. We all know that we're good players. Just go out there and show how good a player you are. Just apply yourself to the situation. The situation is that you can't look at the big picture of winning this game. History tells you that is, well, it's not going to happen. But let's just try and make sure we take it into the last day. You just never know. If you take it into the last day, then you can start talking about drawing, potentially remarkably winning a Test match. But I think from an England fan's perspective, they'll be wanting the England side to go out tomorrow and bat like Hashim Amla, bat like Dean Elgar. I thought Dean Elgar, for his 80 runs, he'll be the first to admit it was probably the hardest 80 that he ever got. He just couldn't find sinking, he couldn't find rhythm. But you know what, he fought. And he made it difficult for England. He thought, right, I'll nullify a few shots. I'll make them come to me. I've got a few clips away off the hip. And then he was out to a brutal ball from Ben Stokes. If the England players are honest, just have a look at Hashim Amla, the way that he went about his business today. Just really solid, waited for that one off the hip. Then he started to fly a bit against the spin. But, that's the style of Test match play that you want to try and become. If you want to be consistent at this level, in all conditions, against all different attacks, just have a look at the way that Hashim Amla goes about his business. Try and produce, very difficult to copy, by the way, because he's that good, but just try and copy his tempo, leaving the ball.
If they do lose tomorrow, but what would you think then? I mean, given that South Africa batted with not much problem today, and I know it's different when you're bowling and you're chasing the game. It's different when you're batting and you're ahead of the game. Of course it is. Much more pressure on England tomorrow. But if we do see a repeat of the first innings,
well, I think England have got to surprise us, because I think we'd all expect England to lose tomorrow. Surprise us. Take it into Tuesday afternoon. Surprise everyone that you can come out in conditions that are against you, because you're against the game. The history tells you that you're going to lose this Test match. Well, go and do something that we all don't expect. Go and play for a few hours and just bat and be attritional. Wear the opposition down. Try and wear Morné Morkel into his third and fourth spell. Flanders, see off that new ball. Just nullify 2 or 3 of the shots that are going to be risky. Put them in the locker and say, right, I'm just going to wait for that ball on the hip or that short and wide one. And just have the mindset that you're going out there tomorrow to bat for a long period of time. The scoreboard doesn't matter tomorrow. If you're looking at the scoreboard on Tuesday, well, England have done something remarkable. Tomorrow's about batting time, occupying the crease, having partnerships, and trying to wear the South African bowlers down.
And just looking at the card for South Africa, I mean, really, there wasn't any pressure on them, really, was there? I mean, they didn't lose any early wickets. They just went on at a nice, steady, easy pace, because they didn't have to go any faster.
Well, Hashim Amla was given not out, caught behind, and there was no review.
Yes,
there was a little feather, but I couldn't understand why it was given not out. You couldn't really hear it on the stump microphone, but you felt that England, to get back into this Test match, they probably need to get 4 or 5 wickets in the first session. The ball didn't swing a great deal. That's why England had to bowl into the wicket, and then they started to bowl short. I thought Ben Stokes today was outstanding.
Big effort, wasn't it?
Yeah, he ran in hard.
That
13 over spell or whatever it was. Surprising again though, I guess, that Moeen Ali was left till about, I think it was 40 overs into the day's play, and Liam Dawson was once again used before Moeen Ali. I think England have just got to realise that they're just making themselves look quite silly by doing that. Moeen is proving, again, he got 4 wickets. It was a bit of a Hoover job at the end, getting a couple of cheap ones, but
he still picked them up.
He is England's best spinner. Yeah. And I was always taught as a captain, you bowl your best bowlers first, and then you go down the chain, the kind of ladder, and then you end up bowling everyone on a given day. And I just think England are getting it wrong with Moeen Ali. He is England's best spinner. He should have bowled earlier today and got 10 wickets in the last match. He's on top form.
Yes.
I'd get him into the attack a bit earlier.
Moeen trots in, whirs his arms, and this has been smashed back and is caught. Gone ball by Moeen Ali, and I think that's it. That is it. South Africa have declared Morné Morkel is sprinting off the field. The lead is 473.
Which isn't an impossible task. I'll say it again, 2 whole days to bat. England have to believe. Joe Root will try and instill that into the batsmen. They have to believe.
Well, a very good morning to you from Trent Bridge. It's an absolute beauty as well, worthy of a rendition of "Oh, what a beautiful morning." Until you look at the scoreboard. From England's perspective, it is far from that, but certainly weather-wise, if you're coming down here today, bring your shorts, T-shirts and a hat too, because we've got blue sky all around, sunshine, it's warm, it's going to be about 24, 25 degrees, I think, today, uninterrupted, all being well. We'll have a weather forecast, of course, for you later on, but this is only the 4th day, and I'm looking at that scoreboard and the job that England face. They've got to bat, of course, all through today. They've got to bat all through tomorrow if they're going to save it, but I think from what we can gather from just talking to people out here and so on, well, just to get through today would be a good effort. They still need 473 to win. Let's see some fight, some resolve, some discipline, all those things that were missing in their first innings. Of course, it was that first innings that got them into this mess in the first place when they got rolled over, and now they're paying the price for that. So lots to talk about down here. Michael Vaughan's here. We'll talk to him more in a few moments. So this is Michael. I might talk about bowling days. I suspect from your perspective this is a batting day, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's quite warm down here. The heavy roller's been moved up and down the surface, and England have decided, yep, heavy roller, beautiful day for batting. It's just those odd low balls that we saw yesterday. They're going to be the real threat, particularly from the Radcliffe Road end. Morné Morkel, Chris Morris, and there is a little bit of rough for the spinner Maharaj to bowl into. Graham Swansea with his beachwear on.
I don't know what he looks like.
Helmet.
I was trying to think of a way of introducing Graham Swan this morning. He looks as if he's off to Skeggy. He's got his shorts on, he's got his flip-flops, his motorcycle helmet in his right hand, sunglasses on. Well, Graham, either you expect this to be over by lunch and you're off to the beach, or what's all this about?
Well, I'll tell you what it is. I'm the modern man for this modern England team who poo-poo history, and they're not going to look at this record and think it can't be broken. I believe that they can. They believe they can chase this. They have to believe that. It will be phenomenal if they get there. As Michael said, the wicket is going down more than up. There was a bit of spin in the first innings from Maharaj. But if there's one thing that Joe can do in his new team, new era, stamp his level of enthusiasm and belief on them. If he can convince 2 or 3 of this team that this is gettable, they have to be the right 2 or 3. Cook, Root and Stokes have to believe it, I think, and maybe Ali. You never know. Realistically, it's going to be a fight, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I suspect, Michael, is always in the back of your mind for whatever the captain can do or say. They've all played the game a lot. You're sitting there thinking, we'll lose some stage, presumably. It's at the back of your mind. You don't want to get any further forward than that, but you do rather know the game's up, don't you?
Yeah, well, if they're going out with that mindset, it will be done pretty quickly. I think you've got to set yourselves little goals in positions like this, and England have to just set themselves the first session. It's going to be tricky. Philander will move the ball around. Morkel will probably get a little bit of uneven bounce. Get to lunch and see where you're at, then get to tea, see where you're at. And I think their goal for this England team today, just make sure you take it into tomorrow. The first innings they got blown away by some reckless batting. Didn't really want to do the hard yards out in the middle. They wanted to just get on with it, smack the ball to the boundary. It was quite entertaining, but it wasn't what was required for the game situation at that time. So try and get the game into tomorrow. If they get the game into tomorrow, then you can start looking at the dream of Graham Swan's idea of potentially winning the game. I think that's miles away. Just see out today and see if you can bat 90 overs with 5 or 6 wickets remaining tomorrow. Can someone get 100? Can someone get 100 not out by the end of the close today? And then you can start to dream. But you've got to just tick off little boxes, see off the first hour, get to lunch, get to tea, and just see if they're still batting at the close of play.
Yeah, and also what's important, surely, is what comes next. I mean, Dean Elgar was saying in the press conference yesterday, yesterday. They've opened some cracks up in the England side. And of course, it doesn't necessarily mean for this match because they believe they'll win that, of course. But it's what comes next, isn't it? Next week at the Oval, it's all about England showing enough resolve, enough fight, enough resilience actually for South Africa not to think that they're a rollover here.
Absolutely. It is a long game you play. I'll tell you one thing. I was just looking at the board, 4-7-3. I remember playing in a test match at the Oval against Australia where we set them 530. 530 is impossible. But they got to 200 for 2 with Hussey and Ponting. And I remember looking at that board thinking, this isn't impossible. They could do this the way they go. And I spoke to Jimmy and Broady at the same time, and they were all thinking the same thing. So cricket plays weird tricks on the mind. You've got to get to that situation. If Joe Root's 120 not out at some point, and Moeen Ali's 100 not out, the cracks will appear in the South African team, and you've got to make their bowlers start to panic a bit. But going forward, I think Dinell goes right. He batted beautifully, by the way. I thought.
Yeah,
I mean, he scratched around early on, but if it wasn't for a very good Ben Stokes bouncer, he'd still be going because he looked like the sort of player I'd rather have in the England team today, just grinding it out on this
Fighting
pitch.
away. Okay. Well, they're underway here in about 25 minutes. We've got lots to come before then. We've got weather forecast. We're going to hear from Moeen Ali and also from Dean Elgar actually as well. But first of all, let's have a little look back at yesterday in our own inimitable style with the pint-sized TMS. That beats him. Well, he's appealing. Consensus out there is that it was a good ball, but not quite good enough. It didn't take the edge. Ultra edge has suggested that's out.
England's chance for a magic hour has slipped away.
They were never going to bowl them out.
Amla again, and he's hit it higher. And Hashim Amla reaches his half century for the second time in this match with a 6. Bolston. Oh, short. It's got the tangle. He's going to be caught.
And that really is a wonderful wicket for Anderson.
And will now hit on the pad. Big appeal. He was a long way down. Out.
The Graham Smith cartoon, which I haven't seen yet. I've seen mine. I've got to be honest, I'm not overly happy with it. Jonathan Agnew's got less lines on his face than me.
Moving balls and Bavuma down the pitch. Catch it, they shout, and it has done.
Oh, it's out. It's gone. Surely out. It is out. LBW. Here we go. Here's the Graham Smith. Oh, my life. The Graham Smith
got my teeth whitened.
You have. They look like the veneers.
And that's another swing. It's gone high. A chance here. Bairstow's running after it, but he's leaving it. Oh, wow. It's been taken. But my word, only just
looking at your face. I got off way better than you.
Down the wicket, Maharaji hits that high. Could he be caught Broad? I think he is. Broad has taken an amazing catch.
Where's his arms? And this has been smashed back and he's caught. Caught and bowled by Moeen Ali, and I think that's it. That is it. South Africa have declared the lead is 473. South Africa declare on 343 for 9. Running away from us then, the England response is underway, and it's big appeal for LBW from Morkel and Gibbon. First ball, Paul Rifle gives the decision. He's asked to have a look at it. Wicket hissing. Oh, goodness me. Over the top.
And England get through a horrible session after a very challenging day.
There we go, that's pint-sized TMS, and of course you can go to the BBC Sport website and actually watch the pictures and the graphics and the cartoons and everything else, caricatures that go along with that. And you also see the clips too of those wickets and so on falling. So that's the pint-sized TMS up on the BBC Sport website. Beautiful day here, blue sky around. I'm not sure what I'd necessarily feel if I were in the England camp and I see Stuart Broad strapping his pads on, but that's what he's doing. Hoping England are going to survive this day and beyond. But anyway, he's going to have a net just in case they come down to number 9. We shall see. I don't think they've been interrupted by the weather in that case. Stav Danails is with us. Good morning, Stav. It's a beautiful day here.
It
wow.
is, isn't it glorious?
Lovely.
I'm just looking at the satellite picture now, barely a cloud in the sky across England and Wales. So it looks like it's going to be pretty good batting conditions, warm with light winds, temperatures around 25, 26 degrees. Those winds about 5 or 6 miles an hour coming in from the west. So great conditions yesterday. If it continues on into tomorrow, looks like it's going to be another very warm one, a bit more humid tomorrow, and we'll also have a stronger easterly breeze. So that could hamper the batting for a while through the morning into the afternoon. Temperatures around 25 degrees, sunny spells at times, a little bit of hazy cloud, but it really will feel warm and humid, so it'll be a very warm feel out on the field. So a couple of great days for cricket coming up. Hopefully our team should do well.
Let's hope they use both of them. Thank you, Stav, very much indeed. Nice to have you on today. Thank you. And it is right. I mean, just looking up, there's a few vapour trails from jet aircraft and so on heading off this way and that. But otherwise, just blue sky around. It really is an absolutely beautiful day. And we've got Joe Root. He took a blow in the nets, actually. I was watching it a little earlier on. He took a blow on the arm. Well, he looks pretty determined. He's going over there. He's talking to Gary Balance, who's doing some shadow batting. Look how deep he is in that crease, though. When you see it from here, Michael, and he's still, it's the way he plays. I understand that, but he is very deep in that crease.
Yeah, that's the way that he played. It's what got him to a little bit of trouble last time he was in the England side, and he doesn't seem to have changed a great deal. I think particularly against someone like Philander, who's not really going to hurt you with the short stuff, I think it's worth getting out of the crease. You look at Dean Elgar yesterday, who played a real gritty innings. What he was trying to do, he was batting outside the crease, outside, sometimes off stump, to try and nullify LBW. And I think it's a good approach when you're facing the likes of Philander to try and nullify dismissal. If you can nullify LBW, well, you're basically saying to him, right, all you can do is get me out court, and then you try and play in a sensible way. You know that he's going to be quite consistent in his lines and length, but try and nullify one code of dismissal. And if I was Gary Balance, Alistair Cook, I'd bat out my crease to try and nullify the LBW, but so far they haven't seemed to try and do that. So, I looked at Philander last night and Morkel, they were hitting great areas. They do that this morning, it will be tricky for the first dive. You look at the first hour of play, on the first for the first 3 days, it's always just done a little bit more. It gets easier as the day progresses. So this first hour, even though we're saying it's beautiful batting conditions, I still think with a new ball in hand, it'll certainly just do a bit this morning.
Yeah. And what you say is totally right, because you've been making the bowler actually shorten his length. Yeah. And what he wants to be able to do is actually increase his length, to give him more chance to swing it and pitch it up and so on. So anyway, that's obviously a fine batting point from former England captain Michael Vaughan. So let's hear from Moeen Ali, shall we? He was put up for interview, and Pat Murphy has been chatting to him about the state of the game.
Mo, that looked like hard work for you guys today.
It was a graft, especially when the sun come out. The wicket obviously gets better here, but they play very well.
Your batting frailties really on the second day have defined this test, haven't they?
Yeah, we didn't play very well at all, but we've got the opportunity now to bat well for the next 2 days, hopefully, and see what we can do.
What's going to be the mindset? Is it going to be occupation of the crease just?
I think we just go and play as we know we can play. Obviously, Jennings and Cook are two big players for us, obviously opening the batting, and then Gary Balance as well. So I think just go and bat and then assess the game after every session.
You've got 180 overs available. If you got about 2.7 and over, you'd win it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can't rule it out at all with our batting lineup and the players that we have. We bat obviously a long way down, and the wicket's still pretty good. I know there's a bit of spin for the left-arm spinners, but we've played spin quite well in the past.
It's never been done before. You'd make Test history. The nearest was, I think it was 417 to win the Test match.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past us. We've got players who actually believe that we can do that. So we'll see, like I said, after every session and assess the game.
You really think that? This is not just a PR talk?
No, definitely. I think we've got two days to go and knock the runs off. I mean, it's going to be tough because it's never been done, but it's not impossible. So, yeah.
So Cook, Jennings, Balance, they're the ones that are going to give you the foundation.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone's got to obviously play well. Them three are big wickets for us, I think, going into day 4 and 5. And if we can have a great start with the opener especially, then we'll see where we are.
And some of you batters who got yourselves out, gave your wickets away on day 2, you'll be thinking, we owe the team.
Yeah, 100%. I think there's quite a lot of us who give our wickets away and are itching to get a big score on the board.
Mo, do you know that you're leading wicket taker now in this series? I know you've only had a test and a half.
Yeah, I'm not getting carried away. I mean, I've had a good start before and tailed off nicely.
Well, there's no chance you're getting carried away because the captain doesn't throw you the ball too early, does he?
Yeah, I mean, he was doing a bit with the seamers. I thought the seamers bowled very well, and it always looked like they were even though the South Africans played well, we kept it tight and we were going aggressive and stuff. And when I came on, it was nice.
You didn't come on until the 42nd over. Are you ever tempted to come up to your captain and say, "Get me on, I fancy this"?
I would love to be able to do that sometimes, but I find it, I don't know why, it's never been in my nature to do that. Even when Cookie was captain, I never went up to the captain and said, put me on and stuff. Maybe in the future I will get strong enough to do that.
Well, you look at your record, you've taken enough wickets at Test level now to justify it.
Yeah, I still, I don't know. It's not, like I say, it's not in my nature. Hopefully, as I get a bit wiser, I can work my way around doing that.
So do you stand there thinking yourself privately, I like a bowl now?
I always think that. So even with a new ball, I sometimes think I would love to have a ball. I look forward to bowling as much as I can. I enjoy, even when I get hit, I try and enjoy it as much as I can.
And you're okay about Liam Dawson, who's new to Test cricket, bowling ahead of you?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a bit of spin for the left-arm spinner, as you saw against the left-handers, especially when they bowl out wide. And he got a big wicket today again with Hashim set nicely, and I always hope that he does well. I'd love to play. I do enjoy playing with two spinners in the team.
You're the ultimate team man. Everybody acknowledges it, but I wonder, should you perhaps be a little bit more self-assertive in situations like this?
Maybe. I mean, if I was, I probably wouldn't have got 4 wickets today. So, it was a nice time to come on bowl when they were trying to have a bit of a hit. And they weren't genuine wickets today, but I'll take them any day.
In a few years' time, the genuine wickets, they're in the book.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I'll probably look at it next week and think, actually, I got 4 for.
Do you think you might change your attitude then about sidling up to the captain and saying more?
I think so. I think as I get a bit more confident when bowling, I am confident, but I back myself a bit more in my bowling than maybe I would. I do back myself at times, but and I feel in good rhythm. Today I felt good actually in the warm-ups before the game, bowling with Saki, whereas yesterday I concentrated on my batting as much as I could, but I'm still balancing that out, and whenever the captain needs me, I'm always there.
You don't mind being categorised. Trevor Bayliss made it quite clear after Lords that Liam Dawson's the #1 spinner, you're a batsman who bowls. You don't mind that, do you?
Not at all. These kind of things don't really affect me. When I come on, I think as a frontline bowler, somebody the team needs at the time, and no matter if I come on before or after Dawes, it doesn't make a difference to me.
You're too nice a guy, Mo.
No, I just get on with it. I enjoy my cricket as much as I can and try and do my best.
There we go, it's Moeen Ali talking to Pat Murphy. Lovely day here if you're just joining us, and certainly a very good batting day. Some interesting points there, Michael. We're talking actually on the podcast, aren't we, about England's apparent reluctance to go to bowling at times. I just wonder, from a captain's perspective, how many bowlers have come up to you and say, I want to bowl now, please?
The only one was Freddie Flintoff. 2005 at the Oval, he just said, I'm going to bowl all morning on that. I think it was the 4th morning, but it's down to the captain to decide. Now and again a bowler would walk past, I'd just say, fancy it, and they go, yeah, fancy that. Another go at the other end, I go, yeah, cool, let's go for it. But Moeen is that kind of character. It's down to the captain to understand that yesterday was 42nd over, was miles too long to leave before we saw Moeen Ali, and it's been the kind of the story of the series. Even though he's the wicket taker that's taken more than anybody else, he's always been the last kind of choice to come into the attack, and that's just been the decision of the England team. The message from Trevor Bayliss that he's the second spinner.
This is what I'm more interested in, actually, because it seems to me as a bowler, I mean, I wouldn't have gone up to the captain and said I want to bowl now either. I just wouldn't do it. Peter Willey would have been in a headlock. But the fact is, they do seem to be holding Moeen back, and they do seem to be bowling Liam Dawson ahead of him. And Trevor Bayliss talked, as we know, at Lords about Moeen being the #2 spinner. It just seems that they're on a bit of a strange wave at the moment. Swanee, are they?
Well, I know exactly what that is. They know that Moeen Ali's a better bowler. Everyone in the world knows he's a better bowler. You watch it. They're trying to they're playing mind games with Mo. They've played with him long enough now to realise if they put pressure on him as the main spinner, and I know he speaks by saying, I always think like a frontline bowler. He doesn't. He wants to be a batsman who bowls a bit. It takes the pressure off his bowling. That's what Trevor Bayliss is trying to do. That's very obvious. I mean, Pat said there, you've got to be more assertive. You're too nice a bloke. As if it's a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, Pat. If he's going to be a nice bloke and be humble and just bowl, then let him do it. He gets the best out of himself when the pressure's off, which is why, let's face it, why Liam Dawson's playing. Liam Dawson is not playing to get 5 wickets or to get 100 at number 9 or 8. He's playing to try and balance the team out until Chris Woakes gets fit. That's basically
the problem I have is, if Mo's just said it himself there, he said he likes playing in a team with 2 spinners. that, you know, you go to Australia in a few months' time, it's not going to be 2 spinners, I'm pretty sure, because England will have to pack their batting. The reason why England have lost 8 Test matches in 2016, look like they may lose this one, is because of their batting. You know, I do think England will have to pack the batting, bring another batsman in. Moeen will have to be the specialist spinner, the only spin in the team, with a little bit of Joe Root required every now and again. But I just don't see that there's an outstanding second spin option in English cricket at the minute to go with one. Mason Crane's been talked about. He's a kid. He needs a couple of years playing county cricket, surely getting 50 wickets a year. And I just think England are kind of getting confused with the selection. They've got 3 all-rounders because they can have the luxury of an extra player. I'd go with the extra player being a batsman. They've gone with the extra player being a part-time, well, a left-arm spinner who bats a bit at number 8.
OK, thank you. Let's hear from the South African camp, shall we? Because Dean Elgar has been talking about that perspective and, of course, the change in South Africa. Hammered last week at Lords. They look to be well on course here to an overwhelming victory now. And Dean Elgar spoke to Pat Murphy.
That was hard work for England, wasn't it? Which I'm sure you're very pleased about.
Yeah, we had the receiving end last week, to be honest with you, and we know how tough Test cricket is, and it's nice when it's on that side of the change room. But we know we've got a tough day 4 coming up, and to take 10 wickets is going to be hard work. We've given ourselves a lot of opportunity with the runs that we have in the bank. I'm pretty confident going into tomorrow.
Well, it's never been done before, Dean. No side's got anywhere near 470 odd.
And I hope no team does that either, to be honest with you.
Imagine if England won it inside 2 days.
Then they deserve it. If they chase down that score, then they fully deserve it, to be honest.
You're unrecognisable from the side that played so poorly at Lords. Do you agree?
Very much so. I think it's the total opposite, to be honest with you. I think we've played some really good Test cricket throughout. I think the toss helped a lot up at Lords, showing now how the toss has influenced this game already. First innings runs are so important, and we had the ability to break the back a little bit with the ball yesterday, which was brilliant to see. A young guy like Chris Morris running and just running hard and bowl fast, and really set a message to the opposition.
And for you, dropping back into the ranks, just concentrating your batting with a strong leader coming in, Faf du Plessis, that suits you presumably.
Oh, yes and no. I fully enjoyed the week I had as captain, but seeing Faf back, he's brilliant. He's an exceptional leader, and he's just got a different cricket brain. I think he operates in different circles than what we do, to be honest with you, with the thinking capability. Yeah. But yeah, it's good to have him back. He just showed his class today again with a bat, which seemed quite tough. So it's good to have him back.
Dean, you played the perfect opener's innings, didn't you, in that second innings? You did exactly what was needed, blunt the attack. You deserved the 100, and you looked a bit hacked off when you were out for 80.
No, I wasn't pleased, to be honest. After grafting like that and making your name look like a Mickey, it's a little bit disappointing not getting to 3 figures, but saying that, I got the team into a great position. Allowed our middle order to come in and play the way they wanted to play, and face the spinners ultimately when the seamers went bowling. So in my opinion, I was doing my job. The stats might not reflect it as 100, but so be it, and I'm happy to contribute.
You were there long enough to tell us how the pitch is going to play. What's your forecast on day 4 and possibly day 5?
I think it's going to be hard work for us, to be honest. To win a Test match, it must be hard work. I don't want it anywhere else. I want us to grovel tomorrow and really fight. I think the wicket's going to play a little bit better. It seemed like it played better as the day went on. But saying that, I don't mind seeing the odd ball rolling. We know,
like the one that got du Plessis.
Just like that. I mean, those things. Bowlers are always critical, and they say, "Why couldn't it be on the stumps?" And proved that way. And hopefully, a few of those can go our way tomorrow.
Well, if you win this without the suspended Rabada and with the great Dale Steyn at home injured, that's a tremendous performance by South Africa.
I think it's just a whole great squad effort, to be honest with you. We're only as good as our weakest links, and our weakest links are playing brilliant cricket at the moment. So yeah, losing guys like KG and Dale, massive loss for us. But like I said last week in a press conference, that it's a massive opportunity for someone else to come in and make a claim at his career. Which is brilliant to see guys have done that. You find guys like Morne, Morkel and Vernon have really stepped it up as well with regards to a massive leadership point of view within the team, which is brilliant for us. And I mean, if young players see them doing that, it's only a good thing.
That's Dean Elgar talking to Pat Murphy from a South African perspective. We've just come over the boundary edge now in front of the Radcliffe Road stand with people running in, moving in quickly, getting into their seats. It is a lovely day. If you're around here, want to see a full day's cricket, well, I can't guarantee in terms of the cricket, but certainly can in terms of the weather. It's a really beautiful day, and with England fighting hard to save the match, then it should be it should be interesting and entertaining. So do come on down if you possibly can. We've got a good crowd as it is at the moment, but and we've got James Taylor here. My word, James. Phew, this is cutting edge style, isn't it? I mean, for goodness sake, he's cutting quite a dash edge, isn't he, these days?
It's good to see, Agnes. I mean, obviously you need to get a sort of high average over the series of the whole commentators, and James is making up for some other sort of problems in other areas. I think it's fair to say.
Very smart, James. Anyway, forget all of that. What about today? I mean, how much of a triumph, how much of an achievement would it be for England actually to just get through today actually and take the game into tomorrow for you?
Well, I mean, the conditions are perfect. You're not going to get a better day for batting. The sun's out, there's not a cloud in the sky, and it looks the best surface to bat on out of the 4 days so far. I would be very surprised and disappointed if England didn't bat the day. On that surface, on these conditions, it's not going to swing as much as it has on the previous few days. So I would expect England to bat the day, and I certainly hope so.
You've been in that dressing room comparatively recently, of course, as a player. What's going on? Who's saying what to who? How do you think it will all happen in there today? Mark Ramprakash, the batting coach. I mean, let's face it, everybody knows in there they had a stinker in the first innings. They don't need telling that. So who is saying what?
Exactly, and they know they're far better than that. I think a combination of Paul Farbrace, Trevor Bayliss won't say too much, we know that, and Joe Root. Joe Root will be banging on about how many records England have broken here. They got the highest run chase, the highest score in ODI cricket. They've got a number of other records here, and they love playing here. So he will be banging on about positive thoughts to this England side, and they'll be thinking they can do it. I've spoken to a number of them, and they honestly believe they can do it. They're a very positive team, and they're a very talented team. They can do a lot, this team.
Okay, Ed, from your captaincy, head on, how are you leading England today with this?
Yeah, two things. So for the first time in this match, I stood on the square today and thought today's a batting day. Yes. It's been cloudy, It's been overcast, it's been warm, nothing. The moisture's out of the air today. Yes, the pitch will go up and down, but it's changed colour, it's paler colour today. And actually today, you sort of tapped the bat on the square and thought, if I get in today, there might be runs there. Secondly, there's a real opportunity for England to answer the big picture question, which is that for all their white ball form, for all their positivity, can they adapt? Has it come at a cost? Have they actually slightly lost the ability, not just England, but generally in modern cricket, if you like, to bat for a long period of time, forget the run scoring, just occupy, save a game? Well, can't ask for more than the opportunity to prove the critics wrong almost immediately. After the disappointments of the first innings, all that can be set straight with a good batting performance today. It's come at the perfect time.
It is a beautiful day. It's absolutely perfect for it. I was watching Gary Ballance, a bit technical, okay, sort of doing a bit of shadow batting out there, right back deep in his crease again. I was thinking, if there's a day actually in an attack in which you've really got to get out of your crease here, you've got to shorten Philander's length and so on. I mean, I would like to see him coming out and batting number 3 as deep as that.
Yeah, exactly. And we've said if the pitch is going to do anything, it's going to go down.
Yeah.
So you need to get as far toward or closer to the bowler. You need to take a leaf out of Dean Elgar's book. He batted at least a foot, 2 feet outside the crease because he knows the dangerous ball is the ones hitting the stumps and keeping low.
One thing you can't do as a batsman, you can't tell yourself to do things you don't normally do. You can start in a different place. So what he can do is move outside of the crease in his stance, and that will just change his position. What he can't do is say, get forward, get forward, get forward. If he hangs back, that's what he is as a player. That's what Alistair Cook does, that's what many top order players have done. He can move his starting position and start a little bit outside the crease. And beyond that, you've got to trust your instincts.
Well, we shall see. I think whoever plays Jerusalem might have shot his bolt a bit early there, because normally the umpires and the players are all out in the middle at the end of that rousing end, but only just now the umpires are appearing, and maybe they got locked in their dressing room or something. But anyway, they're coming out just a little bit late as far as the usual running of things is concerned, and they've got the South Africans right behind them. They're ready. They were standing out there ready to go for several minutes. So the umpires on their way, and the South African fielders behind them. Very shortly we'll have England's openers who with withstood a pretty torrid 4 overs last night. Cook was actually given out first ball, but then overturned it on review. So they'll be coming out. It'll be a tough start for them, but let's see how England fare. 473 more to win. Well, we can brush that to one side at the moment. Let's see how they start in their attempt to try and save this game. Out come the openers. It's absolutely glorious. Beautiful day here at Trent Bridge. There's blue sky overhead. The sun's shining down here, and I'm sure it's shining in the commentary box too, where Charlie Dagnall's on duty. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, Jonathan. Thank you. It is fabulous. A fabulous scene here at Trent Bridge. Of course, we don't have the crowds of the weekend as yet, but slowly and surely they'll filter in throughout the course of the morning. But not a better scene could be seen from the commentary box here. Just a little bit of shadow under the Fox Road stand to our left-hand side, where numerous spectators have congregated. Those seats will be filled before too long, but the rest of it drenched in glorious sunshine. It's shorts, T-shirt and factor 30 weather here at Trent Bridge, and the defining session of the test this morning, with England that enormous target, 473 more runs to win, in South Africa with a brand new ball. Practically just 3 overs were bowled with it yesterday, and there were a very tricky 3 overs for England to face as well. So South Africa out in the middle. The short sleeve cable knit sweaters have been dispensed with. It's all just shirt sleeves, and beautiful weather. 24, 25 degrees it's going to reach today. Lots of sun hats in evidence as well. And a very good morning to Michael Vaughan.
Good morning, Daggers. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating day to just see how England come out and play this. Something about Test match cricket. We love the flamboyancy, quick scoring rates. We love the ball travelling to the boundary, but nothing quite beats when a team's back to the walls and they're being asked to play essentially against their natural way. The top 3 will play normally. That's the way they play, it attritionally, and try and wear down the ball in attack. But from 4 downwards, England, it's kind of strap yourselves in batting. It's just going to be interesting the way that they come out and play.
I was saying it's a defining session for this particular match, but it's also a defining session for England as a team, to see if they can, as you challenged them yesterday, to see if they can bat out a day.
Well, bat out the day, get into tomorrow and see where you're at.
Well, it's Morkel with a new ball from the Radcliffe Road end. He's going round the wicket, comes into Keaton Jennings, who leaves this outside the off stump, and we're underway for the day. But I was just listening to what Jonathan and James Taylor were talking about down below just before they handed up to us, and you were a great leader of men in your time. Do you Joe Root, obviously, he's only 2 test matches into his captaincy. Does he talk to Alistair Cook? Does he chat, or does he just leave him alone this morning?
You'd leave Alistair Cook. 11,000 test runs, he's been there, done it. I think he'll have just given him a pat on the back and say, good luck, mate, get stuck in.
Jennings waits for Morkel with a short leg, and he just chops this out into the offside. Nice crisp sound off the bat. Fielded at backward point.
He's on a pair, isn't he, Jennings? He's still on 0 off 10 balls.
The slips, we've got 3 of them. A gully, quite a fine gully actually. Backward point, extra cover. Mid-on, that's Vernon Philander patrolling that huge area of space for Jennings to work into. Of course, Mornay won't mind him looking to work the ball to the leg side, trying to nip the ball off the seam away from the left-hander from round the wicket. Tall, lean, lamppost-like Morkel away from us, bowls, and that just comes back in, and it's left well by Jennings over the top of off stump. Through to de Kock it goes.
Interested today to see if the outfield's lush and the square's pretty lush, but the pitch is so dry. I just wonder if South Africa will get some reverse swing today. Scuff at one side. The one thing that I haven't seen in this test series, like we saw in the Champions Trophy, different formats, different balls, with teams on lots of cross seamers. On a pitch like this, which has shown a little bit of uneven bounce, as did Lords, I just wonder if it, not yet because it's fresh the ball, but I wonder if the cross seamers will come into play.
Bavuma under the short leg helmet just crouches down as Morkel bowls outside of the off stump. Jennings content to leave it alone again. Should just finish off that field. So Bavuma is at short leg. He's just 2 pitches away, just in front of square, and then there's a long leg in place as well. So, as you would understand, a typically attacking field.
And already the ball's gone through to de Kock 3 times, and the ball gone through at different heights. Yes, the ball's pitched at different lengths, but I just think that's going to be the hardest challenge for the England batsmen, is just the odd ball keeping low.
Cameraman perched at the top of that huge crane and looking over things, and the first runs of the day come via way of a pull by Keaton Jennings. He's off the mark, feel a little bit better about life, getting 1 to his name. So he's off that pair, and England 2 without loss The ball goes down towards long leg.
Well, that's a good sign that he's really staring at the ball. And it's not recklessly kind of staring at it to score and be really positive. Just stare at the ball and react. Instinctively play. And I think both these players will have a game plan of where they're looking to score. So there's probably a flick on the leg side with such a big space. Short leg, try and clip it past there. The ball comes onto the pads. Can't think the big drive through extra cover will be in your game plan against Morné Morkel.
Now Cook, who survived that LBW scare first ball yesterday. Here's Morkel bowling a good length. Oh, and that's just must have missed the off stump by a hair's breadth. And it goes through to Quinton de Kock, and it's the end of an over. A good probing over from Morné Morkel, 2 without loss.
Missed the off stump by about the length of your beard.
Do you reckon?
Yes.
It's had a trim this morning.
That's quite smart.
Got a pair of clippers just to keep it at its length. Sort of a deep George Michael type of stubble. That's what I like to think. Anyway, have you seen dear old thing today?
He was. Oh, he's gone. He was sat behind me.
Just sat behind.
Yeah, just gone. Have a brew. This is what I expected from South Africa as well. To the left-handers, putting a short leg into Philander. You know, I think by having that short leg there, it may stop the England batsmen lunging. It may stop them from batting outside the crease. Because all you need if you're a yard outside your crease is one to just kind of come off the bat and the run-out's on.
Yep.
You know, it also stops them lunging forward. And what Philander will want is both left-handers to be back in the crease, playing from the crease, not quite getting the head over that front pad. It'll bring the snicks into play, LBW into play, maybe an inside edge to the short leg.
Well, it's Jennings who waits for Philander. In the sunshine from the pavilion end, comes in, bowls, and this is just a little aerial, but a push, a prod from Jennings into space, through the offside. They think about the second run and then achieve it after a slip from Maharaj, and Jennings moves on to 3 not out, England 4 without loss.
I would say that Philander would be my worst nightmare to open the batting against. Just that 78 miles an hour wobble, seeing which way is it going to go. You know it's always going to be forward, so sometimes when I've faced those kind of bowlers, I planted too soon because you know you've got to get forward, you end up planting and then you can't go again. Can't get your weight distribution right.
Jennings is quite deep in the crease as he waits for Philander, bowls and very solidly forward on a good length delivery from Philander. He reminds me a little bit, not in style or necessarily technique, but the role that he's going to play today of someone like a Terry Alderman, who no express pace but would be metronomic with his area.
Mohammad Asif.
Mohammad Asif, yeah. That
little
type
wobblers.
of bowler.
Yeah, no pace on it. I used to like opening the batting with a bit of pace. Short legs going out straight away. I think this is too early from Faf du Plessis. He's going to put a short extra cover.
Well, he just saw in that previous 2 runs achieved by Jennings, the ball in the air for a little while.
I find that amazing because the runs aren't a worry for South Africa. You still want your short leg as well.
Philander approaches Keaton Jennings, bowls, and he's squared up a little bit, but it's defended back up the pitch.
Yeah, I used to like to go out there and I didn't mind the pace because you just felt if you face someone like Brett Lee, yeah, he might hit you, might hurt you, might take one past it, but as soon as you felt that you got the bat on the ball, it flew off. You were away, you got a couple of boundaries, you were like, oh, this is nice. Someone like Philander, you look to the scoreboard and he's never moving.
That's the key, isn't it? When bowlers just try and get inside the mind of batsmen in that particular way, just nagging away. As Philander, very well built, comes in, bowls, and that's edged, falling short of third slip. Played it with soft hands, Jennings, always going down. So shouts of catch were a little premature. I think it's Elgar there.
That's why it's so hard to phase, because you've got to protect your stumps. You've got to protect for the ball coming back. Look at that wobble seam going down, and that just goes off with the angle. Just a hint of movement away from Jennings, so you have to play at it. Look how close third slip's gone now. He's just gone in a yard or 2 daggers.
Well, it's the old adage of rather see them dropped than fall short. But they are very close. I mean, anything that's a flashing drive that gets nicked, your reactions have to be cat-like. Quinton de Kock just...
He's just told the captain to go up another yard. The skip looked at him going, are you sure?
Yeah, they are very close for Philander as he comes in close to the stumps. Bowls, he bowled him through the gate. And just what Michael Vaughan was talking about, that nagging length, nibs back to Keaton Jennings, breaches the defences, and the first wicket has gone. Just what England did not want. They wanted a quiet first session. That wobble seam again, and the gap between bat and pad exposes Keaton Jennings. Off stump is rocked back, and England are 4 for 1.
Well, it's a technical flaw in terms of the exposure of the delivery that it had to face Keaton Jennings, but you've got to give Philander, whether it's luck, I've no idea. The ball before, exactly the same length, it nipped away. I'm saying this was probably, half an inch straighter, half an inch? And it's just nipped back. I mean, yeah, technically you can nitpick and you can say, his bat was just away. It's a beautiful delivery. It really is. It's magnificent bowling.
He's got 2 glorious deliveries as Keaton Jennings. The first innings round the wicket. Morkel getting a little bit of extra bounce.
He could have played that away. I mean, it's high level international. He could have played that. We've got to say he could have had his back close to his pad, but I think it's the ball before that's done for him. He's seen the ball before, just nip away, and he's probably thinking, wait a minute, I've just got to cover that one that's going away. I've just seen the slips come a bit closer, and he's probably thinking Philander's going to bowl for that ball that's going to nip across and try and get the outside edge, so he's covered for that, and then Philander, as I said, you're a ball. I have no idea if he's done that by skill or it's just luck. It's just nipped back. Same ball, wobble seam, it's managed to come back.
Well, his natural ball will be to bring it back into the left-hander, and even with wobble seam, still the sides of the shiny and rough sides are exactly the same. So if you are going to get that little bit of movement, then you can do that with the rough and shiny sides, even though it's a relatively new ball. But I think that's skill, in my opinion, and also it's an element of the bluff. They've worked out the slips. They've spent a long time there, probably a minute or so, making sure they've got the slips in the perfect position. So, as you say, Keaton Jennings has maybe got that in the mind.
I think he's covered so much for that ball that's nipped away that he's just been done with that ball. Short leg comes straight in for Gary Balance. No surprise there. As I said before the show, that Balance had a...
Well, he's quite out of his crease, it looks. Just maybe a couple of inches as Balance waits for Philander, bowls, and it's a good delivery, a searching one. And this time he's just tried to nip it across the left-hander, and Philander has started in a perfect way for South Africa. 6 overs gone and England are 4 for 1.
Philander is the worst possible bowler to be facing when you're desperate for a score. When you walk out there desperate to try and get a number by your name, Philander will expose any slight technical flaw that you have, because he's going to bowl the majority of the balls on and around off stump, full of length. He's going to question you on the front foot. He's just slightly a little bit late on it, Keaton Jennings. You've just seen the side on. He's just a little bit late. And that's what these kind of bowlers do. They're not quick, but they just kiss the surface.
It's fabulous bowling.
What a test series he's having. He gets runs. Always gets wickets with a new ball.
Morkel away from us to Cook, and that's about a foot outside of off stump. Nice bit of lift as well from Morkel. Natural, of course, because of those long levers of him. Massive wingspan does Morkel. Through to Quinton de Kock it goes. So England losing the early wicket here with Keaton Jennings back in the pavilion. So much will have been talked about as well prior to the start of the day. If we see out the first session, we want to be 0 down, 1 down maybe. And as you said, you take it session by session, but the impetus of this game firmly with South Africa, or this morning, as one nips away from Cook, from Morkel, again from wide, trying to draw Cook into one of those little check drives. So again, 2 left-handers at the crease and Cook and Balance. St George's flags draped over the balcony edges on the Fox Road stand to our left, 1 or 2 over in the distance as well. No flags on the flagpole today. They've been taken down, so they are bare.
Cherry pickers back up there. He's a bit lower than yesterday. The cameraman up in the sky in the crane.
3 slips crouches. Morkel comes in, tries to nip one back into Morkel, but it's from wide, so he leaves it go.
Nice to Cook's 0 off 20.
That's known, if he gets out now, it's known as a goose.
Is it?
Yeah, long duck.
I like the fact that you knew exactly what it was called. Have you had one?
Many. Good morning, Andrew.
Morning, Daggers. You in good form this morning, are you?
Like to think so.
Well, Philander for the series so far, 171 runs at 57 and 6 wickets at 21.
There you go.
Pretty reasonable, isn't it? Here comes Morkel again, bowls, and that's the one that nips away. It's just from wide at the moment. Maybe needs to just tighten the line fractionally.
Well, it's a bit of cat and mouse here, because Cook's leaving well, but he knows the straighter one's coming. But the last 2 balls have just been angled in, but there is a little bit of shape. His natural shape is to angle the ball in from around the stumps and just get a little bit of movement away from the left-handers. He's getting it, but it's just a little bit wide at the minute. If he gets it tighter, Slips could be in the game.
Traffic busily going along the Loughborough Road to our right-hand side Monday morning as... Oh, that's just coming back into Cook, but he prods forward and he's got off that goose. The ball trickles into the onside, he'll get a couple of runs, and he moves to 2 not out, and England to 6 for 1. Again, that was a tighter line from Morkel, and slightly hesitant coming forward, which you can understand with the bounce that Morkel gets. Bat turning in Cook's hand as he plays the shot. So 6 for 1. Yes. People going back to work on a Monday morning. Great to have your company if you're listening. If you have missed what's gone on already, Keaton Jennings out, bowled by Philander in the previous over. Wide of the crease comes Morkel and shouts from the slips, but it was Fuller, turned once again by Alistair Cook, and Philander has work to do from mid-on, chasing it towards the boundary. Another couple of runs for England. Cook hasn't timed them particularly well, but he'll be pleased that he's 4 not out and England 8 for 1.
No, it's clever, Alistair Cook. He's just making Philander run a bit mid-on.
Bowlers hate that. They hate that.
That's a runner. He's just bowled an over the last 2 deliveries, chasing those 2 balls. So
all bowlers will tell you that they want to be in the slips. As soon as they've bowled an over, they don't want to be doing any running. Down they go and graze at third man or fine leg, or at worst go to mid-on, especially when there's no one else in the vicinity, because they know they have to chase it. However, Philander, if he's not loose, well, he looked loose, didn't he? He will be after those little couple of chases. Lincoln City FC banner across the base of
Lincoln
the Fox Road.
City, were they did well in the FA Cup? Is that
did.
Yeah, they're
I think they
2
got
brothers.
promoted.
2 brothers,
The managing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are they called? Cowleys, is it?
Something like that. Yeah, I remember they had a good
that
FA
right?
Cup run, didn't they? Well, I must say
Played
hello.
well against your team, didn't they?
Burnley, yeah, they beat them. Thanks for the reminder. Philander comes in, bowls, leaving it alone is Gary Balance with the bat high above his head. Must say hello, talking of Lincolnshire, to the Fen Rustics. They're a cricket team from Lincolnshire. They're a farmers team. And they've been here over the last 4 days of the Trent Bridge Test. Imagine that, playing in a team full of farmers. Get to the ground on the combine. A few scything shots in that side, I imagine.
Yes. There's a few big units as well.
Philander bowls, edged by Balance, but down into the turf it goes as far as Gully. There is no run. I think it's Chris Morris at Gully. 12th man is just down on the base of the boundary, just to our right-hand side, giving Morne Morkel a drink. It is going to be energy-sapping work today for bowlers. But it's amazing how much more you can find when wickets are tumbling. England will want a boring session from here. Score matters not. That target of 474 as Philander, very straight running, bustles in, bowls, and Balance very carefully defends that back up the pitch off the back foot, marks his guard.
Daggers, I'll just give you a little bit of a reality check with England. They don't do many boring sessions.
No. But that's what they want.
Yes, but they don't do that. They generally just entertain. One way or the other, things generally happen.
I'm very happy, and I'm sure England fans will be relatively pleased if it's dreary for the first session of play. Moribund. Vernon Philander approaches, bowls, and half an appeal there as the ball is squeezed to short leg. The figure of Bavuma lurking at short leg there. Gives the ball a polish on the back of the trousers, but that's what Vernon Philander is trying to do, just trying to reach, get the batsman half forward, the inside edge, and then with that wobble seam just try and nick off or go through the gate. We have an email from Tim Myatt. Good morning, Tim. tms@bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us. At BBC TMS on Twitter. Slight delay. Philander just waits at the top of his mark. Pavilion bearing down beyond him as he comes in, bowls, forward comes Balance, and that's 4. That's nicely played from Gary Balance. Sort of moral victory, if you like, for the bowler, but it's edged through the gap between third slip and Gully, and down to the boundary it goes for 4 runs, but Philander won't feel too aggrieved that the boundary's been conceded because The edge was found, but Balance played it nicely with soft hands. Anyway, Tim says, "Dear TMS, we're delighted when on Tuesday my wife gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. We've not been able to name her yet. We simply know her as Baby Mango. It's a long story. However, she's been restless and is doing her best to keep our hours of rest in single digits. The only thing on God's green earth that sends her into the sweet arms of Morpheus are the dulcet tones of Jeffrey Boycott. Please can you get him back before his microphone, as we all desperately need some sleep." Philander comes in from the pavilion and bowls. That keeps a little low, but Balance is equal to it. He just drops the hands a little bit. It trickles back up the pitch, and it's the end of another probing over from Vernon Philander. 12 for 1. Cook and Balance are both 4 not out. Tim continues. Does Jeffrey Boycott do children's parties or possibly recordings of nursery rhymes? I'm sure these would be most lucrative. With thanks from an exhausted but blissfully happy Tim, Becky and Baby Mango in Oxford. Well, huge congratulations to you.
Well, Baby Mango, let me tell you, he's on in 12 minutes. Got a funny feeling it's going to be quite disruptive about England's batting.
Well, at least they will get their rest. Congratulations to all. More from you, Michael Vaughan, and then Jonathan Agnew will take over from me.
Yeah, it's going to be more from Morné Morkel. Same field, 3 slips and a gully, short leg. Cover point just behind square by about 3 or 4 yards. Mid on, mid off. Fine leg wide, right on the boundary rope.
South Africa really in the hunt, aren't they? And Cook there plays a slightly crooked face of the bat. Bavuma fields very sharply at short leg. Arms are up. You tell they really got the scent in their nostrils here. 12 for 1. Jennings bowled by Philander. Well, didn't seem to do very much to me. It no real position. I just wonder. I mean, you look for. Obviously, you try to be fair in these things. The quality of the bowling he's been facing in the second division. We were there with Duckett a bit, weren't we, in the winter? He's been playing in the second division for Durham. Suddenly he's up against this. Here's Morkel. Bowls and Cook drives to mid-off. Doesn't really time it.
It's the ball before that does for him, Aggers. The ball before just nipped away, and then that one that bowls him, it just nips back. It's a good cherry, but you know the technical side of batting is that you should be able to cover your stumps as an opening batsman. You know, if a ball just angles in a little bit or nips back a little bit, you generally should be covering for that.
Is it a valid argument about the sort of
absolutely. It's been valid on county cricket for many years. It's first division, second division. You know, look at Alistair Cook. He's getting loads of runs in the first division. He admitted it. He found it difficult last week coming back into Test match cricket. The environment. It's a totally different world.
There's Morkel full from outside the off stump. Cook lines it up.
And when you hear Alistair Cook, who's got 11,000 Test runs, say that, you just know that the gulf is drastic. But it's the same all over the world. You know, the gulf in first class cricket anywhere is going to be so much lesser than the Test arena.
12 for 1. Morkel wanders back to his mark. Beautiful day. It's perfect batting day. They just get in. So they just need a start. Bit of luck. Get the heads down. 12 for 1. Cook's on 4. So to Balance. But, Jennings already out as Morkel bowls very full. Cook comes forward. Plays from off stump. Morkel, a towering figure, stoops and then tosses the ball to the smallest man on the field. Bavuma, who works hard, polishing on the back of his trousers there at short leg. It's 3 slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, short leg, and a man down there, quite square at
if you look at England's batting lineup, I mean, the top 3 are attritional players. They're not getting huge amount of runs, but they set the stall out to play attritionally.
Yeah. From
root downwards. They all like to have a little bit of a dash. Well, I think South Africa were thinking they can get to Joe and put him under pressure. And then down to Bairstow and co. You know that you can force.
There's Morkel down the leg side, brushed away by Cook. Gets one down to fine leg. Crowd you can hear right behind England here, applauding, just a little nudge away down to the boundary at long leg. 1 run, 13 for 1.
Yeah, those middle order players are going to be able to play against their natural thoughts. Their natural thoughts to take the hands towards the ball and attack. They got it in them to kind of just knuckle down, and it's very hard to play like Hashim Amla, isn't it? Because he's such a gift of staying peaceful, playing late, leaving the ball and letting the bowler come to him. Not many can do that, but can they kind of learn from the way that he plays? Elgar, can they kind of follow the suit and be a bit gritty.
Balance on strike. Morkel bowls him. Oh, a nasty short one. That's rattled that left hand rather. Actually, it's the bottom one. He's walked away towards short leg there. He's ringing it, and that really did climb. Steepling bounce from a very tall Morkel, and Balance is gritting his teeth. He's just taken a glove off. You always do that with a certain amount of trepidation. Not quite sure what you're going to see when you take the glove off. But he's having a look at it now, and Cook's come down for a word, and sure enough, they're calling for the physio to come and have a look at it. But that would have been jarred against the handle, trapped.
That's hit him hard, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Some just glance. Well, this has hit Gary Balance flush on there. Looks like the index finger of the left hand. Very, very clever bowling because he just plays short cover point on the catch. Short leg in place as well. I'm pretty sure that Gary would have thought, wait a minute, sure they're going to test me with a little drive outside off some, and then he fires in the well-directed bouncer.
Morning Morkel had a few things to say. I don't think they were, oh, sorry, old chap, I'll pitch it up from now on. I think to say something over his shoulder there. The physio's arrived, having a look, and he's making sure it's not broken. It's a doctor, actually, who's out there, and examining Gary Balance's finger. Alistair Cook looking on a certain amount of anxiety here, I would imagine. Make sure that the last thing I would do is for someone to retire. I think he's okay. I think they'd have realised by now if it was any more than just a really nasty bruise. You imagine a rock hard ball coming down at you at high 80s miles an hour and jamming your finger against the bat handle. Well, it's obviously very solid, and then you've got the protection, but that doesn't count for very much. It's that is sore. Don't go those tablets. Obviously magic tablets these that the doc's handing out.
Johnny Bairstow had some yesterday, didn't he, when he got hit on the wrist? It looks fine. I always look for the batsman to start, putting their hand into a fist.
Yeah.
Make sure the fingers are bending, because if there's a little crack in there, the finger just won't allow itself to bend you into that fist position. So he seems all right. He's a tough cookie, Gary Balance.
Yes, he is. Will have watered the eyes a bit. Morning, Andrew.
Morning, Jonathan.
Recovery rate?
Well, I think we're up to about 91.86%.
Oh, he's in the 90s. Good.
Can't get rid of the sinusy little thing, but
Don't
anyway.
worry, you're off to the Highveld in a couple of days. You can go and clear sinuses up there all you like.
That should probably help, yeah.
Just make sure you come back next week.
Where are you going?
Going home for a few days.
Home?
Oh, very
We've got
nice.
daughter's birthday next weekend, so parties and school concerts.
Well
and all
done,
sorts
that's
of things.
fantastic.
That's the way.
13 for 1. Philander will continue. Cook's ready for him. There's a short leg there. He comes up and bowls, and Cook's on the back foot, just pushing it away out to cover. That wasn't what you were going to say, though, was it, Andrew?
No, it wasn't actually. Michael made a point a bit earlier about Philander not being the kind of bowler you wouldn't want to be facing when you first come in. So I've just had a look at that, and of his 167 Test wickets, 92 of them he's dismissed the batsman in single figures, which is 55.08%. And there's only 3 bowlers, modern bowlers, who've got a higher percentage of wickets of being batsmen dismissed in single figures.
Okay.
But I'll give you that after this.
Yeah, okay. 13 for 1. Philander bowls, and Cook just pushes that away. It was outside the off stump. It stood up and just played that away down towards third man. So they'll come back for 3. Well, yes, they do. Balance rushing into his ground here. Good to see. Positive running. 16 for 1. And Cook goes to 8.
I don't think I'd be too surprised by these 3 names. Shoaib Akhtar, just over 60%. Wasim Akram, 58%. And Waqar Yunus, 56% of their wickets are batsmen in single figures.
Yeah, these two. As soon as they got 1 or 2, they just used to clean
fast
batting lineups out, didn't they?
Mind you, different to Philander, though. I mean, they're 3 quick bowlers, and whereas Philander's just at your time, isn't he?
Philander would do for me straight away. I used to hate this kind of bowling.
I was making the point, they're sort of genuine fast bowlers, really, those fellas. This fella's up there nibbling round that off stump all the time, lovely length. And he's now going to test Gary Balance. Bat raised, Philander bowls to him. Oh, he just creeps. Well, I guess outside the crease. I don't think he gets outside the crease. He's just playing. He's just pushing his weight ever so slightly forward.
The problem is, Aggers, he's trained his brain so much to play the way that he's played. In county cricket, he's averaged 98, right back and across. It's almost like play a bit of French cricket. There's no one in county cricket have the skill levels or the pace of Morkel. No. Skill of Philander, pace of Morkel. Well, look at Australia in the winter. Coming at 3 against that attack.
Well, there's 3 slips. Gully's quite fine. Short leg crouching and a man catching at short point 2 as Philander bowls outside his off stump, and he lets that go patiently. But, it's taken there by de Kock, 16 for 1. If you're just joining us, Jennings was out. bowled by the 11th ball of the day, completely cleaned up by Philander, bowling from the pavilion end. So England's difficult task, a little more difficult already, because early breakthrough certainly lifted South Africa. Philander walks slowly back, gives the ball a polish, spins himself a catch. Now comes in again, off about 15 paces perhaps, and he bowls to balance and plays across that pad up to mid-off. Again, it's the weight is leaning forward, but there's no real stride there. That's what worries me.
I just look for the head over the front pad. When his head's over the front pad, I think he gets away with it. It's fine. And sometimes if you're telling the batsman get a stride, and you actually move your feet before your head. The most important aspect of batting, get that head going towards the ball, and then your feet follow. If your feet go first, your head ends up staying mid-range. You can't get your bat at the ball. It gets trapped. But there's always that ball from Fellaini. You feel it just nips back, traps the pad first.
Here he comes, bowls, and lets that go by. Shaved the off stump, or the off bail anyway. Was taken by de Kock. 16 for 1. Cook 8, balance 4, and
it's not quite time to come from behind the curtains if you're an England fan, is it? It's
no,
just
it's
a
not
little.
yet.
Every ball you're watching, you're thinking, "Oh,
but
something's going to happen."
This is the same pitch that England bowled on all day yesterday. But when you're bossing the game, you bowl or you bat in a completely different way compared to when you're up against it, and you can just see it in front of your eyes here. You wouldn't have to know anything about cricket to know which team is looking to win and which team is doing its best not to lose.
Yeah, the England side are proud lads. They'll be wanting to show today that they've got a bit of fight in them. They want to try and graft. They'll know that in the first, that's not the way that they want to be known as playing all the time. It's been a regular occurrence over the last year or so, but they want to try and get out of that habit, I'm pretty sure.
16 for 1, and it's Morkel coming round the wicket to bowl to Alistair Cook. It's on the off stump, a little bit short. Cook can go jumping back and play to mid-off. There's no runs. Good crowd, and in fact I can see another group of people arriving over there into the Fox Road stand. Rucksacks on their backs and so on. Short sleeve shirts, t-shirts. Kindly steward showing them where they must go and sit, but there's enough empty seats there to take your pick, I think. But there you've got the choice of full sun or full shade, whichever you fancy. Here's Morkel bowling to Cook. Oh, he's got away with it. On the leg stump, looking to turn the ball away down the leg side. It's got a leading edge, and it flew in the air just past gully and ran away for 4 runs. And Morkel's looking rather aggrieved there, but I mean, if there was someone there, it was an easy catch, but it just absolutely, through total luck rather than judgment, went past Gully's left hand. Very fortunate.
He's playing across the line of the ball, isn't he, there? Alistair Cook, he's had a couple of twos on the onside. He was trying to do it again, just kind of work it into that vacant space. That's why it's important to have a short leg, and because a batsman will see the gaps and try and maybe just work the ball squarer to score a couple of runs. They're only naturally going to look to score as well, so I think that's why short leg's very important.
Morkel runs in, bowls to Cook, full of length this time, and outside the off stump he lets it go by.
That flew through that.
They did. De Kock took that with his gloves above his head.
Yeah, on a wicket like this, which is pretty flat now, but your ball keeping low, I think you've got to try and encourage the batsman to try and play across the line. So you want to have your field straight, and you want to keep saying to the batsman, all right, there's a few opportunities for you to score, but the square of the wicket. You want to try and make the batsman to play across the line of the ball, knowing that if a ball does scoot low, he'll be playing across the ball and potentially he'll miss it. You know, as a batting perspective, you want to keep saying, so play down the ground, old-fashioned.
Yeah.
Keep hitting the ball from where it's come from.
Morkel bowls to Cook, who leans into an off drive. That's a nice shot. And it's always rather a good sign, actually, when Cook plays that stroke. And they come back for 3, dashing to this end. But when Cook is moving his feet and driving up through the offside like that, suggests that he's in pretty good touch and played that well. 15 not out, 23 for 1. And balanced down on strike. It was a lovely day. Yes, I hope the sun's shining wherever you're listening to us, and of course you can listen all around the world these days. If you're travelling away on holidays and so on, look out for the YouTube address that we put out. 23 for 1. Balance is on 4. He's faced 12 balls, and Morkel pirouettes. And now runs in eagerly again. Is there, and he bowls to Balance, hurling it down the leg side. Lovely take from De Kock, who set off there. Took out at full stretch. The ball was almost destined for fine leg. He had to go so far. He took off. He had a nice sight of it, to be fair, but very acrobatic. He's even getting a round of applause there from the crowd, having seen it on the replay. So, very sporting gathering we have here today. 23 for 1. Balance. Tapping away there now with his bat. Morkel bustles in, he's there and he bowls, and Balance in on the pad. There's the peel for leg before wicket, and it's going to be even not out. Up to Du Plessis about this, when it did keep a bit low. So was it destined down the leg side? They're having a conversation, and it's quite a leisure. Yes, they are going to review this. They are going to review it.
It's too high, isn't it?
Well, player review for LBW. Can you start from the front foot, please?
There we go. There's Mr. Ravi. For some reason it didn't feel out from here, but
I don't think I'd have wasted one
fair
here,
delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision?
Having been given not out, you are up against it, but let's see. We'll see if he nicked it first of all, which he didn't. It's hit above the flap of the pad.
Got to be height, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Umpire's call.
I'll say not out.
Maybe.
Okay, can you give me ultra edge, please?
Feels leg side as well. I'll be surprised if it's given out.
Okay, no bat involved. You can go for ball tracking when ready.
So here we go. The technology will reveal all.
Pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets, umpire's call.
Umpire's call.
So you can stay with your on-field decision of not out. I will let you know when you're on.
It's close, yes. but it's not out, and it is always a bit of a job to overturn a not outer.
Well, I just think with what's to come for South Africa, they've got spinner who play a massive part today. I think you've got to try and be very careful about your reviews. Both teams have been pretty poor reviewing this game, haven't they? It's once the umpire's given it not out, I always believe that unless the ball's hitting the batsman underneath the knee roll, so often we see that the ball's going to go and, if not missed, umpire's call, and that's a poor review by South Africa.
Did look at it. He's always quite leg side balanced too, isn't he? So anyway, what's the review situation now, Andrew?
South Africa got 1 left and England still 2.
Yeah. Okay. 23 for 1. Jennings dismissed to the 11th ball of the day. Cook's on strike now to Vernon Philander, who took that wicket. There's 3 slips. Gully's a bit deeper.
See, they've got short leg out again.
They have.
Keep him in, wouldn't you?
Here's Philander. Bowls to Cook, and it brushes the pad. It'll come for 4. Chased down to the boundary by Quinton de Kock. And the leg by is signalled by the umpire. 27 for 1.
We're just right behind Alistair Cook here, and you can just see, for the left arm spin, you see that rough patch, Aggers, just outside of off stump. It's a perfect area for Maharaj to land into to the left-handers.
Robert Lander has sent me a tweet saying, why do the captains make that T shape? Well, that's the shape, the sign they have to make. Here's Cook playing out to cover. And there's no run. That's the definitive gesture, if you like, that tells the umpire that they want to have a review. Jeffries chuntering is turning up with all his tablets again. It's amazing what keeps you going, or what you need to keep you going, Jeffrey, isn't it? Eh?
Yeah, what kept me going is batted against your bowling more often.
Here we go. Did you have a nice early night last night, Jeffrey? Sounds like you have. You a bit of energy this morning.
Yep.
27 for 1.
I like to be batting.
Here comes Philander, bowls to Cook, who runs that away carefully down into the gully. Morris is the fielder.
Cook's the key man for me. I know Joe Root's batting's fantastic, but it's about, do you have the mental capacity to want to bat all day? Do you have the discipline, the patience, the concentration? It's a different scenario, isn't it?
Yep.
He's done it before.
How many overs did he bat
and
for
in that
Brisbane
Test match? He's done it before, he can do it.
He and Trott, when they held them at bay.
Did you do it in Dubai? You got a big score once, somewhere.
27 for 1. Here's Philander, bowls, and Cook's on the back foot. He's just found the gap there between gully and point. So he'll pick up one more, and balance will come down to face the music. 28 for 1.
Don't you think he's an important man, Cook?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, for morale, for both teams, isn't it? I mean, from South Africa's perspective, if they get him out of the way, you feel the job's much easier.
And also, batting up front, I always knew that against the new ball, it's hardest. We've seen on here, against the new ball, it's the hardest part. And it just settles the dressing room and the middle order and everything, doesn't it? One or two of the openers get in, give you a start.
28 for 1. Philander bowls. Oh, that's going to be out, I fancy. Appeal for leg before wicket. Balance absolutely back on his stumps. Wow.
Oh, how's it give that out?
Dear me, it seemed to keep very low, and it can only be missing leg stump. Now, is du Plessis going to gamble his last review? It must have done a bit. It must have gone down. It must have
seemed. Lads, or not? They're letting it go.
It must have seemed that we couldn't see. And they are going to go for it, but I mean, he was just on the back foot. It seemed to shoot very low.
Pitch outside with it, but it looked straight, didn't it? Yeah. Fairly straight.
Well, it must have moved with him blocking our view.
Can you give me the other side, please?
You would have been up if it were me, wouldn't you?
I think so.
Jumping up and down, doing hoops, and you would have been jumping.
Let's have a look and see what this did. We're behind balance, so let's see if it did come nipping a long way back. Well, a little bit.
Pitch outside, did it?
It might be an umpire's call, leg stumpish, you think? It has come back a little bit. He does play leg side, but he was so far back to a good length ball.
Do you have anything from front on?
He had no business being there, really. I mean, he's missed it by a long way. And it's not edge this, I'm pretty sure. We'll have ultra edge, I suspect, in a minute, but he's missed that.
Okay, clearly no bat. You can go for ball tracking when ready.
So here we go. Did it do too much? Let's see where it's pitched.
Ball tracking coming
it's pitched
up.
in
Pitching
line.
in line.
Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Yeah, it is out.
You need to reverse your
We thought so from here, and balance is out, and he's in a really poor position, I'm afraid.
That looked out. For you and me, we played a bit. We'd always get it right. You know, I said we like crows up here, 140 yard away, but right back on the stumps, the ball keeping low.
I'm sorry. We were rather built that up. We talked about that this morning, and his LBW to ball has kept a bit low, but he's so deep in that crease again.
Should have been forward to that.
28 for 2. Jeffrey, I'll let you ruminate on that, and then Henry Blofeld's coming in.
Well, I always worked on this principle. If, as we've got, the match has gone along, we started yesterday to see the odd low ball, then I'm thinking, well, hang on here, this could get me out. So I get that in-between length, I look to get forward. I don't automatically play forward, but it's the in-between. It's not up, it's not short, there's what we call in-between. And I've said before, if you're playing at somewhere like Perth, Brisbane, that Mitchell Johnson were bowling, all those short bouncy balls, I won't be getting forward there, Henry. You start then, you say, no, I'm staying back here, I'm only coming forward when I have to. So you look at the surface, and I just think, you know, he got the length for this pitch where the odd one's kept low. You have to get forward for them. That's my take on it.
Well, yes, and of course, I mean, you've got to try and guard against the low bound subdue whenever you can. Anyway, Joe Root comes in. He was magnificent in the first innings. England 28 for 2. And to win, they need another 446. And that, of course, seems, it's just out of the question. One day, a total like that will be reached, I dare say, in the fourth innings. I very much doubt it will be today.
Well, two things, Henry. You will get some pitches on a fourth day and fifth day with kind of better surfaces than this. Not that it's bad, but you get some that hardly deteriorate. Yeah. And as the sun beats down over 2 or 3 days, they get drier and easier. And then secondly, I think with respect, you get a better batting side than England. I've said before, there's some wobbly positions, aren't there?
No, there are. Yeah,
so, you know, and you get sides who are a very good batting side on a good surface that's not deteriorated much fourth and fifth day, they have a chance, a much better chance than the England side of now.
Well, Root's going through all his routines, a little bit of sort of jumping up and down outside the leg stump. Now he settles over his bat, and here comes Philander up to the wicket. Pavilion behind him, he bowls. Root forward, hit on the pad.
High.
It was high. And also perhaps a bit of bat there, an edge. And it went away towards the gully, but goodness me, that was a nasty first ball experience for Joe Root. He goes down the wicket, it's the end of the over, has a word with Cook, who at least will be a sympathetic listener, he's not yet scored, Root, and Cook has 16. England 28 for 2 and in all sorts of trouble.
Well, South Africa have done what they wanted to do. Make the new ball, get wickets, and then while the two best bowlers and the ball is new are bowling, they've got England's two best batsmen in. So this is the real game, isn't it? Okay, it's all a game with everybody, but you know, you look at sides and you think, hey, there's the guy in the best touch, there's the other guy who's a crackerjack player and can bat long periods. I'd like a bowl at them when the ball's fairly new, with my two best bowlers a bit fresh.
Well, it's Morkel again. 3 steps to Gully, a backward point mid-off on the offside, and a forward short leg on the other close fielder. He bowls now to Cook outside the off stump. Cook plays no-stroke ball, a fairly full length. A little bit of chai-aching going on out there in the field, but the South Africans really up for it.
They're old manning him a bit, trying to pretend it was ooh, near, ha, ooh, I nearly got you out. Oh dear, there'll be a lot of those this morning. Cook's how many tests he's played, he'll let that go in one ear out the other.
Just like Michael Atherton used to do, didn't he? He was...
let it go around you. You hear it, but it doesn't bother you.
And it's Morkel again. He does that quick circle before starting in. He's up to the wicket, round the wicket, bowls out of Cook. Cook plays it away off his pads, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he does so, and down it goes there to fine leg, and they run the single. And Philander, the fielder down there. So Cook goes along to 17, the total 29 for 2. And Jeffrey, a baby, I don't know, what are you, a sort of baby sympathiser? Someone wrote in, they've had a baby, a child in Oxford a few days ago, and said the only thing that stops the child screaming is listening to your voice.
Well, I better stay on a bit more then.
Well, that's what they said.
I better not move.
That's what they said. They said, could
every mother wants the child not to be crying. They don't get enough sleep, what I've read and seen. You know,
there's a whole new career for you here.
It's come a bit late, Henry, in my life.
When you make some records, people will be buying the boycott sleeping records. Very good stuff. Children all around, the young babies all around the country. Anyway, it's going to be Morkel now. He's over the wicket, bowling to Root. 3 steps and Gully, they go down. Here is Morkel, it's very wide, the off stump. And no batsman in his wildest dreams would have attempted a stroke at that one. It was not a wide, but it was a long way away from the off stump. A good crowd, I mean, for what is a fairly, a fairly one-sided last day. We got quite a lot of people there in the Fox Road stand, and again in the Smith Cooper stand away to our right. Down the Bridgeford Road, the pavilion's quite full, so's the stand to the left of the pavilion. A long time ago it was the ladies' stand, and it became the Cyril Lowater stand. I think now Larwood and Bowles and Morkel. Root is forward, playing that out square on the offside, and it is fielded there by Bavuma from backward point.
Monday's never been a big selling day, except for Lords. London's different, big catchment area, but if you go into the provinces, Leeds, Manchester, Nottingham and that, Monday's not. Thursday, Friday is. They take a day off work specially, don't they? And Friday particularly makes it a long weekend. I've advocated a long time. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4-day tests, longer days, improve the over rate, get on with it.
Here is Morkel again now. He's in now to Root. Root cut forward in the air. He caught that now.
No, didn't carry. What a beautiful leg cutter that was. Goodness gracious, didn't carry, got it on the half volley. Oh, there've been a number of those.
It was a gem, wasn't it?
Beautiful.
Absolute
right
gem.
In that corridor to a new batsman. I don't care how good you are, and Joe Root is really good and in really good nick. And it was a corker. It just left him that no man's land again. He stayed sort of backish, and that's what happens. Even when you're great nick, when you have to start against a good bowler, getting it in that corridor, well, it's difficult to just get your feet perfect every time.
Well, here's Morkel again. That's predatory circle. He's in now. Up to the wicket. He bows that Root. Root leaves that alone gratefully. It was a little bit shorter outside the off stump. Scraping away again towards the slips. The end of another good Morkel over. England are 29 for 2. Jennings was bowled there by Philander for 1, and Balance LBW just a moment ago.
What did you reckon to his dismissal, Henry? I know what I did. What did you reckon to Jennings' dismissal?
No, I thought it was a poor stroke. I mean, he was all over the place. He opened him up. He didn't look...
4 or 5 inches between bat and pag. Could have nearly driven my car through it.
Well, yes, indeed, it was.
You can't
he doesn't look
count
any,
like that.
And he's been playing like that all series so
He's
far.
so
hasn't he?
tall and he stands upright when he plays. He can stand upright in the crease, but when you get to the ball, you've got to bend that front knee so that your head comes over the ball, and you've got to play closer to your pad.
Philander now into Cook. Oh, it's short Cook. It's in the air. It bounces. It was leading edge again. And it went up. It hung in the air, but it dropped just short of the fielder there at mid-off. And goodness me, that was another rather tantalising moment. That's Olivier, I think, there at mid-off. And
he's having a good day,
No.
Alistair. He played that to the onside. It shot off the leading edge towards the extra covered, but short and wide of him.
in fact, I think it was Kuhn, wasn't it? Yes, it was. It was Kuhn. And Olivier, no, I haven't got that right.
Don't matter.
Olivier
He didn't catch
is at
it, did
mid-on.
he?
No,
He didn't
didn't.
catch it, so it don't matter.
But it was very close. And here comes Philander again in bowls. Cook gets into line there, pushes back, and again it's Kuhn who goes across to his left. This from extra cover and Fields. And Kuhn and Olivier almost collide, and they're behind the bowler. And Philander, thick across the shoulders, walking back. He's the man they've got to keep out this morning, although Morkel has bowled pretty well from this end. And that quick leg break he bowled then to Root, my goodness me, that was a beauty. You would have even been pushed to play that, Jeffrey?
I would from other end. I've been watching.
Here is Philander again, running in now. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, Cook is forward. And a tremendous yell from the slips, but he played that all right.
He played that at middle at bat.
I know.
I was saying earlier there'll be lots of oohs and ahs and ums and this, he gets an edge and so forth, plays and misses. But actually he's still there, and he played that right in the meat of the bat, perfectly forward, right with his nose over the ball. He couldn't have played it any better. But he's just they're up for it, and they're trying to old man him a bit, aren't they? And pretend that, you know, he's going to get out if you let it bother you.
Which I don't think Cook will. No, he's been around so long. And it's Philander again into Cook. He's there now. He bowls. Cook goes back, runs this way, wide of third slip. Elgar diving to his left. 4 more runs. And a little bit edgily, but down it went. And 4 runs. Cook goes to 21, and it's now 33-4-2.
Yeah, it's going to be tough against him and Morkel. They're the best 2 bowlers, and new ball in the hand, and there is some streaky shots interspersed with some nice shots, and just got to survive. They had some streaky ones too.
It's the name of the game, isn't it? On this pitch, on the last day, with an attack with its tail up like this.
Stay in, you trust your defence, you trust it, you have to trust it. You can't just go throwing the bat at the ball and expect to get away with it against the new conquer.
And here is Philander again to Cook. Cook plays that away off his pads, another roar from the slips, and it's being chased there by Bavuma out towards the square leg boundary. Sliding stop, it's Maharaj and gets there, throws back in fact with his left hand. And so 2 more runs to Cook. He goes now to 23, and England 35 for 2.
I bet Alistair loves it. They're oohing, they're ahhing, and he's edged 1 or 2 and played 1 or 2 nice shots. He's still there. He's 23 not out. That's what he'll be saying to himself. I'm still here. You haven't got me out. I'm
well,
23.
as you were saying a moment ago, he's the one man in this England side that knows how to bat time, doesn't he?
You have to. In these situations.
And Philander it is. The pavilion glittering behind him in the sun. Up to the wicket now. There he bowls. Cook goes back up on his toes. Forces this down to Kuhn now to his right at extra cover. And there is no run. It is the end of the over. And the score 35-4-2. Cook has 23 and Root not yet off the mark.
I mean, Alistair thinks like me. Look, he'll be saying, if I'm still here at tea, there won't be umming and ahhing and hooing, will there? And they'll be thinking, I might be batting here tomorrow at lunchtime. And that's it. They're at moment on top, took 2 wickets, they're up for it, they've got a new ball, they're bouncy, but the sun's out, they get tired. You just have to hang in there. You have to have the mental strength to say, okay, this is a tough, probably the toughest part of the game. The new ball and best 2 bowlers, but it can only get easier. If I just stay in, it gets easier.
And of course Cook will do everything he can to carry this out. It's awful really if one says he's an old-fashioned player. But in terms of modern cricket, he's someone we know who can bat for a day, bat for 2 days.
But so many openers, Henry. You'll have seen lots more cricket than we used to bat like that, didn't they?
Of course,
Test cricket was different. There wasn't the advent of 2020 and 50 overs.
Yes, that's distorted this game a bit, hasn't it? And here's Morkel in, bowls to Root, short run, Root ducks underneath it, and it goes through to de Kock.
I looked at a lot of scores. I read Wisden and look at it and what have you. And some of the great players like Len Hutton, Dennis Compton, all these playing, they get 230 runs in a day. And the over 8 was better than it is now. And you go, well, these were great. Everybody says they scored quicker. No, they didn't. There were a lot of test matches. Peter May's time. Colin Cowdrey at the best. It's not true.
Well, yes, I mean, indeed, I'm taking your point entirely. Here comes Morkel in, bowls outside the off stump, Root shoulders arms, and through it goes that to de Kock.
That's why I say in many respects, the modern day cricket that's played, a scoring rate of terrible over 8, I know, but so many runs per overs is actually better than when I played and people before me. Just that their defensive technique isn't as good.
What do you see, when I first started watching Test cricket, if England won the toss and were 229 for 3 at the end of the first day, they'd done well.
Done very well, hadn't they?
I know.
And people forget that. They just see so much IPL 2020 around the world. But that's how it used to be played.
And it's Morkel again. He's in to Root, outside the off-stump. Root again, shoulders, arms. Up's a little bit closer to the stumps. And it's good morning to Andrew. How are you, Elfie?
Morning, Henry.
How's the cold?
It hasn't gone away completely. I can't get rid of the sinusy thing, but I'm feeling all right.
Well, you were in the news this morning, being interviewed by the press, I saw earlier.
Well, you have to do these things occasionally, don't you?
Anything for a story.
There you go.
What are you going to tell us?
Well, Dennis Compton in Test cricket, his strike rate, we don't have exact details, but we do have balls faced for most of the innings he played. His strike rate was about 42. Alistair Cook's is 46.
Well, I'm glad you told us, because people today, they don't remember it, a lot of them, and they, you know, they're coloured.
Morkel again, in bowls Root, pitched up, and Root drives that down the ground. It's got to, no, I don't think that's going to go for 4. No, it isn't. It's overtaken by Kuhn, just a few yards from the boundary, and they come back for 3 runs. So Root is off the mark at last. He's got 3, and it is now 36. That's 6 or 8, Andrew. I can't see it. 38 for 2.
There's a lot of coloured imagination of what used to be, isn't there? Rather than just go and look up the facts.
Talking of Dennis Compton, of course, he made his great innings, his biggest innings in Test cricket on this ground, 278 against Pakistan in 54. And they always say when he got to 150, he was trying to get himself out. It took him until he got to 278 to do so.
I don't think Bradman did that.
He never did, certainly not. And Morkel round the wicket in, bowls to Cook outside the off stump. No stroke from Cook, taken again by de Kock. Andrew.
In county games, Bradman did do that occasionally. He got himself out. He'd get his 100 and he'd play a few shots.
You
and
reckon?
Yeah. No, there's a chap called B.J. Wakely who did a study of all of Bradman's innings. Gave details of every chance he gave and all that kind of stuff. And if you read through that, there's quite a lot of innings where county games, obviously.
Not sure I believe that, but I've read books.
Yeah.
I've read books written by him. He says he gave it away 3 times, and he actually says the instances.
Morkel again into Cook, and that was quite close to him, but he was right on top of it, but left his bat out of the way. It went just past the off stump and quite high too, and much higher than the stumps. Through again to de Kock, end of the over, 38 for 2, 3 to Root and 23 to
He didn't give it away at Headingley. He got 300 twice. He liked our pitch.
No, he definitely didn't do it in Test cricket, but tour games and maybe exhibition games and things like that to Australia, which are first-class games. He did it a few times.
Yes, the one he came to Worcester, didn't he? In his first 2 visits to Worcester, the first match of the Australian tour, in 1930 he got 200, in 1934 he got 200, and I think he did again in 1938.
He liked them.
And only got 100, he gave it away and he got 107 or something in 48.
He's getting older. Got to save his energy.
Laddie Outshawn, I think, was the chap who got him. I'm not certain. That may be just in my mind. It seems to stick. But I seem to remember they reading an account of that match when they said that he, played a fairly flippant sort of stroke having got to 3 figures.
He was a rare gem. I'd love to have seen him, bat.
I had the luck, but I was much too young to sort of really know what I was seeing when I was 9, I think, or just No, I was 8+. And I remember I touched a ball that he'd hit over the ropes. We were allowed to sit on the grass in front of the Warner stand, in front of the Allen stand at Lord's in those days.
I liked it when it was like that. Great atmosphere when people sat on the grass.
Lovely, wasn't it? And now we got to change of bowling, and it's Olivier bowling, and that is driven down the far end, and it's going to be being chased down from mid-off, and it's Philander's there after it picks up just short of the ropes, and they get 3 runs. That's another 3 there to Root. He goes to 6. It was well up to him, and Olivier, that's a rather surprised that he's first change. Who thought they might have given Maharaj a bit of a twirl.
Bradman scores against Worcestershire in the 4 games he played. 236, 206, 258 and 107.
So 107, I got that right.
Yeah.
Who was...
He was out to P.F. Jackson, bowled by Jackson.
Was he? Was Outshone playing in that game? He was. Good. And Olivier, Dwayne Olivier from the pavilion end. Tall man, quite thin. Here he comes. He's not unlike Morkel in appearance. Up to the wicket he bowls, and Cook is forward, pushing that down to mid-off solidly. And it is Kuhn now, the fielder, and there is no run. 41 for 2. England need now another 433, which for what would be the most extraordinary victory in the history of Test cricket.
Yeah, it's going to happen one time, but as I said, 2 things. You'll get some 4th and 5th day pitches better than this. Not as this is bad, but much flatter. And you'll get some better batting teams that'll have a better chance of doing that.
And here comes Olivier again outside the option. Cook very nearly drawn into a stroke then. He took his bat away at the very last moment and then walks away to a square leg, a slightly guilty walk, as though he knows he was within just a jot of playing.
I think I'm like you. I think I might have given the left-arm spinner a go at that end, and then Morris at this end. Just see what happens hitting that footholds before the left-hander gets in.
Anyway, it's Dwayne Olivier from the pavilion end. He's coming in now. He's up to the wicket. He bowls Cook. Cook turns his way on the leg side, and he's going to be being chased there out to the mid-wicket boundary, and the ball, I think, is going to win that one. Indeed, it does. And Boomer, the chaser there. Cook has got 4 nice runs. That was on his legs, the sort of stroke that's meat and drink to modern batsmen. And Cook goes along to 27 and is playing with increasing confidence and, dare one say it, authority. Geoffrey Boycott has given way to Graham Smith. Good morning, everything. And things going nicely for you at the moment. You just want to break this one, don't you, this partnership? And it's Olivier again. He's in, he bowls, and Cook, bit of a jump there, plays that back down the pitch on the onside and to the bowler, and in just a moment, in fact at the end of the next ball, Radio 4 long-wave listeners are going to leave us briefly for the ships. And meantime, Root comes down the pitch, gives it a rather exaggerated prod, as if trying to draw the umpire's attention to the fact he thinks Olivier might be running through down the business areas of the pitch. And here comes Olivier again, bending forward. He straightens up, he bowls now. Cook drives nicely down the ground. That's got a look of 4 runs about it. It's being chased down into the far distance. Kuhn is after it, a despairing dive. And Kuhn ball and the boundary rope and everything hit into the advertising boards at the far end. That's gone for 4 runs. It was a nice stroke, a lovely stroke. Cook hitting it back from where it came. 4 runs to him. He goes to 31. And as I say, playing much better now. He's got over that early patch. 49 for 2. And Radio 4 listeners, long-wave listeners, go to now the shipping forecast. And for the rest of our listeners, we continue, and Graham Smith is going to say something bright, witty and intelligent, and I'm going to leave him for Ed Smith.
Yes, strings taken. It's been a riveting first hour, day 4. I think the advantage for England is that Cook and Root are still there. They lost the 2 wickets, not what they would have wanted this morning. They wanted to find a way to get through that new ball unscathed, but I think South Africa would have wanted Cook initially. That would be the man that they would have their target on. He's the guy that can bat time, sort of the concrete that holds the England batting lineup together. In my time, you always sort of focused on those type of batters. If you could knock over the Cook-like players that had the mental strength to bat time, glue partnerships together, and you almost found that the attacking players found themselves in a space of bother, unsure or uncertain about how to progress the game forward.
Afternoon, Graham. I'm sure you're right. Afternoon, everyone. Cook is the man. Obviously, Root is at least as good a player, but I think in this situation, to play an innings like Michael Atherton did against South Africa, memorably in Johannesburg, I think it'll have to be Cook who makes a big contribution. The men to go so far, well, neither looked in top form, to be honest. Gary Balance trapped on the crease, and then earlier before that, Keaton Jennings castled, scoring up a little bit. Since then, well, if you'd said to, it's an amazing thing batting, last night every ball looked like it could get a wicket, and yet batsmen have to keep telling themselves in those situations it will get easier if they can just get through. And I think Cook in the last over in particular, when he clipped one away from Olafir and then punched down the ground off the last ball, it does get easier if you're good enough to get through those torrid spells.
Look, I think Philander, certainly tested techniques, and Balance and Jennings' technique to me has been found wanting for a period of time. I mean, when I watch Jennings, it just doesn't. I find it difficult to watch him play in many ways. He's so stiff, so upright, such a stiff front knee. His head never goes towards the ball. I mean, sometimes I wonder how he even sees the ball when it's full. He's so upright. His bat face, is never sort of angled towards the ground where it's soft. It's always sort of parallel to the bowler. And I think he has to work really hard at being able. I mean, Cook doesn't get a lot of front foot movement, but at least he gets his head at the ball. He's sort of covering that space. And I think South Africa would have felt throughout that Balance and Jennings, they'd have opportunities throughout the day. They'll be focused on trying to break this partnership, trying to get one of these talismen out. It's going to be interesting from a South African perspective also. Morkel and Philander will push hard, and they look good this morning. But Olafir, 12 runs in his first over. Him and Morris didn't really back up the front two very well in the first innings. I know Morris fought back at the end, and maybe he will be better in this innings, because in the first part of the test match, if you were fuller, got it up there, swung it, you were effective. But as the surfaces got drier, maybe that banging in type, which Morris is, that sort of bowler, will be a better play for him.
Yeah, Morris is coming into the attack as you say that, Graham. I think a couple of things. I know you were out there as well, I think, this morning, but I was, and the pitch looked noticeably paler in colour, and that can be an illusion brought about by blue skies and warm sun, but it felt to me like it was less likely to move laterally, but I think as the hot sun bakes on this pitch, it will go more up and down. Morris, who's got a good short ball and can bang the pitch, that could be a real asset for him. He's into his work now, Morris. Past the umpire bowls, and a little bit of shape, and Root is equal to it and defends the ball to extra cover.
I saw England went big roller, which I think is the first time in the game a big roller's been used. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, to me, it's looked like a good batting surface. I mean, the new ball's done a bit with the way it should be, really. It's a new hard ball. It's the joy of being an opening batter. That's your challenge. You do all the hard work for the glory boys at 4, 5 and 6. And I think just watching this morning, that's played well. Bad balls have been able to hit. And you want a wicket that has good balance between bat and ball.
Morris again, short ball, well played by Root. He ducked and swayed a little bit to the leg side. Yeah, I think it's been an excellent test pitch. I don't think there's any doubting that. I think he scores around 300, 350, sort of ideal.
Yeah, and I think du Plessis, looking at his attack, you'd be hoping that Philander and Morkel will be able to open it up. The other one that he'll be hoping to get a real contribution from is Maharaj. You'll be thinking, if I can get 2 or 3 wickets from my spinner, then I'm right in the game. Yeah, so that'll be a key part in the game for him also.
Morris again, bowls wide of the off stump. Interesting that South Africa aren't over-attacking here. Joe Root, I think, is someone who likes to score, and he hates that feeling of being stuck. Doesn't happen to him very often. He's so good. Yeah. Fine leg, deep backward square legs, 2 men back, whether they're for the hook or just sort of keeping Root so he doesn't score boundaries too freely, and then 4 men saving 1, just 2 slips and a gully. So it's by no means a sort of gung-ho field. I think that's a smart move by South Africa.
Yeah, no, we'll talk more after this ball.
Morris got a cruisy run up past the umpire bowls now, and Root is forward in a half drive, and it's parried at extra cover.
Spoke in the first innings about first 20 balls to someone like Joe Root. Big players, you know, you want to create as much pressure on them in that first 20 balls. Get the ball in the right area, but don't allow any freebies. Root is the type of guy that likes to get... South Africa started with a leg stump half volley in the first innings, bangs through mid-wicket, wide short one, cut 4, and he's into his play, isn't he? He's got momentum, he's transferring pressure. After lunch, Morkel bowled a great spell at him, didn't allow him to get away, targeted off stump, suddenly charged at one, out.
Morris again, a little bit of swing, but early in the ball's life and left alone by Root. Yeah, I agree. That said, I think what Joe Root's done very well is I think he latches onto balls that aren't shockers. They're just a little bit loose. Other batsmen early in their innings kind of let go, and I think you used a phrase in that analysis of, you know, transferring the pressure back onto the ball. I think that's what he's done so well. He's been such smooth rhythm, a little bit short, put away, a little bit full, put away. And I think some of the other players at top orders aren't in a position to capitalise on those opportunities. Morris in now, bowls, and they're exactly as we've been talking about. Root on his toes. Bavuma's very quick at point, but he would have had to have gathered and got rid of it in an instant. I think the run was always a safe one.
We all have a nature to us, don't we? And Root would have played this way for a long period of time. You know, he'll have a tempo that he likes to play the game at, and I think Alistair Cook is the one guy that you look. He has the ability to probably, you know, concentrate, bat long periods. You know, go long periods without scoring a run. And you don't feel that a player like Root can do that. Root, Bairstow, Stokes. You don't feel that they players that can, you know, bat for 10, 20 minutes without actually hitting a boundary. Cook is the one guy you feel that, you know, mentally can feel comfortable in that space, be comfortable with who he is. You know, that he doesn't need to do something. So I think South Africa need to be aware of that as much as they, you know, want to have men in catching positions. It's also about playing on people's egos, techniques, you know, making people think in terms of trying to win this game.
Yeah, there's almost an indifference about the scoreboard in Cook's batting, which is probably pretty rare actually in the modern game. Now Root having a look around as he waits for Olafir's second over. There's two men back. The man deep square legs, actually more deep mid-wicket, a long way in front of square, just two slips in the gully, shortish catching point. Olafir in, there's swing, but from a slingy action, always going to be left alone by Root.
Yeah, no, I think du Plessis needs to change his short cover. Don't know if Big Vern's going to hang on to anything sharp there.
That said, his hamstrings haven't seized up yet. The problem yesterday was that they just got a bit tight. And
he's
he couldn't
got
bend over.
Elgard mid-off, Hano Kuhn mid-on, and Tembe at a deep point. I think one of those need to come out. There's a good chance Vern's going to punch one there if it flies at him.
He's in a shortish cover just in front of square. Olafir in now, and Root punches as well, but straight to Bavuma at point. Conserves energy well, Vernon Philander. He stands very still in the field. Now, you see, just watch those last couple of seconds. He's basically hasn't moved from a postage stamp. He knows what he has to do when he has to do it. He's batted very efficiently in this test match, just making a little scratch on the ground, Vernon Philander.
No.
I think he's just happy to have a position that doesn't require walking in. I think he's basically in a catching role.
I'm thinking Vern's thinking, how can I get out of this position?
Are you? Okay, well, you would know.
I need to get myself somewhere quieter.
Olafir in now, whipped away by Root. Beautiful shot. Maharaj will pick up in that slightly odd position given the game situation, but worked out well for South Africa. That's a deep mid-wicket. I think that was just further evidence of what Graham was talking about with adapting fields to slightly negate or keep Root's natural tempo under leash.
Yeah, and I also think it's a bit of, you know, du Plessis knowing that maybe Olafir hasn't quite shown that he's at the same tempo over Philander and Morkel. You know, first innings just looked like the game just came off a level of sort of excellence or intensity. And I'm not saying he won't get there in his career, but he's not quite there now. You know, I think Olafir and Morris to me are good fourth seamers in an attack. Not quite the top three frontline bowlers yet.
Olafir in. Pull shot from Cook is rash, and I think he was a little bit hurried there. I'll see if they put the pace up. 86 miles an hour, brisk. And de Kock was interested, but just avoided the under edge, I think, of Cook's bat. Yeah, there's something I like about Olafir. There's a natural. It doesn't look like he's going to be plain or bowl without movement. He's got a natural away swing shape to right-handers. Tall and slight, in now, and Cook pushes forward, and Olafir fields.
It's saying that Cook's looking to be a lot more positive at the moment. I think his mindset maybe, and to be fair, sometimes you move better when you're in that frame of mind. But a controlled type of positive play.
Andrew, afternoon.
Good afternoon. Alistair Cook, his first 21 balls he faced, he didn't score off, but he's got almost a run of ball since then, 31 of 34.
That's what we were talking about, I think, the comparison between last night to now. Olafir again. Cook drives uppishly. He would have gone to a very close gully, but he's going to get 4 for it. South Africa won't mind shots like that. Cook's shot selection is normally outstanding, but that was played a bit on the up, and there were oohs and ahs from the slip cordon as it flashed away to third man.
You see, I think Gully has been a wasted position in this game where both teams have had him. They've had him in tight because the slip cordon has to be up because Nicks haven't really carried. Gully's sort of come with him, but most of the time Gully's been in play when the batter's really thrown the bat at the ball and it's flown actually left and right. And I think that deeper, almost in the pocket,
Gully slips closer.
Yeah, slips closer, deeper in that pocket. So when the batter gets it, almost that slow nature, he's ahead of himself, and it sort of sprays out square of the wicket, as we saw with Cook there. He has more chance to move and adapt and maybe put in a dive. And I think that sometimes the captain get caught in covering both bases. You want the catcher, but you also want to stop the nick from running for 4. So sometimes you just got to balance it out a little bit.
55 for 2. New over. Morris in bowls. Full ball bowled! Beauty! Crucial wicket. Joe Root goes. Away swinging Yorker leaves off stump absolutely flat to the ground, and with it I think England's chances of saving the game. Joe Root walking off at a snail's pace. It's a beauty from Morris, a fast away swinging Yorker, and Morris has justified his selection in 1 ball.
And that is what Morris will bring. He brings X factor, not consistency, and that is an X factor delivery. Full pace, swing, Root squared up, and the rattle of the off stump would have sent a lot of England fans. Joe Root's got the NZ going on here.
I think we can go beyond rattle. That was a thud into the stump, wasn't it? That was as deep a noise I've heard on a
I think Joe Root's walking off slower than Inzamam ul Haq at the moment.
It was a very good ball to get a top player. And Graham, you said it, Chris Morris has got this X factor. He's a match player. He's a match winner in the short form of cricket, and now he's into his work in tests as well. It was a beauty, fast away swinging Yorker. 3 for 55 England. 419 to win still. Well, that's not going to happen. It's just a question of whether England can cling on and make something of this contest.
Did you pack your bag today, Ed?
Graham, that's a very, very unfair question. Incredibly unfair. And I saw
a few England commentators with their suitcase at breakfast this morning.
Actually,
I'm just wondering if
yes,
you
I
did
did, because it's my son's 4th birthday. So if it happened, and obviously I would never have predicted it, but if it did happen that the game were to come to a premature close, perhaps if England counter-attacked and Johnny Bairstow got 200 off 120, then I'd get the train. With your faith in South Africa, you probably did too.
No, I didn't. Not much to pack. 10 minutes there. Didn't unpack too much. Maybe some laundry from the last 3 or 4 days that I'll take back to London with me.
It's a good ball. We're just watching on slow-mo.
No, you see, and I don't mind that. I mean, Joe Root has been got out by an excellent delivery, and then sometimes as a batter, you sit in the change and you say, listen, I was beaten today. I was there, I was present, I worked hard for my runs, but the bowler was too good for me. And I think that's almost what England need to add a little bit more into their play. And, with Johnny Bairstow walking out, you think it's going to be 100-mile-an-hour cricket here again.
Look, I think it was a terrific ball, that. I think a swinging Yorker, particularly actually when it swings away from you. not going to hit your pad or anything. You've got to hit the ball or else you're dead. And in that instance, Root couldn't. Bairstow's ready. So's Morris. On a high after that wicket. Bowls now. Short ball. Bairstow leaves it. Drops his hands. That one angled in a little bit from Morris. 85 miles an hour. I reckon that ball to Root would get most right-handers most times, actually. So slightly angled in and then swing away. 3 wickets gone in 100 minutes this morning. Jennings balance Root, which leaves Bairstow in now at 5, waiting for Morris. And he gets a full ball, more of a half volley than a Yorker, which Bairstow, first of all, slightly rolled his wrist to mid-on and now practices the dead straight drive just to reinforce good habits.
I think South Africa will use this attack to Bairstow and Moeen Ali. I think they'll use the short ball, push back, and then go for the really full option. I think Moeen Ali looked silly when he got out in the first innings, but I honestly think it's because of the short ball that he's caught in the crease throwing the hands, and I think in particular Morris and Morkel will use this style of attack at those two players.
Morris in again, bowls, short ball, just as Graham predicted. Well, you urge South Africa's, if you like, change bowlers to keep the intensity up and to have a second wave attack. Well, so far they've done just that. The game hasn't become easier and Morris has done his job.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's been good to watch from Morris, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
93 miles an hour is the fastest ball.
And I think this is what he needs to do. He must run in and bowl fast. And you saw in his interview, that's what du Plessis told him. You know, he's got that X factor.
Morris again. Bairstow plays this nicely to mid-on. That was angled in. Still a little bit of movement through the air. You wouldn't say it was swing, just Morris varying his angle, if anything. He's got the attack to back that up with 4 seamers and a spinner.
I think South Africa will think that there's a fear factor with Johnny Bairstow and Moeen Ali that they can prey on that will technically make them play another way. You know, or mentally, sometimes if you are worried about the short ball, you do things because of it. And I think just if I look at the game, I think that's what South Africa have planned here.
2 men back for the hook shot. Bairstow still on naught. Short leg is a bit deeper. Is the bouncer coming this ball? Here's Morris in. Bowls it did, but it was ill-directed and it was an easy leave as it was pushed down leg side by Morris. 55 for 3. Terrific over by Morris. Was that the over which really cracked it open for South Africa? Fast away swinging Yorker to remove England's captain Joe Root. And a thought from Graham, and I'll make way for Aggers.
Yeah, I think it's been, I think that little 10-minute patch is wonderful cricket. We've seen Cook, nice and positive, but I think we've discussed the way that South Africa, what they did really well to Root is their first 20 balls. They made them count. They didn't allow him to get any freebies. They went slightly more defensive and really just built a bit of pressure on England's captain. He likes to get a bit of momentum into his play, and then the Jaffa of a delivery to knock him over.
Yeah.
That would have given them a huge amount of self-belief.
No, he's running in really well, I must say. Working up ahead of pace. 55 for 3. Cook standing firm at the moment. 35 not out. But England lost 3 wickets at the other end. And that's Olivier from the pavilion end. Bowls to Cook. A little squared up. And the ball runs away out to backward point. Lots of oohs and ahs and hands on head and that sort of a thing. But what a turnaround by South Africa, you have to say. I mean, from being hammered at Lords, and they're going to inflict something equally grievous here, probably.
Well, over the last while, this is what we've expected from them. You know, they've performed this way. They won in Australia, they won in New Zealand, they had a good home summer. The Test cricket has come together in the 8-month period or so before the IPL. Post then, they just have looked lost.
Olivier bowls, Cook drives him out through extra cover. Nice shot from Chase there for the man from mid-off. He won't get there. It's a very quick outfield. And Cook's played a number of drives today, and I was saying earlier, when he's driving through mid-off and up through extra cover, that's a good sign as far as Cook's concerned. He's getting a stride in, he's getting his right foot out. Sometimes when he's just sort of squirting it around between point and square leg, he's not quite right. But when he unleashes the drive, you know he's playing well.
And I think this bodes well for the series because there's an intensity in this game that it makes people want to watch. And it's two cracking sides. So South Africa can get over the line here, which it looks like they're going to. You know, this sets up beautifully for
Certainly
the
does.
Oval and Manchester, isn't it?
Can't wait. Olivier bowls and Cook stands up, plays the quick bowler back up the pitch again. Stoops and picks it up. He's still bowling in his sleeveless sweater. Duan Olivier, as we were saying earlier, very tall man, strongly built, jet black hair. Walks rather slowly, ponderously back to his mark. 59 for 3. Cook looks at his bat. Meanwhile, at the other end, Johnny Bairstow's studiously playing some defensive shots, imagining the ball coming down. 59 for 3. Olivier again on his way, bowls, and Cook turns into the leg side, calls Bairstow through for 1, which they complete. Just popped up there though, again they've taken that short leg away. Cook turning it away, therefore knowing even if it went in the air it was safe enough. 60 for 3, he goes to 40 now from 60 balls, and Bairstow's going to face Olivier. So what have we got? We've got a man going out at deep square leg. 3 slips. 3 in the offside, backward point cover. He's coming into drive. I think that's quite a good idea. Bairstow, he'd like to get away with a booming drive, might hit it in the air. So they've got him fairly square, mid off. And as I mentioned, there's 2 men out for the hook shot. Olivier's on his way. It's 2 slips and a gully. Bairstow gets a bouncer. He ducks underneath that. There was one bouncer that Morris bowled to Root. I'm not sure if you were on at the time. It was quick, good bouncer, and Root made just ducking underneath it look so incredibly easy. He just literally dipped his head and that was it. I mean,
Some players have the gift of time, don't they?
Incredible.
Just looks like the game is happening at a slower pace.
It was nothing dramatic, but he just played it beautifully. 60 for 3. Olivier wheels round, crouches rather. Now he's on his way, he's there, and he bowls to Bairstow, who drives and will get 4. Past mid-on, he'd been a bit of a late bursted there to try and field it, but was nowhere really near it. And again, we talk about the outfield, so Bairstow's away with a nice, crisp, straightish on drive. And England are 64 for 3, very much South Africa's session. They virtually all have been in this game.
Yeah, you feel du Plessis might turn to his left-arm spinner. I think the only reason why you would maybe hold off now is that you think about whether the ball would get soft, and that would affect the opportunities with the seam bowling from this side. But I think the Duke is a much more robust ball than, say, the Kookaburra. You can't see reverse swing being a factor today, but I think there certainly is rough for Olivier for Maharaj to work with, and he bowled beautifully in the first innings. Unexpectedly got some key wickets through that middle period, and you thought he was just going to be defensive, hold the game from one end, and du Plessis will be hoping that he can do the same today. 2 or 3 wickets from him really makes the seamer's life a lot easier.
Morris on his way, bowls, and Cook allows that to go by outside the off stump at around about 88 miles an hour. So Morris working up this good hostile head of steam. He's tall, he's lean. I don't know how many overs he's got in him bowling at this sort of pace. It's a little bit quicker than you might expect of him. He's really giving it everything, isn't he? He's running in and just might get 4 or 5 out of him, I suppose. He's into his 3rd now.
Well, there's now half an hour to lunch, so let's say at 4 minutes and over. Give us around 7. Maharaj to bowl a couple of that. You can always bring Morkel back for 1 or 2.
Yeah. In goes Morris, bowls to Cook on that back foot, playing gently into the covers. There's Maharaj, who spins a ball there to Kuhn in the gully, just to show you how I'm here. 64 for 3.
So I guess, what's your England team for the Oval?
Do you know, we're sort of juggling around with it. Isn't it funny how I remember previewing this match, sitting here the day before it, and Radio 5 Live are very engrossed with Wimbledon. They said, what should we talk about? I said, well, there's not much to talk about from England's perspective. Everything's terrific. You know, South Africa, they've got some problems. What are they going to do? You know, they're the ones with the pressure on them, and I went through all of those. There's Morris outside the off stump, and he played one more game, and it's completely changed around.
I think, for me, obviously the top of the order was an issue even post-Lords. When you watch the likes of Jennings and I don't mean to be mean and Bairstow play, when you're in opposition you always will feel you're in the game with them. You know, Cook, Root outstanding in the top 4. You know, so how do you strengthen that area? Because you've got attacking players at 5, 6 and 7, so you can't afford those guys to come in at 3, 4 down for nothing all the time.
No.
So you need someone to take the pressure off Cook and Root in that area. Are those the right people? I think post-Lords that was still a factor.
Morris bowling short, and Cook pulls him out towards the man on the boundary.
Even though England won.
Left.
I think South Africa, for me, will make the one change. Rabada in for Olafia. I think they'll stay with the same mindset and game plan.
That's a very straightforward change, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I think... I can't see them going back to the extra batter because, you know, if they had an outstanding batter that they could turn to, I think they're uncertain about De Bruyne and Duminy and what they will actually contribute, because De Bruyne's new, Dumini's struggled for a period of time, so I think they'll stay with this type of tactic. Rabada back in, but I think England they need to find something at the top of the order, and I think Dawson, you know, I would go an extra batter for Dawson at the Oval.
So they could bring in 2 extra batsmen, but there's also balance for me. It's an issue. In goes Morris, bowls and squares Bairstow. He's going to get 1 there, though, out towards the right-handed point. So anyone can get out. Just
to
the way
summarise before I jump off and let Swanee in his beach shorts and slops come on, I would think about the top of the order. The other option would be Dawson. I would look at either an all-rounder, because the Oval can go flat. It is the Oval. And the Oval can get flat.
Yeah.
So maybe another all-round option, but I think England in the long run are better served with an extra batter in that position.
Yeah. Well, I think we're agreed on that. There's some names being scattered around, and they'll scatter around at lunchtime, because they're having a journalist panel chat at lunch. Not sure who's made the selection yet, but there's bound to be talk then about England's team for the next match. Morris over the wicket, bowls very full. Cook squeezes it out, all runs down to backward point. Was going for that Yorker again that rattled Joe Root's off stump. 66 for 3, the men out. Jennings for 3, Balance for 4, and Root for 8. And England with half an hour to go till lunch on his 4th day. 66 for 3. It's felt that Root and Cook obviously are the absolute key wickets. Cook actually, Graham, is playing rather well. As I mentioned, the drives, and when he plays that off drive and an extra cover drive, I just feel that his feet are moving, he's playing positively.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, the off drive he hit down the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in the next door box, and you said straight away he only plays that shot when he's in good nick, so it bodes well. He had a shaky start last night, shaky start this morning. He got some very good balls actually, but his feet seem to be moving. He's playing straight, so I think the shame about Maharaj has come up. This change of tempo from South Africa. It was a matter of time before this happened, wasn't it?
Could change this, because of course he bowled Bairstow in the first innings, and that'll be fresh in Bairstow's mind. It did turn, squared him up and hit the off stump.
Well, now from a spinner's point of view, the big dismissal, my way of thinking now would be LBW in the second innings, because he's going to look for spin. So I then aim to have the ball going towards middle and off stump, and if it doesn't turn, you hope to just catch the pad before the bat, because he'll be in 2 minds. Where it's very difficult for the batsman now, because he's got to decide, is he going to play for a bit of turn, or is he going to try and get to the pitch?
Here's Maharaj, then he sweeps this, and the cock doesn't take it cleanly, but it's picked up by Bavuma at short leg. So let's run through the field, a slip and a short leg. So 2 around the bat plus the keeper. Mid-on has retreated. He's 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. A thoughtful looking Amla at mid-wicket, arms folded. No one actually back on that sweep on the boundary. Bairstow will get 1 though, clipping out away down to that deepish mid-on. Offside, well, it's actually changed now for Cook, of course, so that's rather irrelevant, but we'll see what they do. They've got some rough there to work on outside Cook's off stump, so a slip coming across to the offside or staying in the leg. It looks like it's coming to the off as a forward short leg. And a man on the drive at short mid-wicket. They do have a man back on the sweep for Cook, because he's sweeping with the spin, so And he plays that shot pretty well. 67 for 3. He's on 41 not out. Waits for the field to settle. Du Plessis doing some minor tinkering at short mid-wicket. And now we're good to go. He's got to bowl over the wicket and aim for that rough outside Cook's off stump. See what happens. Here he comes, Bolston. Cook extends that right pad a long way down the pitch. It was very wide, that one.
Yeah, you know what you're going to get with Cook. He's going to look to get across the offside, the odd sweep shot.
Yeah.
He's not going to use his feet and get out of his crease at all.
Maharaj, Bolston, and that pops up. That's the danger one. I'm surprised he played at that. He pushed at it into the rough and it popped up just wide of Bavuma. If there'd been Morkel there rather than Bavuma, it might have been a chance.
It's a good ball, a bit of drift. I can't believe South Africa have an extra cover in place.
He pushed hard at that. Here he is again, bowling and Cook forward. That runs away. Bavuma's scuttling after it from short leg. They'll get a single. Cook goes to 42. He really went quite hard at that previous one.
It's a strong start from Maharaj, getting good pace on the ball, good drift. Yeah, for the extra cover for the left-hander, Hashim Amla's fielding there at the minute. I'd definitely bring him across to Alistair Cook, who's going to look to get across the ball and have a leg slip or a second short leg behind the square for the one that bounces out of the rough and catches the inside edge.
Bairstow waits, Maharaj bowls to him, it spins past the outside edge. There's a cry there from, well, Maharaj and slip. Now, was that a little edge through to de Kock? I don't know, but Maharaj there was very interested. It spun miles
viciously. Yeah,
that turned.
That was a cracking first over from Maharaj. That would have sent shockwaves and ripples through the England changing room. Alistair Cook was almost forced into driving against the spin. He can't do that. He has to play with the spin from outside his off stump. Johnny Bairstow's in for a hell of a time.
Well, that's a horrible ball, isn't it? I mean, for a man who was bowled by one that pitched around about middle and leg and hit off in the first innings, he's just had that perfect ball to give to an already unsettled batsman. I mean, that pitched leg and missed off and bounced.
Yeah, it was a beauty. I mean, the reason it was so hard to play and the reason he got bowled in the first innings is the pace that Maharaj bowls. He puts a lot of revolutions on the ball, which is unusual these days. We've got two finger spinners in this game, in Moeen Ali and Maharaj. You give it a good rip.
Yeah.
And then we've got Liam Dawson, who is like the norm for this day and age. You barely turn it at all. So when someone's bowling, giving it a good rip, get some dip, very, very hard to face.
68 for 3. We've got Morris moving in round the wicket to bowl to Alistair Cook. It's outside his off stump, and patiently he allows that to go by. 68 for 3. Good crowd in, not a full house, but still you can hear a nice healthy sounding murmur out there from those that are here.
It's a Monday, isn't it?
Yeah, it's half.
To go back to work, haven't
half full, is it? So go that way.
I think a bit more than that. It always looks so nice here at Trent Bridge because every seat is brilliant white, isn't it?
And when the sun shines, it all reflects and dazzles. Absolutely, it'd be a good advert for a washing powder at Trent Bridge. 68 for 3. Then goes Morris past the umpire, bowls to Cook, who stretches forward, plays that to backward point quite firmly. Bavuma is the fielder, so 68 for 3 it is. Nominally 406 more to win. For a little bit of bravado that was being spoken, I think just simply for the benefits of the media. Any remotest possibility of scoring 474
went out of the window 20 minutes ago, didn't it, when Joe Root lost his off stump. To be fair, when Jennings and Balance are out, in all due respect, and having a go at them, but it didn't really change much with those gone.
No. Here's Morris, bowls to Cook, just straightens a little from round the wicket. Cook plays no shot at it, goes for a stroll out into the leg side.
The thing with Jennings and Balance, I mean, they're both obviously very, very fine players. To get here in the first case, and they've been scoring a lot of runs over a few years to get in the team. But whether they're actually up to Test level is one thing. I think they both are up to it on their day, but they're certainly not in nick.
No,
good enough nick to justify a place in the team at the moment. I mean, they both look like walking wickets, which is you can't carry two men in your top three who get out to any ball that moves at all around the off stump is getting them out, and that's a very dangerous position to be in.
Well, the selectors, there's bound to be changes, and, or even
Who's
an
the
extra
next cab
batsman.
off the rank for the batsman? Because I can't believe that
Robson's
Mark's
probably had the best season of them.
Yeah, I can't believe that Stoneman isn't talked about more. I really do rate him.
He was quite close to being here.
I played against him in a championship game here a few years ago. Stuart Broad played in the game, bowled fast in both innings, and I was more impressed with the way Stoneman played him than any other player I've seen in a long time.
68 for 3 as a change of the field. The man coming into a short square leg, but that ball from Morris is outside the off stump, and Cook lets it go by. Well, there are options out there, but
can we give Alex Hales a go? Well, Gary Balance keeps getting another crack, so what about Halesy?
I suspect not, don't you?
Yeah.
It's entertaining. One of the things he played the other day too.
Well, yeah, no, one-day final.
Yeah.
He was here yesterday in the crowd.
Saw him.
He was dressed in his rapper's cap.
Yeah. Just mingling with the crowd, isn't he? 68 for 3. Cook on 42. In goes Morris. Round the wicket, and he bowls to him. He gets a nice ball on the off stump just outside perhaps, and Cook pushes at it. Finds Borkle at mid-off. South Africa sort of settling into a bit of a patient mode here. They'll look to the spinner to cause some problems. Interesting how Johnny Bairstow does play him, to try and attack him, or what's he going to do?
It's a game of two ends now, isn't it?
Yeah.
The seamer will just run up, bowl good areas, and hope the batsman makes a mistake, and then everything is going to, anticipation goes through the roof as soon as the spinner gets the ball in his hand.
You might see
brilliant
more,
start from Maharaj.
More for the quick bowlers, keeping low perhaps as ball gets that little bit softer. In goes Morris, bowls, and Cook plays down to extra cover. More yelps and oohs and ahs there from the slip cordon, but that was played off the middle over Alistair Cook's bat, and it ends the over. 68 for 3, just over 20 minutes to go until lunch. We'll having that journos panel, but any input you want to have, for goodness sake, join in. It's usual email address, tms@bbc.co.uk. More from Graham Swan, and then Charles Daggle's coming. If Andrew's got something to say first, haven't you, Andrew?
I was just looking at the spinners here at Trent Bridge. As Swanee will know as well as anyone, it hasn't been very spinner friendly.
Graveyard.
Last 7 test matches here, the spinners, 25 wickets have come at an average of 64 each before this game. But in this game, so far, 8 wickets to the spinners at 23.75.
I think you can take 3 of those off, though, for Moeen's rabbit pie yesterday when they were just teeing off at the end. We don't take the 4 wickets off him. I think he bowled fairly nicely, but averages don't have to tell the wrong tale sometimes. Right, Charlie.
Hello, Graham. Well, just 20 minutes for these two to survive until lunch. Things haven't gone England's way this morning. As for Alistair Cook, he's batted beautifully. Bairstow trying to stick with him as Maharaj comes in. Flat delivery, whipped away by Bairstow. Into the gap through mid-wicket. Probably got enough on it to go to the boundary.
Absolutely got
enough. So he moves to 10 not out, and England 72 for 3. But I tell you what, just watching in the other room, that Maharaj fizzer past the outside edge of Johnny Bairstow earlier on. It's very difficult to erase those sort of things from the mind when you've got the bat in hand.
Well, I don't want to provide a sweeping statement here, but the South Africans don't know how to captain spin very well, I don't think. Because as soon as that one pitch on the stumps and ripped past off stump, they kept a mid-wicket in, which is crazy.
Maharaj bowls, forward comes Johnny Bairstow. I don't like the long on.
So, no, long on's fine for me, absolutely fine. Because you want him to try and get to the pitch and drive down the ground, then if it bites and turns at all, you nick it straight to slip. That's absolutely fine.
Okay.
But your straight mid-wicket goes into second slip or silly point immediately. Encourage him to try and reach and turn the bat and hit through mid-wicket.
Maharaj bowls, forward comes Bairstow. Lots of yelping and moaning at the stumps whilst ball is turning. So Hashim Amla's at the mid-wicket region. There is a slip, short leg, short extra cover. So plenty of catches.
Personally, if it's me, I'd put long off back and keep long going in.
Maharaj bowls round the wicket. Huge appeal, but it might have just caught an inside edge. It was stunted. He was ready to go. Both barrels there was Maharaj.
Well, like I said, the LBW is a very dangerous dismissal for Johnny Bairstow now because of the way he was bowled in the first innings on the outside edge. The inside edge is the place to attack him this time around.
He's a canny operator as Maharaj. Comes in, bowls flat-ish delivery. Bowling a little bit quicker perhaps than he was in the first innings.
He's bowling a brilliant pace for this pitch.
54.3 miles an hour. He was hovering around about 50 in the first innings,
wasn't he? As quickly as you can to still extract turn from the pitch, I think, in the second innings.
Maharaj approaches, round the wicket he comes with his left arm spin. That's defended by Bairstow, trickling to Bavuma under the helmet at short leg, and it concludes the over. So 72 for 3 England, still a long way behind. 402 runs to win. So just explain that again for any young spin bowler thinking of taking up the art.
So the old English way of thinking, you'll hear this in club cricket, you hear it from your coaches, you always leave your field up, you allow the batsman, let's see him hit one over the top. If you're a young spinner out there, don't listen to it. It's codswallop, it's nonsense. If you know a batsman has an easy get-out shot, an easy release of the pressure shot, you stop that. So if it's a lap slog for a man, you put a deep mid-wicket out. Before he's faced a ball, I'm fine with that. You stop him feeling comfortable that he's got a way to get out of jail against you. Plug that gap, and then you put fielders. Half of your fielders are places you don't want the ball to go, and the other fielders are there to try and goad the batsman into hitting into an area he doesn't want to. And so mid-wicket, if the ball's turning away from the bat, take your mid-wicket away, leave a big gaping open hole.
2 slips in the gully for Morris, who comes round the wicket now, bowls, and that's just dabbed to backward point by Alistair Cook. Not a great deal of feet movement.
But yeah, whenever I bowl, I always knew, especially in the second innings, that as soon as you put fielders back for a new man, people go, oh, I can't believe he's done that, should let him have a go. This is very English. Yeah, all our captains, commentators, especially on television, say it all the time.
I've just said it
all the time.
What's his mid-on doing?
And I always look and say, well, what did spinners do in your era? How did they bowl? Were they aggressive bowlers, or were they negative and with a very poor return? They had very poor returns because they've always been captained that way. They've always been, let the batsman take the pressure off himself, get out of jail, and then he's harder to bowl at.
Morris sets off slightly pigeon-toed round the wicket. He bowls a bouncer. Oh, and that's horrible. And the shouts of catch, and Cook's gone. Oh, it's a brilliant bouncer from Chris Morris. He's inspired this morning in this first session. A bouncer into the shoulder, really, of Alistair Cook. He tried to fend it off. It's just nicked a glove. And Quinton de Kock has taken a wonderful diving catch to his right-hand side. Cook got in no position whatsoever, and he trudges towards the pavilion. And South Africa jubilant. They have England 72 for 4. The most obdurate batsman is walking back towards his teammates in the dressing room. And now it makes you wonder, is it not whether will the match finish today, but what time it will?
I'll tell you what, if you're going to bowl a bouncer at Alistair Cook, he's the best player of the short ball I've ever played with or against Alistair Cook. He's brilliant against it. This was the perfect bouncer. Fast, round the wicket, back at the head, rushed him. It was going to hit him straight on the badge. Very, very unusual for Alistair Cook to be rushed or hurried or even get into any trouble against a short ball. And this has absolutely smashed him on the glove, as all he did was lift his hands to protect his face. It was an instinctive movement. Chris Morris, take a bow. I mean, Graham Smith keeps talking about he's an X-factor bowler. We saw in the first innings he was next to useless. On a day where it was easy to bowl and swing him around, he was rubbish. But today, when you wouldn't expect a seamer to cause much bother, he's 2 for 3 from 4.2 overs, and that is a massive wicket for South Africa.
He's got rid of Cook and Root. England's, well, you would have thought the starters today, the 2 men who would have given England the best chance to at least bat the day. And of course, there's still plenty to come. Stokes and Moeen. It is Ben Stokes who comes to the crease, but Morris is having his day here at Trent Bridge. We'll talk about bowlers with spells, and Stuart Broad is a little bit like that. He's a lot more consistent and he's got more experience, but he has those spells in him when he can just decimate an opposition. Let's not be wrong, Chris Morris here has bowled high pace.
Yes.
He's getting the ball up to 93 miles an hour from the Radcliffe Road end. Maybe the sun on the backs of the South African bowlers is just what they needed.
Yeah. Yes, it's nice. It's warm. It's hot. It's like in the Haarveld.
That's probably exactly what they're saying.
Yes, it's brew.
Now, already Stokes has got a deep mid-wicket. Maybe a little bit of spin philosophy.
He's on him, remember. He's on a pair.
He is Stokes, as Morris sets off past umpire rifle, bowls, and forward comes Ben Stokes tentatively. More moans from behind the stumps. Andrew.
Well, Morris, first 6 overs in the first innings went for 33. Since then, the end of the first innings and this innings, he's taken 5 for 8 in just over 7 overs.
So, what we should say, actually, we were so caught up in the bouncing. There's a very good catch from Quinton de Kock, scurrying away to his right and taking a one-handed diving catch. Again, that's a brilliant bouncer, right at the badge of Alistair Cook. A superb player of short pitch bowling normally, but this just hurried him, and oof, what a ball from Morris.
Round the wicket he comes, does Morris, and Stokes defends. No great foot movement. They're looking for that one that just nips away from round the wicket to the left-hander. didn't see the pace of that, my apologies, but the way the ball's coming out of the hand of Chris Morris at the moment, he's a feisty cricketer. This will be a good tussle. Actually, Ben Stokes and Chris Morris, it's fabulous. I mean, it is great Test cricket.
It's fabulamy, I thought you said. Is that your next new word? You've got the nutmeg and the fabulamy.
Morris just gives the ball a buff on the trouser leg as he turns at the top of his mark. Bright green heels to his shoes as he kicks away, bowls, and forward comes Stokes, much more positively this time, and away to extra cover it goes.
Alistair Cook has still only got 150 in Test cricket here at Trent Bridge. His 17 innings here averages 21.9.
And
is that his highest score, sorry, at Trent Bridge?
His highest
No, he's got a 50, sorry.
He's only 50, yeah.
But it shows you as well, with the way that Cook was looking today, it needed something very special.
Yes.
He was in that mood, occupation, something that he's got a huge amount of concentration. Does
This is a day 4 pitch, remember? Slow day 4 pitch. That is a rapid bounce from Morris around the wicket.
Yeah.
Really surprised and hurried Alistair Cook. I've never seen that happen before.
2 slips the infield come in as a full toss is bowled, and Stokes didn't know a great deal about that. He managed to drive it out to extra cover, but there is no run, and this pace, 90.5 miles an hour. Very well bowled, Chris Morris. 72 for 4, England in the final innings of this game. And he speaks very well, does Chris Morris. I heard his interview after, I think it was day 2, and I think he might want to go into the media after his career concludes, which is not for some time yet, but he does speak very well. Very nice, easy way about him. Slightly different when he's got a ball in his hand.
Is he funny?
Yeah.
Because every time his name comes out, Chris Morris, I just think brass eye.
Yes, indeed. Oh, it's the day today, etc. Andrew.
Well, Alistair Cook's going to have to wait till the next test to go past Alan Border in the test runs list. He's finished his game on 11174 runs, exactly the same as Alan Border. Joint 9th place in the test run scorers list.
Incredible. The age he is as well.
He was a good player, wasn't he, Alan Border? I always grew up, I wanted to get Alan Border out to win the Ashes at Sydney one day. That was my dream.
Maharaj continues, a sweep by Johnny Bairstow, just going to the right-hand side of Vernon Philander, and single taken, little paddle sweep from Bairstow, 73 for 4. I remember the bat he used to have.
The
Duncan
Fernley
Fernley, because he had the AB 5-star,
right.
and Viv had the VR 5-star, which I don't know if you could get in this country, but you saw them on TV and grainy pictures coming back from Australia.
Yeah.
Ashes series over there. What a player he was. Queenslander really changed Australian cricket after 80.
The time I met Alan Border as well. He was the man bowling actually when Mike Gattin played the infamous reverse sweep in the Calcutta 87 Cup final. So Alan Border was one of my all-time heroes. Like a tough, really hard man. And the time I met him was in the Under-19 World Cup. We beat Australia in the semi-final. It turned out to be semi-final because he didn't realise the run rate calculations that we did. And we went and teed off and won.
Here's Maharaj over the wicket, he bowls and shouts of catch as one spits up from that rough, which Ben Stokes is just trying to negate. Ball's fizzing out of that.
And as a result, he had to wear, they had a, I can't use the word, but a something of the day costume that he had to wear. There was like this bright, loud Hawaiian shorts and shirt combo with a hat.
Which I'm sure, did you ever wear?
No, this is the Australian team.
Oh, the Australian team. Here's Maharaj with a slip in place, bowls, and forward comes Stokes, nullifying any turn that's there. Good, again, an interesting field here, Swanee.
It's a much better field.
Short leg, 2 mid-wicket catchers. One just over the right shoulder of short leg, who's a yard in front of square, one 5 yards to his right. Maharaj skips in, bowls, and again yelps, squeals from behind the stumps as one turns, and it just goes off a thinnish inside edge to short leg.
It's good pace from Maharaj. He's getting some drift to outside the off stump. What's very dangerous is the English batsmen are looking to play against the spin of the ball. Ben Stokes, if it's wide of the off stump, should be looking to get across and, if need be, smack it over deep mid wicket for 6. They're changing the field and actually putting a silly point in. Very good move from Captain Faf du Plessis. So they'll have a slip, silly point, short leg, short mid wicket. I'd be very tempted with this turn and the fact that Maharaj has landed it in the rough to put a leg slip in as well. I would take that away from even mid-off.
Well, he's got a deep backward square. That's Morris out there. He's got a short fine leg, or 45 really.
I know he's not going silly point.
Oh,
he's having
going-
2 short legs. He's having a square short leg and a forward short leg.
And he's got 2 men on the boundary edge as well, and the onside. One turns, which Stokes punches off the back foot down the ground, so he pressure relieved on Stokes just a fraction as he gets off the mark and off the pair.
See, this is an area where the batsmen should be asking their bowlers, where wouldn't you want me to try and hit you? So Ben Stokes should be talking to, well, Liam Dawson would be ideal, the left-arm spinner, but it's a bit tricky because Dawson's not the same bowler as Maharaj. But so, right, in this situation, if I'm bowling at a right-hander, where would you not want me to attack you? Where should I put a fielder? Where shouldn't I?
More
They should have done
conventional
that.
here for Johnny Bairstow. Round the wicket goes Maharaj again. Fairly quick delivery, which is defended by Bairstow, and it's the end of the over. 74 for 4. Andrew?
45 minutes of batting before he scored his first run in the match, Ben Stokes.
Most of it spent at the non-striker's end.
That's right. Johnny Bairstow, they faced 5 overs in a row. But
Well, look at the spells here. Morris, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 3. I'll tell you what, you wouldn't bet against Morris starting up at the Radcliffe Road end at the conclusion of lunch. He's had a good spell here. And you just think that if you're the captain, Faf du Plessis, in the lunch period, you probably want to get Vernon first over after lunch, along with Morris, who...
Nonsense.
That's what I'd do.
Nonsense. Your spinner's creating mayhem out there and havoc.
No.
You put a spinner on from one end, he bowls that for the rest of the game. Your seamers rotate from the other. Thanks, lads. You put your Neanderthals on from one end, your thinking bowler from the other.
Can't call spinners Neanderthals. Here comes Morris, bowls full, and Stokes comes forward. He's going to get 4, I reckon, here. The ball's trickling away down to the new stand to our right-hand side. The dive comes in, but the ball hits the foam boundary rope, and Stokes gets his first boundary. 5 not out, and England 78 for 4. Just for a couple of overs. Vernon Philander's been quite good today, Graham.
Vernon Philander's been exceptional. That's why he should bowl from one end. But Maharaj, in the last over, could have got 3 wickets. He had 3 balls spit out the rough, play the inside edge, all around the bat. Everyone's oohing and ahhing. You see, honestly, seam bowlers are so daft. They can't see the game in front of them. I'll put the seamers on. Ooh, it might keep low. Ooh.
We'll agree to disagree, Graham. That's what you want, Philander and Morris. Morris runs away from us. Round the wicket he goes, and that's left alone. Oh, and more yelps, and that was a good delivery. And the seam bowlers causing problems out there, and I bowled 2 of them after lunch.
Yes, it was a good delivery. He's bowling very well. The thing is that when the seamers bowl, Morris is the only one who's really caused problems recently because of his pace. And he's hitting the virgin strip still. It's not really doing anything off the deck. Whereas the spinner into that rough, oh, God blimey, could be a wicket any ball.
It's only because Vernon Philander's not bowling at the moment. He's having a rest.
Bowl well with a new ball. Exactly. So rotate your seamers from one end, from this end, the media centre and the Radcliffe Road end, spinner off from the other.
It must have been a nightmare to captain. Here's Morris bowls a shortish delivery, covered up by Ben Stokes.
Quite the opposite, Charlie.
Defending back up the pitch. In all seriousness, though,
Captain's dream I was.
Yeah,
I always wanted to bowl.
But on that front, interestingly, what Moeen Ali said last night, actually, about not being forceful enough, perhaps, or suggesting that.
And what Pat was trying to drag out of him, saying you've got to be more forceful. Moeen actually gave a brilliant interview. He's saying it's not in my nature. I don't want to do that, and he's absolutely right to stick to that. Pat was trying to get him to go and say, yes, I should go to the skipper. Yes, I do want to bowl more. Nonsense. Be yourself.
But do you think that spinners set their fields, or should set their own fields, if you don't think many of them are...
1,000%, yeah. You're the one who's doing the bowling.
Morris bowls a short delivery, it rises on Stokes, and it just lobs up off the splice of the bat, just shy of the follow-through of Morris. Goodness, every ball really is causing a problem. Paul in Wingrave has emailed. He mentioned that the mention of Chris Morris evokes the thoughts of the day-to-day and brass eye. In fact, that Chris Morris was quite a capable quick bowler while at Stonyhurst College in Lancashire. He modelled his action on an Australian fast bowler of the time, earning himself the nickname Jeff.
There we go.
There you go.
News.
If you've never seen the programme, by the way, fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Here comes Morris again, kicking his heels. Great rhythm bowls on back of a length, and Stokes stands up straight. Bunts it back towards mid-off.
Yeah, you just asked about whether spinners should set their own fields. They absolutely should. I wasn't having to go to South African captains necessarily, but their whole system, because they've not been blessed with spin bowlers through the ages. They're known for batting and fast bowling. So now they've got a spinner here who's bowling well. He shouldn't have a mid-wicket to a right-hander. He should be saying, nonsense, get rid of him immediately. Second slip, please, or catch in position. That is that is stopping me potentially getting a wicket rather than getting me a wicket.
Short legs moved a couple of yards to the right in front of Stokes as the bouncer is attempted. It doesn't really get any height, and it slid down the leg side. Stokes getting the bat out of the way, allowing it to pass through around about chest height, and it goes through to Quinton de Kock. So another over.
I think he's running out of puff a bit, hasn't he, Chris Morris there? I think that could be it for him for lunch.
Maybe. Well, yes, it will be.
Yes.
Because there's
Same
2 minutes.
Take your time.
2
One
minutes.
more over.
2 minutes to lunch here, so that should be just one more over. 78 for 4. The target is now 396 more runs to win. One of the houses over on the Hound Road over there. Is that the Hound Road or the Fox Road?
That's the corner of Hound and Fox Road.
Yes, it is. There it is. There's just over in the distance a South African flag and St George's flag side by side over the balcony edge.
Well, actually, that's
very big, nice houses there.
Yeah, well, a very good friend of mine. He used to live in there, Louise, and her husband Rob. They sold that recently. I didn't realise they'd sold it to a South African supporter.
Round the wicket comes Maharaj as he bowls, and this is defended by Johnny Bairstow. Nice big stride from the Yorkshire batsman. Now he's got
still got that
mid-wicket.
mid-wicket. Still got the mid-wicket in place. I just don't get it. No, mid-off and mid-on when they're deep, they're encouraging the drive.
Yep. Here's Maharaj bowls, and already practically before the ball had been bowled, Bairstow was in forward defensive mode.
So this is the thing that a lot of people mistake. They think if you drop your mid-on and mid-off bat, you're worried about getting over the top. I used to do it to encourage people to try and drive down the ground. If it's not quite there and they try and drive down the ground, they edge it or hit you a catch back as a bowler.
Maharaj skips away inwards, and full delivery is driven. Right to the pitch was Johnny Bairstow. It was full, and it's just squeezed out to Ambler at mid-off. Another single taken, 79 for 4. I have to say, this is really interesting stuff, this from you, in just the wiles of the spinner and how you try and work batsmen out.
It's never as simple as give him one or let him hit you over the top. It's always mind games. What does he not want me to do? What is he trying to do here? MS Dhoni, when I batted, was the best captain I've ever known for doing that.
Over the wicket comes Maharaj and trying to land it in the footmarks. Forward comes Stokes in defence.
It put fielders in positions you've never even heard of. And you think, why has he done that? What does he know that I don't? Or about me, what's he seen in me that I don't? And you genuinely start questioning yourself. Half the time, he didn't know himself. He was just trying to play with your head.
There's a much dirtier looking nature to the pitch than it was at around about 5 to 11. There's follow-through marks.
It is day 4. Needs a bath, doesn't it?
Yeah, much browner and dustier, and Maharaj trying to get something out of them as he bowls, and straight into them he does. And
yeah,
Stokes defends.
He's looking like a walking wicket here because he's going very, very hard. If one just happens to hit the omelette in the right place, it's going to puff up and really balloon to short leg. He needs to sweep, I think.
Last ball before lunch, and Stokes defends, back up the pitch, and these two safely negotiate the tricky 10 or 15 minutes they've had after England have lost 4 wickets this morning. It's been a pretty ordinary session from their point of view. I have to say South Africa have bowled wonderfully well. Vernon Philander up top, Morkel bowled well, but Chris Morris with a stunning spell prior to lunch here from the Radcliffe Road end of 2 for 7, getting rid of the 2 main England batsmen, or the ones that they would have probably earmarked as the toughest to remove. Joe Root going to a quick Yorker which swung away late. Very, very good ball. It was fabulous, and just as good a bouncer to Alistair Cook which climbed, and he tried to fend off the badge on his helmet. So very good catch by Quinton de Kock as well. So England, it has not been their session, Graham Swan, but you have to give a lot of credit to those 2 quick bowlers.
I think of the 2 English wickets, of the 4 English wickets that have fallen, 2 were down to bad batsmanship. being in Jennings and Balance, both getting out to balls that didn't do a great deal, nipped slightly into them of a bowler you expect to nip in. The Root and Cook dismissals were down to exceptionally good quick bowling from Morris. Really good. That's been an exemplary session from South Africa. They're going to win this game now. They deserve to win this game. What we need to see now is either a real counter-attacking effort from Ben Stokes, which I believe is the only way he can go now. If he defends, he looks like getting out. We need to see a real counter-attack just to give England a glimmer of hope for the rest of the series.
No, I'm with you, and the fact is that you might play a big shot, you may get out, but I agree with you in the sense that, he will get as mercilessly criticised if he gets out caught on the edge or whatever it may be. But I agree, he looks more susceptible when he's just prodding forward and giving a catch to short leg keeper, etc.
Bowlers know that what they want, what I always want, when the wicket's in your favour, you want batsmen to just wait for the bad ball, to be timid, to not really go, to not play any shots. They're just waiting to get out then. If they start getting after you, may have to make you think about where you're pitching it rather than how you're getting them out. That's when you can counter-attack. So I would highly encourage all of England's batsmen from here on in to be attacking and play their shots.
Johnny Bairstow, though, however, it is slightly different. Yes, the ball has turned from that sort of the clean area.
One turned lavishly.
But how does he play the left arm spin?
I think, for me, that's the most difficult one to play, because he's got to be really susceptible to the one that comes straight on now. Pitches in the same area as the first innings, but runs straight on. He's guaranteed to play for a little bit of term. If it wraps his pad, he's in a lot of trouble. So, but Johnny's played well so far. He had that one that beat the outside edge. He's looking fairly solid. It's down to him and Stokes, the Ginger Twins. Get out there, even though it's hot. Get your sun cream on. Bat all afternoon.
All right, Graham. Thank you so much. More from Graham Swan later on this afternoon. Well, assuming that England can last that long. Let me just run through the story of the morning. Keaton Jennings was bowled by Philander. I thought a beauty as well. Just enough space between bat and pad for Philander to get the ball to nip back in, and off stump went cartwheeling out of the ground. He went for 3. Gary Balance was LBW to one that kept a little bit low by Philander, but again Balance stuck in the crease, was going really nowhere, and maybe a master of his own downfall there. He was out for 4. And then that spell of Chris Morris, an inspired one. It really was fabulous to watch quick bowling, high-class quick bowling. Joe Root was bowled by Morris, full away-swinging Yorker. He was out for 8. And then Alistair Cook, a vicious, rasping bouncer, which he fended off, and a very well-taken catch behind by Quinton de Kock diving to his right-hand side. Morris, the bowler, again, 42. He made the bowling figures for South Africa. Morne Morkel, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 17. Vernon Philander, 2 for 11 from 7 overs, including 2 maidens. Olafia, just 3 overs. He's been unthreatening, really. 0 for 25 from 3. Morris, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7. And Maharaj, left-arm spinner, 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 9. So that is the match situation. England requiring another 395 more runs to win, but at 79 for 4, it's not very likely. Take you through the lunchtime break. Here's Jonathan Agnew.
Indeed, thank you, Charles. Well, it's a high pace there as well. We saw from Chris Morris. It really was. You know, not if you see Alistair Cook beaten for pace like that. He was miles away from it. Terrific catch too. So, a very good morning for South Africa. Certainly, they're well on their way to levelling the series, and we're going to assemble our first journalist panel of the Test summer, at least. Or we're getting John Etheridge. He'll be here from The Sun. Firdaus Munda is here from Cricinfo, representing South Africa, I suspect. And Dean Wilson from The Mirror. So, well, come on then, Firdaus, since you are representing South Africa here. What a turnaround, isn't it? Extraordinary. I remember sitting up here on the preview day of this match, and I thought, something of suggestions of questions of people to ask me, and over in the studio, and England this. I said, well, England's all right. All the problems of South Africa's, crikey, they got this and that, and the thrashing that they got, and Rabada out, and Du Plessis coming back, and all this sort of stuff, and they go and do this. I mean, it's extraordinary, really, the turnaround, isn't it?
It is. I think it's something we've got used to, actually. You know, South Africa tend to thrive really when things get really bad, and I can just think of Dale Steyn breaking his shoulder in Perth, for example. That really seemed to get them up. It's almost as though they first need something really awful to happen, and then they just rally and play much better. But I also think, you know, the performance we saw at Lord's, the kinds of little bits of luck that went England's way, the dropped catch, that sort of thing, those things have just not happened this time around, and that's made allowed South Africa to really show what they're capable of. So they've had a bit of luck going their way. It's definitely helped that Faf du Plessis is back.
So I was going to ask you that, because he's obviously someone that you've seen, and he does seem to have this sort of galvanising effect on his team, because they respect him.
Definitely, he's definitely got the change room. It's what makes him a much better captain than AB de Villiers, and perhaps will make him as good a captain as Graham Smith. Obviously he'll have a much shorter period of time to lead the side, but he really seems to be able to get them up. I mean, people were saying even when he doesn't score runs, can't he just be in the side as a captain kind of thing?
Right.
And that's the effect that he's had. I don't think it's only been that. I think Vernon Philander's been outstanding through the series.
Yes. Beautifully here. Yeah.
Definitely, and he scored some really valuable runs in both test matches actually. So I think having someone like Vernon there has helped as well. And then also I think just the shock of having Russell Domingo go home. This team desperately wants Russell Domingo to stay on as coach. The chances are he's not going to. And I think they really want to do something that can help him to stay on as coach. I don't think anything they do will necessarily have an effect, but they're trying.
It's just to clear that up, it's sort of an interview procedure now, isn't it? He's applied or reapplied for his job. There are others presumably who are going to be in there, but of course it's got nothing to do with the players, has it?
No, it
the board
doesn't.
that decides.
So the interviews have actually taken place, and the five-man panel who the board have chosen to recommend a candidate will do that on the 21st of July. So that's this next week, really, in a couple of days' time.
It's actually during the series.
It's during the series.
It's bizarre how these things happen.
Yeah, the timing's really bad. I think Cricket South Africa could have handled that a lot better. But, with the schedule the way it is, they need a new coach in place by sort of the start of September, because South Africa play at the end of the month against Bangladesh.
Right.
I suppose you could argue they could maybe play that series without necessarily a permanent coach. But then they play 4 tests against India at home, 4 against Australia, so they need structures in place.
Just one last one for us. Have you seen Chris Morris bowl as quick as this before? I mean, he really ran in this morning, didn't he?
Yeah, look, he's got a lot quicker since coming back from injury. He had a couple of problems towards the start of the year, and he sat out a couple of months towards the end of last year. Since then, I've noticed that he's been a lot quicker. He's also, he spoke about his fitness routine when I remember talking to him sometime in February, actually, and he's shed a few kilos. He's got a lot just leaner and faster as a result of that. So, yeah, this is definitely the quickest I've seen him bowl.
Terrific today. Well, we've got the Sun and the Mirror lined up here now. I'm not sure they're necessarily sympathetic towards England in this match. Let's start with John Etheridge then. Go on. Crikey, I was saying, all the problems of South Africa's on the preview day, weren't they? Couldn't think of anything that could go wrong for England, although there has, to be fair, I think always been that little bit of inspection at the top of the order there. I think there's always been the potential there for that not to work. But even so, what are you made of what's happened to England in the last week?
It's only taken 2 games for Joe Root to learn the harsh realities of being an England cricket captain, but no, it's been a poor performance all round, isn't it? I mean, the batting in the first innings rolled over in 50-odd overs, and although they will say, well, not many of the batsmen got actually to attacking shots, that the whole general feeling was a bit frenetic about the batting. Test matches have been the last 5 days, and you just feel that this kind of prudence and patience doesn't really exist these days amongst the England batsmen. And it's fine when things are going well, but there are occasions when you've got to dig in and consolidate, and if the ball is moving, or as you saw in the winter in Asia, if the ball is turning, attack is not always the best form of defence.
No.
And
there are times watching them where you think they ought to put the old stripy Harlequins caps on and go out and play, because they're sort of champagne cricketers, really, aren't they? I mean, they're blazing the ball all over the place. They're not quite those old Harlequins, but you know what I mean, Dean? I mean, they do go down a blaze of glory when they go down, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and it's thoroughly entertaining. Gets us home a little bit quicker, and
totally frustrating at the same time. Someone said to me out there yesterday on that point, I really enjoyed Lord's Test match. It was great, wasn't it? I said, well, I thought it was rubbish, because the quality of the cricket was just it just wasn't any good.
Well, I think the thing about Test cricket that we all love Test cricket, and we all talk about what makes it such a great game, and fundamentally it's the fact that you can have side by side the champagne flashy stuff, but also there's a great value in the patient and slow build up of pressure and of process and all that sort of stuff. So at the moment, England as a side just has shifted a little bit too much one way, and don't seem to have it's not so much even the ability to go the other way, because we know that obviously Cook can play
Well, it's
that
the
way.
personnel,
And
really, isn't it?
But we also know that Moeen Ali can play that way. Moeen is a great case in point. We spoke to him last night about times when he's come down the pitch and tried to smash it over long off or mid off and got caught, and he kind of laughed a little bit because he said, well, have you learnt your lesson now? If you get a chance tomorrow, you're going to get your head down. And he laughed because he said, well, I'm not going to say I've learnt my lesson, because I might go out there and do it again. Because to him and to the way that these guys play, they feel that if they're in their mind, the best shot to play is down the pitch and take the attack to the bowler, which is how they like to play their cricket, then they've been given the licence and been given the freedom to do so without any recrimination.
I've just always felt as a bowler, though, that's always a very easy option for a batsman to take. It's kind of absolving of responsibility.
But
as a bowler, you need the batsman to make you work, to frustrate you, to make you change your lines, and to really have to battle to get batsmen out.
And I know that there's been a little bit of consternation between the bowlers and the batsmen in this match, understandably so, after the bowlers got England back into the game on the morning of day 2, to effectively see that kind of good work thrown away a little bit with the way that they batted. I know that one or two of the bowlers were less than impressed with that.
We can guess which one, I think. We'd have to work that one out.
But I mean, it's not just the attacking batsmanship. It's serious technical flaws. I mean, as well as South Africa bowled this morning, they bowled brilliantly. I mean, you've got an England opening batsman bowled through a huge gate, Keaton Jennings, and you've got an England number 3. LBW stuck on the crease, and he was out, pretty much out LBW the previous ball as well. I mean, these are serious technical failings, and
But what's interesting is that the second one, Gary Ballance, has come into this in tremendous form. Keaton Jennings hasn't come into it in tremendous form, and he's had a season of playing second division cricket, and you really wonder what sort of preparation he has had for to suddenly get stepped up to this. We saw it with Duckett in the winter, arguably too, didn't we? He scored lots of nice runs against second division bowling, but suddenly you step up against top front spin bowling, and it's a huge leap,
a huge gulf. And people say county cricket is very strong, never been stronger, and the first division is pretty good. But it's not just the ball; it's the whole environment, isn't it? And the scrutiny, and of course, once the pundits and so on start talking about technical flaws in a batsman's game, they become more aware of them and more sort of paranoid about them, and it just gets worse and worse, and you've got to be tough to sort of deal with that.
I am surprised that Ballance has come back despite all these runs for Yorkshire and batted exactly the same way. I mean, we talked about it this morning in the build-up beforehand, saying he's got to get out of that crease. You're playing against Philander in these conditions on a pitch where the ball is keeping a little bit low, he's looking to pitch it up and swing it. Whether you want to or not, actually, you've actually technically got to be batting outside of your crease.
Philander's an unusual bowler these days in international cricket, in as much that 80% of his balls are going to hit the stumps, whereas Broad, for example, 15% of his balls are going to hit the stumps. He just probes away. And if you're an LBW candidate, stuck in the crease bits that balances, you got no chance.
He is something like, Andrew looks it up, I'll try and remember it. You get a lot of stats in here from Andrew. It's something like he's a group of 4 of bowlers who knock over batsmen for single figures, something like that. I mean, really high amongst people like Waka Yunus and Shoaib Akhtar. People would come on, bang, bang, bang. But he, for a different reason, pitching it up and just all nibbling around that off stump. I mean,
he's the best bowler.
We haven't seen much of him for us, really, because he's often been injured against England. But wow, I mean, he's been magnificent.
Look, I think when Vernon was picked at the start of the 2011 summer, actually, he'd actually been in the top 10 first-class wicket takers, if not the top 3, for about 3 summers before that, and just wasn't getting picked. And the thing was, then South Africa were quite obsessed with pace. It was the time of Steyn, Morkel and Ntini, who was at that stage losing pace. And so it was a case of, we don't really want this kind of subtle skill. And then when Gary Kirsten and Alan Donald took over the team management, there was quite a shift in thinking. And Vinnie Barnes, who'd been the previous bowling coach, had recommended Vernon. He'd watched him, he knew him from the Cape. And that was kind of where he got his chance. And then there was the 47 all out at Newlands. And we really could see, it was probably, I hadn't seen much of him before that either, before that test match, and just the way his consistency is magnificent in terms of where he lands the ball, but also his ability, if there's just anything in the wicket, any small thing, to exploit that, that's the bowler you want. I think he's been amazing.
But he played in the first World 2020 in South Africa. in 2007, played for South Africa, and I remember thinking, this is one of the worst international cricketers I've ever seen.
He did look special.
He couldn't bowl, he couldn't bat, he dropped a dolly catch.
He actually came out
What a
to a
transformation.
tri-series against Ireland. I think Ireland and India and South Africa played as well. It was that same year. He was dreadful, and he was dropped shortly after that, and we all thought, like, oh, we'll never see this guy again.
No,
but he's really... And also, I think his batting is just something I really want to mention, because he's working so hard on it, and, you know, he is actually a genuine all-rounder now. I think a Test 100 is probably in sight for him.
So there's lots of names, presumably on your notepad, Dean, presumably, for what England might do between now and the Oval. I mean, there's so many aspects of the balance of England's side that has also looked strange.
They're in a little bit of a bind, actually. I mean,
Yes.
you talked a little bit before about the way in which South Africa looked like they were in all sorts of trouble before this game, and England were moving along quite serenely. Everything had kind of worked at Lord's. Incredibly, not only are they likely to lose this game, but actually going to the Oval, in terms of personnel, it's completely
have to tear the
up
side
in
up,
the air.
and the balance of it probably too.
But actually, what may end up happening, they may end up sticking pretty similar. They may end up making just one change. I think they're going to add Jake Ball to the squad. I believe that he's going to be fit for selection. Chris Wokes is still a little bit away. It looks like Mark Wood might not be able to take the field at the Oval. But in terms of who do you go to change things, nobody's playing any red ball cricket at the moment. It's all T20 cricket, so it's not as though you can pick someone and say, well, he's in terrific form for his county or whatever.
Situation.
So it's actually quite a difficult scenario at the moment to try and make changes. And you've got guys that, you know, whether, you know, you're looking at Liam Dawson or Gary Ballant or Keaton James, whatever, you know, at least these guys are in that environment where they could benefit from being Test match hard, and if you know, even though the results haven't quite gone their way, are you going to get anything better from plucking somebody out who's not been playing any cricket? So I suspect that they will give this side, or pretty much this side, the opportunity to go again at the Oval
to atone,
absolutely, right. and see if they can get a win, because they do have problems in terms of the balance at the moment. You've got to wonder, are they you've got these three all-rounders, 5, 6 and 7, with Johnny Bairstow, Ben Stokes and Moeen Ali, which you'd think is a manna from heaven, is an absolute dream, but it's causing more problems because they don't really know what to do with the extra space that they've created.
Most people would pick a batsman.
And I think what you've got to do is either pick somebody who is a Test quality player in one discipline or the other, either a Test quality batsman or a Test quality bowler, instead of a player I would consider probably just short of both in both suits. In Liam Dawson,
okay. John, you've probably sacked a few, haven't you?
Put them in flower pots or the dunce's hat on them. Yeah,
absolutely. The gallows.
Best guess would be that Dawson is dropped. Stoneman comes into open. Keaton Jennings goes to 3. Balance goes down to 5. That looks Bairstow at 7, which he won't like, and Moeen at 8. So you lose Dawson. I mean, he'll probably be the kind of fool guy for the flaws of the batting, really. Wood's a worry, isn't he? I mean, he hasn't bowled quick in this series, and he hasn't swung it, and that's what he's going to be, the sort of the short, sharp shock bowler, and there's not been that. I mean, he's got this bruised heel, which could have been affecting his pace and so on, but he was disappointing, really. Yes, I thought he didn't swing it and didn't show much pace.
Didn't Chicago? People were shouting at radio saying, "How can these same players still play?" You know, because they just do look. They look like rabbits in headlights. I mean, I think Balance battled pretty well. I think his innings at Lord's actually was a bit better in retrospect than perhaps it looked at the time with Cook. Yeah,
he had a couple of 20s and a 30 in this series. I mean, it depends on Root. I mean, Root pushed hard for him to come back at the side as a sort of captain's pick. If he still maintains faith in Balance, he'll probably play, but he might say Balance should drop to 5, and that means, say, Bairstow at 7, which he probably won't like. But
moving Bairstow to 7 and moving Moeen to 8, there's been a lot of chat about how comfortable each of these players feel in different positions, and Moeen certainly playing as a batsman who bowls a bit is something that he really that's what he considers himself to be, and feels that that's where he's at his best. And so to move him back down to 8, Paul Farbrace has often said if you bat Mo in at 8, he'll bat like a number 8.
He's had a lot of success at 8, and in 2015 Ashes he batted at 8 and scored a lot of important runs.
He scored a few 30s and 40s in quick time in that Ashes in 2015, which did help in a tight series. But he's got his hundreds batting at 7, 5 and 4.
Well, he's had time to score them, basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
and he's capable of scoring them.
Yeah. Let's stay with Moeen, because this whole question, I was taken a bit by surprise by Trevor Bayliss at the end of the Lord's match. I was like, the clocks are ticking, it's going towards the programme. And he first mentioned, the first time I'd heard him talking about Moeen not being the number 1 spinner, and I thought, well, that's a bit of a strange thing to say. But anyway, there we go, and goodbye from us at TMS. And since then, it's sort of become rather obvious, hasn't it, that England are trying at least not to give Moeen himself the impression that he's the number 1 spinner, despite being the highest wicket taker in the English series so far. I mean, what is going on there? Who are they trying to kid?
They're trying to kid Moeen Ali. They're playing mind games with their own player, which is slightly strange.
Utterly bizarre.
You normally play mind games with the opposition, but they're trying to convince Moeen that he's the number 2 spinner, even though he's a better
convince him he's not any good.
Even though he's a better bowler than Dawson, will take more wickets and will bowl more overs. But they're just trying to somehow take the pressure off him, and they've come up with this sort of game plan of just sort of kidding. Oh, don't worry, Moeen, you're a batsman mainly, but number 2 spinner. Don't worry, Dawson's number 1 spinner.
As a bowler,
it's nonsense. Obviously.
When you are thrown the ball to bowl, it makes no difference as to what you're being told you might or might not be on the team. You just go out there and you bowl, and you bowl the same way. You bowl as well as you can, regardless of what people are telling you. Oh, don't worry, you're actually number 2 or something. That doesn't even come into it. So why are they going so publicly and saying that actually this bloke, he's actually not as good a bowler as Dawson? I mean, come on, who are they trying to kid?
Bayliss said to us, well, Moeen's quite a complex man, and they feel. I mean, I think it's nonsense really, but they feel that by somehow taking the pressure off him or being seen to and kidding him effectively, that he'll bowl better. And it kind of seems to be working. He got 10 for in the first test, and he got 4 wickets in the second innings yesterday, didn't he? But it's a strange one to be sort of playing mind games with your own team.
Absolutely, it is.
But the job of a spinner, I suppose traditionally, is that if you get a nice big lead going into the second innings and 4th and 5th day of a pitch, then your spinner is supposed to come on and bowl the opposition out. Now that in itself is a pressure, and I think that they feel that Moeen doesn't respond to that.
Well, he hadn't done it up to Lords when he did it there.
Because he wasn't the number 1 spinner.
Well, what happens at the Oval, if they do this team change that we think, and it might well turn at the Oval,
Joe Root's
number 1. Oh, Alistair Cook will get those leg breaks out again. I mean, for goodness sake. For Dukes, what do you reckon?
Not even South Africa are playing mind games like that, to be honest. I find the whole thing bizarre, actually.
It is bizarre. You build people up, don't you? You say, Moeen, fantastic. Yeah. Come on, there's the ball.
To me, it doesn't make any sense. It's not the kind of thing I could see another team doing necessarily. I mean, why would you do it? And it just seems as though Moeen himself needs to not feel pressure, and that's what they're doing, which doesn't make sense.
Well, that kind of follows on to an email then I can see on my screen from Nick Coley. It says, could you please ask the panel why Trevor Bayliss hasn't had his position queried after England's results over the past 12 months in Test cricket? Selection's been erratic, with the balance of the team upset, with too many bowlers playing and poor quality players at the top of the order. Neither Ballance nor Jennings are good enough, yet Bayliss has picked both for this series. At which players has he picked to have cemented their places in the Test team? While progress has been good in one-day cricket, the Test team has gone backwards. It's time we fell on his sword, finishes Nick. He's very admirable at keeping a low profile, Trevor Bayliss, isn't he?
Trevor Bayliss hardly sees any counter cricket. I mean, he admitted a couple of weeks ago that he's never seen Mark Stoneman bat. Now, Mark Stoneman is a potential England
on the telly.
Even I've seen him bat, actually.
So have I. But I mean, he doesn't pick the team. I mean, Ballance was a Joe Root pick for this series so far, and obviously James Whittaker, the other selectors, Mick Newell, Angus Fraser, and so on, are the main guys who get out and see the players and recommend players. Bayliss wouldn't have had Ballance in the team. Bayliss is not a big fan of Gary Ballance because he's not really made any attempt to change his technique and so on, and iron out the flaws in his game. Root wanted him back. Root's the new captain, man of power. You're never more powerful than before your first game as captain. So Bayliss said, "Okay, we'll have Ballance back." But so I don't think Bayliss has a huge input on selection. But he doesn't know the players. He hasn't seen the players. So his job is to create an environment, I suppose, and create a sort of a sort of positive, relaxed environment around the dressing room, and he's quite good at that. But it is true that England's record in Test cricket is poor recently. Eight defeats last year. It's going to be another defeat here today, or probably today, isn't it? And so, whereas in the one-day game, he's transformed England really from the disaster of the last World Cup. But
and so too is Paul Farbrace.
Yeah,
I mean he needs a lot of credit too, I think.
Yeah, but with aggression and a positive approach. That's the same aggression and positive approach is not working so well in Test cricket. So, he does need to sort of sort a few things out. But I don't think there's any chance of him departing or falling on his sword.
No, or changing perhaps. I mean, you speak to players, Dean, and you speak to a lot of players too, obviously. A lot of sort of scratches. We didn't really say anything. He just sits very quietly. And you say, what's Trevor Bayliss doing? Well, he doesn't actually say anything.
Yeah, it's slightly curious. He's in a very enviable position because normally you'd say, well, you judge someone on their results, but because he's doing so well in white ball cricket, kind of transforming that it kind of gives him a little bit of insulation in terms of the overall job. There's also, as John said, about creating an environment, creating the kind of moods for players to play at their best, which is obviously again worked in one-day cricket. Not so sure about Test cricket. His view as well is that the captain is in charge, not the coach, and so I think we've had very kind of powerful coaches in Andy Flower and Duncan Fletcher, and slightly different as well in Peter Moores, and I think Trevor is kind of different to all of those guys, as you say, much more kind of low-key. One thing I do think that I'm not sure if it will happen while he's coach, but I certainly think that it might not be a bad thing were they to separate the role for white ball and red ball cricket, and actually maybe promote Paul Farbrace in red ball cricket and leave Trevor in charge of the white ball stuff like that. That I wouldn't be at all averse.
Didn't work with Flower and Giles.
It didn't work. It didn't work with Flower and Giles.
Flower kept making all the best players.
Well, exactly. Exactly. But I think because Andrew Strauss is a much more hands-on director of cricket, who's attends selection meetings, who's really driving.
Quite a good mediator too, isn't he?
He's a good mediator, but he's really driving the whole cricket strategy forward. We've seen recently with the change in scouting personnel, the people looking at the pathway and all that sort of stuff, which has all been driven by Andrew Strauss. I could see actually having kind of two separate, a test coach and a one-day coach actually working reasonably well with this personnel.
If you're just joining us, we've got about another 10 minutes of chat perhaps here at Trent Bridge. England are in a mess, 79 for 4, with Cook, Jennings, Balance and Root all dismissed, with only Cook making double figures. Rather good 42 actually, he played nicely, but they're on the rack, and so we've assembled some journos who we've got Johnny through from The Sun, we've got Firdaus Bunda from Cricket Info, we've got Dean Wilson from The Mirror, just to chat over what's been happening over the last while, and including Lords as well. We didn't really have one of those then. Let's talk about Joe Root, shall we, because there he was at Lords, possibly the easiest opening test match anyone could have as captain. This is rather nice. I mean, I'm not suggesting he did say it's all nice and easy. And now he's well and truly on the roller coaster, isn't he? Because this has been the other way. What do we expect? And how do you expect Root to handle things? Should England lose today? How are you expecting him to front up?
Well, I think he'll be honest. I think he'll be honest about England's many shortcomings in this game. Lords, he was dropped twice before he reached double figures, made 190. England won. It was fantastic, wasn't it? Here, he batted beautifully in the first innings, but a kind of an annoying dismissal, really. He's been out, caught slip or by the wicketkeeper, went inside of 100 at least 10 times, you'd think. So, although he batted beautifully, he really should have gone on. But I think we got a good one here in the second innings. The kind of away swinging Yorker, but. He's got no option other than to be honest about England's shortcomings, and I think it will be interesting to see what they do as far as the selection is concerned for the next test. But he's not a selector, he'll bound to have some input. What will he decide about his mate Gary Balance? Will he still support him? Will he look to change the opening pair? We've got Hamid of Lancashire, who most people would have expected to play this summer, but he's hardly got a run for Lancashire, so he's kind of waiting in the wings, waiting to rediscover his form. Stoneman of Surrey now in great nick. Alex Stewart says is top player, so he'll push him if asked. And David Milan as well of Middlesex, who impressed in the 2020 game, hasn't scored many runs since actually for Middlesex, and they're now into white ball mode. So there's a few options, but it'll be interesting to see what Root does. But I expect him at the press conference, if it's this evening or tomorrow, to be open and honest about England's failings.
Yes, Dean, you're expecting much the same?
Yes, I think that the realisation that perhaps the Test side, I know he's been a part of it and he's been vice captain, but actually, the pressure of making decisions and thinking, what else could I have done as captain to have changed things? I don't think there is too much that he could have done. Actually, it's down to kind of personal responsibility. How is he going to get it into this group of players, the batsmen in particular, that to take a bit more personal responsibility, put a higher price on their wicket. England have chopped and changed quite a bit with various top order players. We've had numerous numbers of openers over the last 2 or 3 years. People are already questioning Keaton Jennings. Yes, it looked like a bad dismissal there, but this is also a guy who scored, I think, 700s in the first division last year, up at Durham. He scored 100 on debut.
Dropped on naught.
Admittedly dropped on naught, yes, but went on to get 100. So there is a very clear reason why he's in the team. And ultimately, this is now Joe's team. You get the sense that, Cook's side, which kind of still had Trott and Swan and so some of these other older players, this now is Joe's team. This is Joe's generation. These are the guys that he should be able to relate to and relate with best. He should be the guy who is able to get the best out of them, and they're not kids. They've all played a few games now, 20, 30 Test matches, so they should know how to play this game, and it's now about him actually getting the best out of them, and that's how we'll judge him as whether or not he's a decent captain or not.
Jack Pearson says, can somebody on the panel at TMS tell me if there would be a better selection for the next Test than this right now? So here we go. He's got Cook and Stoneman opening. He's got Root back up at number 3 with Malan at 4, Bairstow 5, Stokes 6, then Moeen, Wokes if fit, which he isn't, Broad, Anderson, and he's got Roland Jones in down there, although you think that Ball's coming back, don't you? So any thoughts on that? There's a few shot players again in there.
He was dropping about 3 or 4 players, wasn't he? Yeah, I mean, yes. It's not far away from the sort of thing they have in mind. I mean, Wokes is a loss, isn't he? Because
yes,
but he won't see him until the West Indies Test series.
Last thought on Root. He must be in with this Moeen thing because he's actually employing it. I mean, he's the one who's not bringing him on.
It's something that he and Bayliss have conjured up together. Kid Moeen in number 3. No, it might be a number 5 spinner by the end of the summer.
I've just trying to. I've only got a couple of minutes left to try and work out exactly what this is. I mean, you haven't enlightened me, John. You made me more complicated
I think
for
everyone's
me.
like him, but it's just a chance, to sort of take the pressure off Moeen by kidding him that he's not
very good.
The main spinner on whom the whole team relies.
I'm telling him, Moeen, you can't bowl. Let's telling him. Get it absolutely clear. I don't know. I can't get my head around that. Now, Firdous, you're roaring off down to Bristol tomorrow because
hopefully, yeah.
England, South Africa. Yes, well, you might well be.
Me too, if it's over.
Excellent. Yes, well, it's good game. World Cup so far been a big success. Do you think? I've been listening to it on the radio. What I've liked hearing are crowds supporting it like in a proper way. It hasn't been sort of genteel applause and sort of like encouragement.
Yeah, exactly. I've only been to 2 of South
being handed out,
games.
people fumbling and that sort of stuff, and it's been like a proper crowd watching proper cricket. It
I
just seems
think
that
it's
they've
been
moved on a bit.
And good that they've moved it to some of the venues that maybe don't often see international cricket, so I think that's been really nice. And there have been some great performances. I mean, I remember the first couple of games, we've got the feeling like maybe this is just going to meander along, similar to the Champions Trophy actually. But we've seen some really amazing things happen. South Africa bowling the West Indies out for 48, and England putting on 374, I think it was, against South Africa. So we've had some really good performances, records being broken. Trish Chetty, the South African wicketkeeper, has become the woman with the most dismissals in ODI history. The 2 Indian players, the top wicket taker and the top run scorer. So there's been a lot to be interested in. I think unfortunate. I think that it's clashed with this Test series. Actually, I would have scheduled it differently.
Although, funnily enough, and I'm relying on memory here, but I think I'm right in saying that. As Lords was coming to a climax the other day, 250,000 were listening online to the women's match.
That's fantastic.
Which is going on at the same time. England-Australia, wasn't it, from memory? So, I mean, that suggests that actually it really is advancing. It's attracting a proper following.
Absolutely. This Women's World Cup was always going to be a bit of a watershed moment for the game. Those who have played it and watched it and administered it, and really identified that this was a chance for the women's game to take the next positive step, in the same way I think that women football did with their last World Cup, and obviously when England won the Women's Rugby World Cup, that all these sports are moving at a pace, into the mainstream, and great that England, who have had some personnel changes over the last sort of year or so, but have really hit their straps in this World Cup.
After losing the first game too.
After losing the first game. Nat Siver and Tammy Beaumont, Heather Knight scoring all these runs and playing shots that are wowing the crowd. So,
do you like the Siver shot? We're quite pleased there, aren't we?
The Natmeg. I think in Victorian times it's called the draw, wasn't it? It's the same shot.
As they're flicking it through. Totally deliberate, amazing shot actually.
Yeah.
It's been a fantastic tournament that is coming to a climax with the best teams, and that's what you want. It's all about the contest, really. That battle between one side and the other, and I think we've probably got the four best teams now.
And it has gone. I remember I was there in 1993 for the final, England against New Zealand. They were wearing skirts. And it was
1993. They were wearing skirts.
Barely nobody there.
I cover that game. Joe Chamberlain.
That's right.
The Ian Botham of women's cricket. I'd probably described it.
And I had to commentate at the end with John Major, the Prime Minister, sitting beside me. He wanted somewhere quiet to sit, and who loved women's cricket. And they came to me live to commentate. I'm thinking, oh no, I don't know any of these players. as swipe out the deep, and the one person wearing a white sweatband on her wrist. The one on the field ran around to take the catch was Janet Britton. I thought, I've loved her ever since. Well done, Janet Britton. But there were, 4,000 people there. It's going to be probably a sellout at Lord's this weekend. So, it's good news, isn't it? I mean, there's been a big investment in women's cricket.
Yeah.
A big, very big investment. A lot of people will be very cynical about it.
The standard has improved significantly in the last 2 or 3 years, and I can see it improving quite rapidly because it's now a genuine career option. I mean, the problem with women's cricket has always been that the best female athletes don't play cricket. They play tennis or hockey or track and field or netball or whatever it is. But now we've got, the likes of Nat Siver, who's a good athlete and could excel in any number of sports, I'm sure. She's playing cricket, and more play cricket. It's played, quick cricket is played by girls in schools at a young age. You've obviously got the exposure of this Women's World Cup. So I can see the standard improving quite rapidly.
Yeah, and South Africa's women's cricket really has developed, hasn't
Massive.
it?
I mean, since professionalisation, they got a big sponsorship 3 or 4 years ago, and they've now been able to contract 14 players, and it's really changed their lives. I mean, players don't now have to work and try and play cricket at the same time, and obviously that's going to make a massive difference.
Yeah.
So
just another example of the sort of money, the resources that actually is going into the women's game.
Their aim was to reach the semi-final, so they've done that, and now...
That's as far as they'll go, Phyllis.
I don't know. You can't. The men and the women can't be the same in major
tournaments. It'll all end tomorrow, but there you go.
Can't have a new story.
We shall see. Thanks for coming in to see us, and also John Etheridge and Dean Wilson as well. Thanks for entertaining us during the course of that lunch break. There's commentary on both semi-finals. That's Tuesday and Thursday, and also the final, of course, on Test Match Special with in-play video clips online as well. There we are, the umpires walking out into the sunshine. It's a glorious afternoon, it really is. Not so glorious when you look at that scoreboard, though, with England requiring 395 more runs to win the game. They've already lost 4 wickets this morning, and their challenge is to make sure that they don't lose this match today. But South Africa, I'm sure, will be pretty confident that they're going to level the series sometime between now and the close of play. Henry Blofeld is going to get us underway with commentary.
Thank you very much, Aggers, and Michael Vaughan is alongside me. Well, Michael, what can we say? I mean, we've lost both of the wickets. I mean, if England had any chance of taking this fight into the last day, Cook and or Root, and preferably both, had to play long innings, and both have gone. And it's really, one feels that it can only be a question of time now.
Well, you feel so. I mean, for England to have any chance, you felt that probably had to be knocked down at lunchtime today and just gather confidence through to the dressing room. But South Africa were outstanding. That opening session, Philander getting the ball, nibbling around, Morkel hitting the pitch hard. I think Chris Morris is a wonderful cricketer. You know, how he didn't play in the first test, I'll never know. But he's added a little bit of fire to this South African attack. He bowled an absolute peach to get rid of Joe Root, and then another peach to get rid of Alistair Cook, the two key men for England. I've never seen Alistair Cook get out in that fashion. You know, really done for pace, short, sharp. Seen him get out to the pull shot a few times, but certainly not bounced out like that. And it was just down to the quality of Morris, and clearly at 79 for 4, Morkel into the attack. You know, he hasn't bowled to a right-hander in this, and we saw Stokes yesterday get the ball to keep a little bit low, didn't we, from this end, and I think that's what Morné Morkel will be hoping for. But full credit to South Africa, and England, well, they're having a naughty week, aren't they?
Well, they certainly are. And the sad thing is it's come so swiftly after they had a really good week at Lord's. And this does seem to be the habit of England at the moment. They win the first test in the series and then fall in a heap immediately after.
I think there's 2 of every one of them.
Well, it's going to be Morkel to Bairstow. We got 2 slips, gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a deep square. Morkel bowls, Bairstow plays from the crease, and there's a sort of stifled appeal. There's a lot of bat in that, and it's picked up there on the leg side by Kuhn.
Yeah, again though, it's just an extra bit of zip off the surface from Morné Morkel. Good length. He's been really good in this Test match. Just getting the ball to kiss off the surface.
Well, we're going to get the short ones, the 2 men back for the hook. We've got the fine leg and the deep square leg there. And here comes Morkel again, kicking up his heels as he goes. He's there, he bowls. Oh, Bairstow goes to play that from the crease. That kept, I thought, a bit lower than he anticipated. And it goes way off the pad into the gully. And it's Bavuma, the fielder.
Yeah, 87 miles an hour from Morkel. And they're going to target the stumps. Got a split field, 5-4, 5 on the offside, 4 on the onside, mid-on, a orthodox square leg, and then 2 back, wideish fine leg and a deep backward square leg, 2 slips of gully, cover point and a mid-off. Mid-off and mid-on are quite straight, so he's certainly going to try and target the stumps.
And here's Morkel again, bows. That's attempt to turn it round the corner there by Bairstow. De Kock goes across, and more yells from the close fielders. Well taken by De Kock. He's had a very good match. You haven't really noticed him, have you? I mean, he's done everything that was asked of him.
No, I've not mentioned De Kock much. He's just an efficient performer behind the stumps, isn't he? That was a tremendous catch to get rid of Alistair Cook.
It was,
yes. Right. Very similar to Johnny Bairstow to get rid of Faf du Plessis in the first innings, but Bairstow was flying to his left.
And it's Morkel again in bows to Bairstow. Bairstow plays that from the crease, running the ball out on the offside, and it's fielded there by Bavuma at backward point. Again, there's such a roar going on there from the slips who keep thinking a wicket's going to fall every ball, or is falling every ball. They're making a great noise.
Well, this is a real challenge for, you can sense from Bairstow's mannerisms that he's trying to think about attacking, because that's his natural way of playing. And he's also now going, well, I've got to just defend. I can't be out playing the big stroke.
Morkel ready at him. He's in again now. He bowls and Bairstow. Oh, he pulls away from a short one and almost overbalances. And through it goes there to De Kock. Well, let's look at the ground. Trent Bridge looking a picture. Lovely day, perfect day, blue sky everywhere. A bit of a haze in the distance, but that enormous cherry picker behind the...
I don't think the cherry picker's quite as high as yesterday, Henry. Would you agree? I think he can go a bit higher.
He probably can. He doesn't make me feel quite so unwell as he did yesterday. And the stands, really, considering the state of the game, are not as sparsely populated as they might be. We've got really quite a reasonable fourth-day crowd in this situation. Here is Morkel again, in both to Bairstow. Bairstow comes forward and gets 4 runs. Plays that beautifully wide of mid-on, and that is going for 4. And that was a fine stroke. And he was itching to do that and make Johnny Bairstow feel a little bit better. 83 for 4, and he goes along to 16.
Well, I like that play, Henry, a lot, because the over's been a good one from Morkel. Bairstow's got out of the way of that short ball. He's defending a couple on and around off stump. Morkel, desperate for wickets, is attacking the stumps, and he just strays, and that's what Test match cricket is, isn't it? You make the bowler come to you, and then just use the pace and work it on the onside. It was beautiful batting.
Yes, and Bairstow, of course, is a wonderful stroke maker.
I think I'd be tempted here. Maharaj is going to bowl to Ben Stokes, and as I was saying before lunch, Faf du Plessis got himself at short mid-wicket. 2 short legs, a slip, backward point and a mid-off, so a huge gap on the offside, but mid-on right on the boundary. I think I'd be saying to Ben Stokes, right, I'm going to give you a couple, so I'd bring mid-on onto the one or hover him, just say to Ben Stokes, you've got the option if you want to go down the town, go down the wicket and try and smack it over my head.
Yes, and one might easily go vertical. Maharaj then bowling over the wicket from the pavilion end, slip, 2 short legs and a short mid-wicket. And here comes Maharaj, very long in the leg. He's up to the wicket now, he bowls, and Stokes is forward, just pushing that one out a yard or 2 on the offside, and it's Cock who goes after it, and then backhands it there to Elgaard's slip. People coming back almost in queues into the Fox Road stand there, climbing the steps, having had their lunch, and Maharaj bowls again, gives that one out. Stokes just pushes into the covers and goes for an easy single just to the right there of Morris at mid-off. So 84 for 4. Stokes has now got 6, and the field changes round for the right-handed Bairstow. We've got a slip, backward point, short extra cover, cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, forward short leg, and a deep backward square. Morkel away there to our left, and in the sun hat. There are quite a lot of South Africans wearing sun hats this afternoon, 4 of them. Now, here comes Maharaj, round the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow, down the wicket driving, and that's going to be caught. He's gone, he held out at deepish mid-on, and that really was the sucker punch. He came down the wicket, hit it quite well, but straight, I think that was Morris there who took the catch, and straight into his hands. And that was a very, very disappointing end to what had seemed to be quite a promising innings. 84 for 5 England, and, well, this really is gloomy.
Well, I can't believe I've just seen that. Why? Exactly why I'd have mid-on and mid-off in the circle against this England side, because it doesn't matter what the situation is, batting out for a draw, trying to save the test match, you just know they're going to go for it. You just dangle the carrot. Dangle the carrot, you know they're going to go for it. Absolutely dumb batting.
Well, it's just a question now whether it's over before tea or not, I fear.
Well, what is the thought process in there, in the situation of the game? What are you thinking about? Right, you get one away, it goes for 4 and 6, and then what's it really? You've just got about a long period of time, wear them down.
Well, it's Moeen Ali coming out to a little bit of a round of applause. The crowd have got a chair at something, and...
well, you'd dangle the carrot, wouldn't you, to Moeen Ali? You know that he'll try and play a shot or 2 and just keep mid-on and mid-off and just keep bowling into that rough and say, go on, then try and play a few shots.
You remember how he got out in Madras, in Chennai, caught by Ashwin, didn't he, halfway back at mid-off? I think he was using his feet to Jadeja, as I remember it that day.
Absolutely, yeah. I think he's done it on a few occasions, to be fair. Henry, it's just against everything of this England batting lineup. The natural thought process, attack. Well, this is all against what you're meant to do. It's this is mental toughness. Actually, it's mental toughness trying to do something that you necessarily don't want to do. It's against your grain. It's in an ideal world you want to go out hitting the ball, don't you? Hitting the ball, 4s and the 6s. Well, this isn't that situation. Can you test yourselves mentally to do something that's not your first natural thought?
Well, it's not only not your first natural thought, but it's not your experience, is it? Because today there is so much one-day cricket, they don't really...
I think that's a soft excuse.
I know you do.
Yeah, I do. I mean, they're good players. They've played innings before that have kind of been over a long period of time. They don't always dance down. But every time they're under pressure, they just seem to flap.
Well, we can go on with this one because, anyway, here's Maharaj, over the wicket, in now, bowls to Moeen. Moeen is forward, playing no stroke. Turns into him, but it was started wide enough for the off-stump to Cock took it.
Hashim Amla is a wonderful player. He's one of the best players in the IPL this year. He has a manner of playing different ways.
And it's Maharaj again, and Moeen is forward, turns around quickly. That one he felt might have been running back towards the stumps. It wasn't. It was trickling on the leg side, and it was Bavuma at short leg who nipped in and picked up. Maharaj walking back quite slowly, I say very long in the leg. He's Very sylph-like figure in bowls, and Moeen plays that from the crease, turning it round the corner to short fine leg, and there is no run there. It is the end of the over, and Johnny Bairstow has fallen in it to really an appallingly thought-out shot. One can only say 84 for 5 the score now. Moeen Ali not yet off the mark, and Stokes the other end has 6.
Oh, you've got to question what's being said, because that's just after lunch. I'm pretty sure the message wouldn't have been, look, if you get the chance to take Maharaj down, take him. Surely the message would be just try and grind them down. That's not negative, by the way. That's just normal Test match cricket. It's not, not even being negative. It's just the way the game's played. You've got to try and grind the opposition down when you're under a bit of pressure.
This is the extraordinary thing, that you're talking about normal Test cricket as though it is the exception rather than the rule.
And I just feel from this England team that as soon as they're under pressure, they feel the best way to get out of it is to try and crack a few to the boundary. Just bat a bit of time.
I mean, the only man who can guarantee, well, in a moment, because it's Morkel now, round the wicket, he's in, he bowls Stokes. Stokes is forward, and he actually bends down, picks it up from the crease, throws it sideways to Bavuma coming in from cover, and there's no run. I mean, Cook is the only man who we know can bat for 2 days, and Cook is the oldest, the most experienced, and learned his game in an age when Test cricket was Test cricket, or much more Test cricket than it appears to be now.
Yeah, absolutely. But I've seen a lot of the players who are getting out in silly fashion. They've batted a long period of time as well. They've played attrition league. I remember Moeen Ali batting the whole day against Sri Lanka at Headingley a few years ago.
And it's Morkel again into Stokes. Stokes turns out, or tries to turn it round the corner, and he's picked up at square leg, and there is no run there.
Well, Henry, they've batted just over 80 overs in this Test match, and they've lost 15 wickets.
And when you analyse how they've lost the wickets, that is also depressing,
There's been a few good balls. Yeah, there has. There's been some
certainly.
good cherries. There has. The first innings with 3 or 4 good balls, but it was more their mindset of the whole of those 50 overs in the first innings, which I just didn't get. I didn't understand.
And here's Morkel again, round the wicket. He's in, he bowls, and Stokes, in fact, looks as if he's going to unwind a big shot at that, but in the end, he saw it was short, it was outside the off stump, he couldn't have controlled it, and wisely, he took his bat out of the way.
Yeah, the art of Test match batting, one-day batting is all about aggression, striking. The art of Test match batting is all about finding a tempo. Tempo of being able to stay out there for a while, occupying the crease, but still ticking the scoreboard over. Understanding which shots are on, which on. It's a long game because you can actually nullify which are the real high-risk shots, can't you? And just say, right, I'll just nullify those for the short while.
Morkel again, he's in, oh my goodness me, that was a nasty short one. He got up at Stokes, he fended it away, fell over, and I don't know, did that go off his bat onto the grid of his helmet? It may have done.
Oh, this is brutal. This is short, sharp, steep bounce, hits the glove right in front of the face, and he actually does well, Ben Stokes. I don't know if he knew much about it, but the ball goes straight down into the ground. It could easily have just ballooned up to gully.
Indeed.
Oh, that's a quick delivery. What was it, about 88 miles an hour?
It was a fierce one, and here's Morkel again, this predatory circle of his at the start of his run. He's in now, he's round the wicket, he's there, he bowls Stokes, pitches that one up, good thinking, and he's driven there on the offside, brilliantly fielded at mid-on, and there is no run. That was Kuhn who fielded that there, and tremendous over, diving full out at mid-off, saving 4 certain runs. Well, so everything going South Africa's way, and it's very good to see their cricket, the way they pick themselves up after that Lord's Test. All credit to them. Here's Morkel again, short, and Stokes goes back almost apprehensively then. You could see him thinking, well, is this one going to do what the previous one did to him?
Well, you know, respect to Ben Stokes. He's battling in there, he's fighting, he's one of the players in the England side that he wants to strike it, doesn't he? He wants to think about scoring the boundaries. Well, at the minute you can sense that he's just thinking, well, I'm going to try and grind this, I'm going to try and fight. Saw Dean Elgar yesterday, didn't we? He wasn't at his best, but he's more suited to that style of play, but he ground a nice 80 out. We haven't seen enough of that from the England players this week. It'll be very interesting to see what Moeen Ali does here to left-arm spinner.
Michael, what you're saying is that batsmen today perhaps aren't as balanced all-round players as they used to be, players who could play in two different modes. Attack as well as defence, attack as well as just push it out. Here's Moeen, and that's playing forward with his pad, just running it away on the offside. It's fielded there at slip by Elgar. And it's Maharaj again from the pavilion end. Over the wicket, he's in, he bowls, and Moeen comes forward, driving, goes away through the gap, and it's taken there by de Kock. More roars, that was...
Again, Henry, first thing you get taught when the ball's spinning is to play the drive through the offside against the spin.
I know. Here he is again, in, bowls to Moeen, much better looking shot. Everything was together, and Maharaj fielded on the onside of the pitch. Yes, that one before he reached for with the bat somewhere in the end from the pad. The ball, of course, came through the gate. And to de Kock, here is Maharaj, in, bowls now, outside the offside. This time it was a little bit shorter, and Moeen just watched it turn into him, but it was wide enough and turned past the off stump. Moeen over his bat again. Here's Maharaj in, bowls. Oh, that one balloons up on the leg side. The Seals have catch it. I think that was only pad. And it went to where leg slip would have been. There was no one there. And
well, he's putting him in now. He's putting leg slip in. Let's see if this was an inside sickle, Henry. Oh, I'm not so sure. Certainly spun sharply out of the footholes.
Yes, it looked to me... Anyway, we've now got a leg slip, so slip, leg slip, and a forward short leg, and a short mid-wicket. And Maharaj's in, and Moeen comes forward, pushing that out into the covers. There is no run there. It is the end of the over, 84 for 5. That was a very tight, anxious for England maiden over. And South Africa really jubilant and on their toes at the moment. We've got Stokes there with 6, and Moeen not yet off the mark.
I have to say, Trent Bridge looks a picture. Good crowd in. I don't know what the crowd is in terms of numbers, but it's a nice crowd.
It's more than you might have expected.
I did say the majority are England fans, understandably, but they're seeing some high-class bowling here, particularly from the paces. Morris, Morkel, Philander. Philander was marvellous with the new cherry, just getting a little bit of nibble either way. Bit of skill from Maharaj, just a little bit of float, bit of spin. But I have to say, when you see a bowler like Morné Morkel just running in like this, it's I think we're in the best chairs, Henry. I think we're in the best seat. We're right behind the bowler's arm. He's gliding in, fizzing them down at 80-odd, 85 miles an hour, getting steep bounce.
Well, he's bowling now to Stokes, and here he is round the wicket, in, bowls. Oh, and Stokes lets that go almost over the off stump. Morné Morkel's hands got behind his head.
I think it is Henry, old boy. I think it's gone over that off stump. It might have even clipped over middle, that one.
It was extraordinary, wasn't it?
Ah.
And he didn't really leave it on length either. It was perhaps a miscalculation. And we've also now, we're going to see a short one or two. We got the two men back, the fine leg and the deep square, waiting for that hook, which will come, I'm sure, because Stokes likes to take bowlers on. He's not someone who shelters behind a defensive wall.
Yeah, well, he's trying his best to just hang in there, Ben Stokes.
Here is Morkel in, up to the wicket, short one, there it goes, bang, and then that's going to be just the single. Fielded out there by Maharaj at just forward of the square leg boundaries, forward of square. Lovely throw into the keeper. Goodness me, throwing is a marvellous art to watch, and that was a beautiful throw. Went absolutely humming into de Kock's hands by the bails.
Well, I think Moeen Ali's going to get a real barrage here. Got that short cover point. He was caught at short points in that first innings from Morris, a full length. His weight was right back. I'm surprised they've not put a short leg in, I have to say. The square leg is, 20 yards away from Moeen Ali.
Moeen doing up his bootlaces then, which seems almost an irrelevance for what he's going to receive in a moment or two. If you see what I mean.
You think it's going to be short, Henry?
I do. 2 slips of gully, they go down a square short leg, in comes Morkel, and that was up to him, and you could see Moeen sort of sheltering in the crease.
Got to get a short leg in here, Henry. He's been out caught short leg a few times. I mean, that one nearly was an inside edge onto the thigh pad. It just kind of went down back into the wicket, but
Elgar fielding ready. He's a short square leg rather than square short leg. He's saving one. He's in that position, although he's on his haunches waiting for the close catch. Morkel again, this circle, and here he is, busting up to the wicket. He's there now. He bowls that of Moen, short Moen pulls away, and through it goes to Cock. It is very much one-way traffic here this afternoon, but fascinating to watch because these South Africans are really playing it extremely well. You've got to congratulate them, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean,
coming back the way they have.
Yeah, it's been real high-quality Test match cricket. You go back to that first morning when it was doing plenty, and they just attritionally sat in and just went, right, we're not going to look to score. We're just going to try and see off a bowler or two. You know, and they ended up getting it, you know, just above par, scoring the first thing. But that's all it was, just above par.
So much to Amla, didn't they? Here comes Morkel again, in bowls to Moen. Moen turns it around the corner and thinks of a single. It's not there. Elgar's very quickly there from square leg. And Moen, I think, wanted to get up the other end to get away from it. Yes.
Get down to the spinner.
I think he felt he could play Morkel better than the non-strikers then. He started off like a lamplighter, but there was no way. There wasn't half a run there.
You noticed Ben Stokes was just sat on his back. No, you still had that.
And Morkel it is again. We've got, just one more ball of this over left. And Morkel in that circle, and here he comes. Up to the wicket now, bowls. Owen Moen comes forward, plays no strokes, and Du Plessis' hands at second slip go up. That's the end of another fine over by Morkel. England 85 for 5 at the end of it. Stokes has got 7, and Moeen Ali has still not yet got off the mark.
Apparently there's 11,000 in here today, Henry. Good crowd. Beautiful day for it, I must say. It's what is the temperature? It must be 25, is it? Something like that?
One wonders how many of the weather has put onto the gate.
Bare torsos to our left in the fox stand, Henry. Look at them with the tops off.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh, let's get the sun cream on.
Do you want to borrow my binoculars? You carry on for a moment, because I must get up. I'm overdue, and it's Ed Smith to take over.
Well, there's a silly point been put in place for Ben Stokes. Short leg silly point, orthodox slip mid-on, still on the boundary. Tempting. It's like a three-quarter hover for Hashim Amla back there.
Afternoon, Michael Maharaj in. Stokes drives nicely, runs here. There'll be 4, will there? Will it not quite get there? It was just a check drive with Stokes' weight of shot. It does run into the boundary at long off now. No more than a push, but a beautiful striker of the ball. Temporary respite, 89 for 5. There were 1 without loss overnight. It's been all South Africa. If it was a boxing match, it would be technical knockout already, and England waved away to a neutral corner. Totally dominant South Africa. Maharaj is in. Stokes is beaten. All ends up. Turned sharply from outside off stumps, just outside leg. Correction actually beat the outside edge.
Yeah, that's a hard border because Stokes is looking down at the foot. I think he's got to spin back, so he plays the line that he thinks the ball's going to spin back into.
Maharaj again, paddle sweep, and is good one. Vernon Philander won't particularly enjoy that chase down to the boundary, and he'll give it up as soon as possible, which is now. So 2 4s and 3 balls for Ben Stokes. He moves to 15, England to 93 for 5. That was a little paddle sweep.
I like that.
Yep.
I really like that. I think it's a controlled shot. It's in your favour. It's playing with the spin. He's fighting here, Ben Stokes. Really is. He's trying to play with control.
3 men around him. Leg gully, a slip, a short leg as a catching mid-wicket a little bit further away. Maharaj is in, and Stokes pushes to short leg. Totally different South African performance. Maharaj again. Stokes is back and watchful. It's unrecognisable, this team, from the somnolent, almost forlorn performance at Lord's.
Well, I think 2 things. Faf du Plessis brings the spine to this team.
Maharaj again. And Stokes is beaten. He's turning the ball to leg. There's a strangled appeal. Don't think even Maharaj was that interested. And it stays 93 for 5 at the end.
And I also, I think Chris Morris brings just that fight. He's a really good cricketer. And also I think it was the decision at the toss that I go back to, that Faf du Plessis could easily have bowled. And he thought, you know what, want to get runs on the board, just get a few runs, even if we get 250, 270. You know, I just think it's the best way that we have of putting the England team under pressure. Look at the last 9 tests batting second. England have won 1, drawn 1, lost 7. And it's the average first innings score conceded in the losses is 368. So it's not that the opposition have been getting monster scores of 450 plus, but 368 over those 9 games is, you know, something that England have to get better at. That when the opposition bat first and just get a score, half a score, a decent score, they don't quite know how to play the game.
Morkel round the wicket. Moeen Ali can't get off the mark still. 14 balls now. He's still on 0. That was nicely timed, but straight to square leg. I wonder when you say they don't know how to.
Well, those stats suggest that they struggle.
They're struggling. Yeah. I think whether it's knowledge or ability, I don't know.
I'm sure the ability's there. I think. You're not too sure?
I think in a test match, a little bit like South Africa's batting in the first test, as Morkel's in round the wicket and bowls. I think when you look down the card, and Bouncer and Moeen evade easily, there are quite a few players with question marks against them in Test cricket.
Yep.
And a disproportionate number at the top of the order, probably. Yep. But you think they should be doing a lot better than that? That's your point.
I'm just going to go through the.
Michael's hunting for the averages. We're playing coach and selector here.
Opening batsman with an average of 46. World class number 4 averaging 53. Number 5 averaging 40.
Moeen waits. Morkel round the wicket and wide of the off stump, left alone. Some of those averages are a little bit, flatter a bit. I think someone like Gary Ballance, who had most of his runs came in the early tests.
Yeah, he's averaged 39. Stokes. That's the problem is the engine room. You know, Moeen Ali at 35, Ben Stokes at 33. You know, you'd want them to be a bit higher, but there's certainly enough in the batting department to have competed more so.
Yeah, yep.
You know, against scores. You're only looking at 368.
And that
in the average score in those losses, you know.
And that includes India and India.
Yeah, I mean.
Morkel again, down leg side. Moeen flicks at it, but through to Quentin de Kock, who took a very good catch earlier on.
You know, if you go out to bat and the first thing you look at, you know, you bat in second, you look at the scoreboard and you see 550, pressure's on. But you know, when you're looking at 335 in this game, you're looking at 100 overs of batting to get to parity. Here's a man with all the answers anyway, Graham Swan.
Michael's off to have a think about how to solve England's batting woes. Graham Swan's going to join me after this ball from Morkel, and it's a very good one. He's held a line today on off stump, bowling round the wicket, the ball coming in to Moeen Ali, some variable bounce, physically threatening. It's been hard work for England's batsmen, and they haven't helped themselves with some poor shots. 93 for 5. 381 still to win. Some talk about that from the England camp overnight. I don't think it's a central part of the equation as we speak now. Graham?
Hello, Ed. Good
afternoon,
afternoon, everybody. It's a dire situation England find themselves in, for sure.
Morkel again, and that was the other one. Angled in and then swinging away. Moeen Ali read it well and left it. Moeen Ali's batting in a sleeveless sweater, even though it's a hot day today. A little bit of extra protection against the short ball.
Well, maybe do anything to impress the skipper, even dress like him. Joe Root obviously always bats with his jumper on. No, there have been a couple of disappointing dismissals. I must say, of the 5 wickets, my most disappointing dismissals are the ones of the top order of Jennings and Ballance, because the balls they got, albeit good deliveries, were exactly what the bowler was trying to do, just nip it back in a bit from a good area. One's been clean bowled and one's been LBW missing the ball by 5 inches. That rings huge alarm bells for me for both of them. They're both in horror nick.
Maharaj over the wicket, and it's a good ball. Stokes plays it well. He's back and punching it to long on. Also, Maharaj has posed more questions, I think, than people expected in this Test match. You got 1 for 19 in this innings.
Johnny Bairstow will get a lot of criticism, and I've already heard a few people say, what a stupid shot, what's he thinking? It's a lot to do with very good bowling. That ball in the first innings that beat him on the outside edge, the first ball he bowled to Bairstow today that ripped past the outside edge, that's really good bowling. That plants a seed in the batsman's mind.
Maharaj in, Moeen sweeps and finds the gap perfectly between square and deep backward square leg, and beautifully timed by Moeen Ali, and he's off the mark after 20 balls with a languid sweep shot.
That's lovely. So this is something that Johnny Bairstow would have watched. He knows that he's a very aggressive player. He likes to, keep the pressure off himself by keeping the scoreboard ticking. Maharaj bowled no bad balls to him whatsoever. Kept landing it on or around a good area with no real turn. The one ball had turned lavishly. Mr. Bairstow will then think, I'll carry on after this.
Maharaj again. Fuller and Moeen Ali takes on the extra cover drive, and it was full enough to play that without much risk. And I think the batsman gave it up as a 4, and they got a horrid shock when it was nearly pulled in by Olafia. But in the end, the ball did win the race, and the 100 is up. 102 for 5. Kind of faltering applause around the ground. They know it's neither here nor there, really, the 100 being up, but
yeah, glorious drive.
Good shot to bring it up.
Glorious Gower.
Maharaj again. Another sweep shot from Moeen. Third 4 and 3 balls. That's the fine sweep off a quicker ball. Now, was that on the stumps, Graham? Would it have been LBW if you'd missed that?
No, it was outside the line of off stump, I think. Very well played. It's good batting. And one reason Moeen Ali's able to play these shots, the field's set wrong. Even though there has been an off drive through, that to bowl without a point, there's no one at all from first hit round to extra cover. It's just crazy. What you want to be doing is encourage Moeen Ali to hit through the offside, and you do that by taking extra cover fielder and putting him at point. So go on, drive me through there. Yeah, fair enough, you might hit me for a couple. You will be bowled through the gate sooner or later.
Maharaj again, short of length this time. Moeen Ali leaves outside the off stump.
But by keeping the fielder at extra cover, the batsman can see that field. He thinks that's not really a shot that's on. I'll hit with the spin. I'll sweep. You don't want the batsman sweeping.
Maharaj, a short runner, a pragmatic action, bowls now. Another sweep shot, and this time picks out Vernon Philander at deep backward square leg. After a quiet spell in terms of run scoring, 3 4s and then that single. Moeen will keep the strike. 107 for 5. Andrew.
20 balls for Moeen to get off the mark is the longest he's taken to get off the mark in his Test career. His previous most was 17.
I think of all England's batsmen, Moeen's, I think, among those that finds it hardest to just bat without scoring. That said, he's played some very good rear guard innings. Thinking about the one at Headingley, nearly saved the game against Sri Lanka, and then for a long period played well in the last Test against India. Round the wicket is Morkel, and Moeen is working off his hip towards square leg where Dean Elgar scuttles around.
Just going back to Johnny Bairstow.
Yes, please.
By bowling a lot of good balls on and around the area, Johnny Bairstow feels under pressure. He has to do something. He thinks there's a ball with his number on it anytime soon. He's then forced into taking an attacking option. Because he's been beaten on the outside edge, he is then he's more susceptible to being beaten by the one that slides on in the second innings, because he's subconsciously playing for a bit of turn. So when he tries to hit it over long off, it's the inside edge of the bat that's actually the ball skids on and hits that, and therefore it goes to mid-on. It's very, very good bowling. The bowler's not getting anywhere near the...
Morkel in, and Moeen Ali drives straight to mid-off.
The bowler's getting nowhere near the praise he deserves for that. Everything's going poor shot from Bairstow, really bad. He's been forced into that error by some very tight and very good left-arm spin bowling by Maharaj, in my view.
When you say forced...
by pressure.
He doesn't have to play a lofted drive.
No. But he knows he's an aggressive
But you're saying
player.
he's...
Of course, you don't have to do anything.
Yeah, he feels forced to...
Because he thinks there's any time now I'm going to get one. One's going to skid on, one's
trying
going
to
to beat me. I've got to do something. I've got to knock this guy off his length. I've got to win back the initiative and the momentum.
Yeah. Morkel round the wicket, and Moeen Ali squared right up, and I think he'll get 4 for it. Doesn't deserve them, really. He was aiming through mid-on, and the ball skewed off the outside edge to wide third man, but a flurry of boundaries. Moeen's 4th in 6 balls, Andrew?
8.
Pretty good ball. Just
Very good. It's why you have to be a good spinner to survive in Test cricket. In one-day cricket, you never have to worry about that. Your time is limited. You have 60 balls. The scoreboard limits dictates the pressure on the batsman. Test cricket, you have to build that pressure yourself.
Morkel again round the wicket, bowls full ball, and Moeen Ali doesn't quite transfer his weight into it, and that explains why Morkel is able to field the ball reasonably comfortably off his own bowling. 111 for 5. Nelson, Stokes 16, Moeen Ali 17. Beautiful day here at Trent Bridge,
isn't it?
Scorcher, perfect day for cricket.
Perfect day at the perfect ground.
It is a lovely ground. Looks fabulous this afternoon. Vernon Philander is warming up at mid-on.
It's a turn up for the books, though. This result's going to undoubtedly go South Africa's way. This has been a bit of a fortress for England recently.
Yeah. Morkel in. Moeen Ali drives uppishly through extra cover. Well, it ends up being one of a Moeen classic. But I don't think South Africa will mind him playing slightly on the up, in the air through extra cover. And there's warm applause, but there's a hint of anxiety in the crowd's mood, I think. They sense that Moeen is going through the gears. 21 from 29 after taking a long time to get off the mark. Can he control himself when he gets into this free-flowing mode? That was played on the up from a 6'7" fast bowler bowling round the wicket into the footholds. I would suggest it's hard to control that shot.
The percentages aren't in your favour, I don't think.
It looks good when it comes off, but if you played 10 of them, one of them would be caught in the ring.
I'll take those odds.
Morkel again, Moeen into defensive mode again, and Vernon Philander rather reluctantly scuttles to his left. I don't think Vernon enjoys fielding very much. Do you, Graham?
No, I don't. He enjoys bowling, I'll give him that. Do you get my point about Bairstow and Jennings earlier?
Totally.
I mean, I think they're both fine players. To get to this level, you've got to be a very good player.
You're talking about balance now.
About balance.
Yeah, I would say...
I'd say they're very disappointing dismissals.
I think we were chatting off air next door, Graham, and I just feel that I think Jennings is a very resilient, resourceful man, strong mind. We saw that at 100 on debut. I just think his alignment's not right, his confidence is slightly missing, and to be honest with you, I felt the examination was going to be tough for him today.
Yes.
Balance, so I think Jennings can come again. I think that the difficulty Balance has got is that this is his third go at Test cricket, and I think that selection, there'll be some scrutiny of that, particularly him coming in at 3. I think that was an interesting
It's just
decision.
when people get out exactly how the bowler wants them to get out, if that makes sense.
Sure. Maharaj starts a new over, and Stokes is right back and defending.
Philander was doing nothing but trying to bowl or get LBW with one that just comes back in.
Sure. And whether, we talked about it before the style of play, whether Balance could have come out of his ground as Maharaj is in, and Stokes works it off his hip, picks up a single. Yeah, we've been talked about all game, but Philander is a craftsman when he's armed with a new ball.
Yes. But I think it's seeing a top order batsman lose his stumps. Joe Root different. Joe Root got
a beauty that would get out most right-handers most
late
times.
swing in York. That
was slightly angled in and then snaked away.
Absolute beauty.
And it felt like a cracker ball in real time.
Well,
and the more I watched
it, was a genuine surprise around the ground when that happened. There wasn't the genuine surprise when Jennings got his, was there? Which worries me.
Maharaj is in and Moeen defends. Yeah, poor crowd at Trent Bridge is one of the great crowds in world cricket in terms of getting behind England, haven't had a chance to exert their voice and influence the contest at all. Maharaj again, Moeen defends, bat out in front, nicely done. 16 for 5.
As much as England outplayed South Africa in Test number 1, South Africa have thoroughly outplayed England in this match, so you can't argue with the fact that they've really turned up. Faf du Plessis brought something back from South Africa that they've all enjoyed.
Maharaj again, and Moeen defends. Of course, if you want to judge
biltong, I reckon. Yeah, guys, chew on this, then we will win at Trent Bridge.
Goodness, I thought you were Faf. If you want to judge for yourself some of England's wickets today, of course, you can watch in-play highlights via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and app as Maharaj is in and Moeen takes on a cover drive, and poor old Morne Morkel, who's bowled so well. There was a bit of a Sydney Harbour Bridge dive, and I don't blame him. He's in extra cover with no support around him, It's a long way down from 6-7, especially when you've been bowling at 90 miles an hour on a hot day. It was a little bit of a dive by instalments, wasn't it?
Yeah.
More of a fall.
The one area that Maharaj is lacking and probably needs to improve and will improve undoubtedly is when he tries to take the pace off the ball. He doesn't put the same amount of revolutions. All he does is slow his arm down, so it ends up being a loopy half volley. We've seen two to Monet. The trick is to try and still put as much spin as you can on the ball and just somehow manage to flick it up and out of your hand so it rises up above the eye line and dips. So you take a few miles an hour off the ball without losing the revolutions.
One interrogation follows after Morkel, which is Philander is back into the attack, and here's Aggers.
Yes, thanks, Ed. And from our end too, which would be nice because it's actually bowled predominantly from the other, so we can have a good look at what Vernon Philander has been up to. 120 for 5, miserable situation for England under the circumstances in the Alistair Cook and latterly Stokes, to be fair, really gutsing it.
What about that bounce that got Cookie out there? Snorter, wasn't it?
Yeah. He actually, I thought, was playing very fluently up to there, but that was a rip snorter.
For someone who's so good against a short ball as Alistair Cook.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a spin bowler. When I see a spinner get a really good wicket, that makes me tingle. That must have done something to you.
Oh, yeah. Proper pace. Now, Philander round the wicket, bowls, and Stokes reaches forward, guides the ball to backward point. It's a funny old field here, sort of in out a bit. There's a slip and a gully. There's a man catching on the drive in the covers and also in the leg side.
I think he was about 8 feet down the wicket there when he played this. He really made a conscious effort to launch
But that's the point, isn't it?
down.
That's what we were saying this morning. You know, you've got to get someone like Philander to have to shorten his length. You've got to play around with it a bit. And he's batting out, way out of his crease, and he's getting a big stride in as well. So this is absolutely the right thing. Make the umpire know you're out there as well. It's Philander again, bowls to Stokes, who steps into the offside and works that, clipping it away off his pads out to mid-wicket. I mean, you're just trying to make the bowler have to do things all the time, aren't you? England just gift so many wickets to bowlers now. You've got to make them work, trying to work you out, trying to get plans executed. And
I do think, especially Johnny Bairstow, come with loads of criticism. His was born of very good bowling. A lot of pressure being built up on an aggressive player being tied down.
Yep. 120 for 5. Philander bowls. Stokes trying to get forward to bat and thigh pad there, and Philander kicks the ball away for Elgar to pick up on his behalf. 120 for 5. Crowd sitting quietly. They don't have much to cheer about today, really.
No.
Unless they're South African. But still a lovely day for watching cricket, though, whatever the outcome. But Stokes must be he's at least a yard out of his crease there.
There is a limit to how far you can bat outside your crease, by the way. I found this out myself in a test match.
I didn't know that, is there?
Yeah.
Well, presumably not beyond the little markers for damaging the pitch, I guess. Now here's Stokes again, right forward. So it's about 5 feet or something.
There we go. Yeah. So I played Joe Root's debut test match in India.
Nagpur, yes.
And the wicket was very slow and low, but Ishant Sharma was reverse swinging it, so you knew you couldn't be hit and hurt by a short ball. And I didn't want to be caught in my crease, so I just batted. I went and stood 10 feet, like honestly 10 feet down the wicket, and the umpire said, "No, you're not allowed to do that," and made me go and stand behind the 5 foot lines.
Yeah. Well,
but then I walk down the wicket every ball.
Well, that's what Stokes is doing. He's actually taking a pace as well. There he goes, and that's a good bouncer though, and a good riposte from Philander saying, "You're coming down the pitch at me? Well, sniff that." And he fired a bouncer past his nose.
It's quite good from Stokes because he played it so easily.
Yeah.
It's almost an ego competition there, isn't it? So yeah, fine, bowl me the bouncer. I'm egging you on to bump me. That's a wasted ball. You can't get me out.
He's probably too quick for De Kock to stand up to, I guess, because that's the other option, to get Stokes back into his crease again, the keeper up. But I think Philander's probably a bit too sharp for that. 120 for 5. Stokes bat raised. Now he comes a pace down the pitch. That's outside the off stump. And De Kock takes that to his right. So it's a good tussle, and this is what it's all about. You have to make the bowler adjust. You've got to make them think. You've got to make them work hard to get you out. And Stokes doing absolutely the right thing. He's batting out of his crease, and he's also taking a yard step as Philander lets the ball go. So he's well down the pitch. The umpire will see him there, so he's not going to give him out LBW. And he's making Philander have to change his length. He'll get you trapped on the back foot with the ball keeping a bit low and so on. it's not rocket. It's not cricketing.
Rockets,
rocket science at all.
That, though, you think if you're a fairly tall batsman, someone like a Will Jefferson, famously like 6'10", he's play here, or Morné Morkel, say he was batting, and he decides to dance down the wicket to a spinner, he's going to be beyond the 5 foot marks, isn't he? By the time he reaches there, so surely he can't have a 5-run penalty thrown his way. So why can't a batsman stand there to negate the bowler?
It'll be in the small print.
Yes. Thou shalt not.
Well, they could do also for Stokes, perhaps, Philanders, to have a short leg. So if Stokes does happen to turn one in that direction, he could be caught, of course, but also he could run him out.
It's a good game of cat and mouse actually going on. I like that.
Yeah. So
but I will say again, this field for the left-arm spinner, whether it's just Maharaj doesn't really know how to set a field or where he's trying to bowl, you cannot bowl with the big foot-hole without encouraging Moeen to drive. By keeping an extra cover, you're encouraging Moeen to play with the spin onto the leg side.
Maharaj bowls to Moeen. Oh, he's going to appeal for caught behind. Yeah, he's out. And I think Moeen's reviewed it, but de Kock there threw the ball straight in the air. He's very confident that this is out.
Review for caught behind.
Moeen wasn't keen to go anywhere, and he's reviewed this. So we'll have a look. It's not a no ball.
Can you move on to front on spin vision, please?
So let's have a look at what we're going to see here then. And he was on the back foot, and it turned a bit. And it's the outside edge they're talking about.
Definitely looks like a bit of movement to me on the replay.
Okay.
It looks like
we have ultra edge, please.
Here comes the edge then.
You're doing very well to get away with this.
Well, he reviewed it straight away, but
he'll find out.
We're going backwards and forwards at the moment, looking at the spin vision, which is a very tight replay.
We're just rocking.
Here we go. Here's ultra edge, and roll it a bit further. There's nothing there. Don't see anything there. I think he's all right.
Can you bring it forward first? 4 frames. Now move it frame by frame.
There's a little squiggle after the ball passes the bat.
I think the squiggle might have been a spike mark scraping on the ground.
Could have been something else. It's not a big squiggle. But there's the squiggle.
Okay, thank you. I'm going back to the on-field umpire.
Brush the pad.
Simon, there's nothing on ultra edge, so you need to reverse your decision here on
absolutely. No, Moeen looks all right. And he was right to stand there, but de Kock heard something.
Yeah.
And there's lots of hands-on hips out there. There was a little squiggle after the ball passed.
So, the timing wasn't right, but this should say to Maharaj, brilliant. So what did he try and do here? Different for all the sweeps he played in the last over. Tried to play on the offside. You need to encourage that. Move your extra cover to point. So look at that whole big area on the offside now.
Faf du Plessis having a chat with the umpire here, and I think he was just there saying, but there's a little squiggle, but saying it was afterwards.
Squiggles at the wrong time. That's the problem.
Seemed to be. But they, I mean, the slip went up, the keeper went up. There was a total mass appeal. They're not one of those sort of histrionic ones. They heard something, but I think what they heard occurred after the ball passed the bat, whatever it was. So there's nothing there really. Maharaj bowls and Moeen sweeps this time down the deep backward square leg, so they'll get 1, they're going to get 2. The throw's on the way. Good running from Moeen. Just interesting take from de Kock, who looks disappointed there actually, whether he's just a bit grumpy about that previous ball, but he's sort of dropped the ball into the stumps. I can have a look at this, but I'm pretty sure he's home.
I think he just dropped the ball altogether, but the very fact that Mo reviewed it straight away tells me a lot. He didn't sort of take a second or two to think, oh, will I get away with this? It's just, no, I didn't hit that.
Yeah. But they did hear something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's checking a run out here now. You'll probably hear the umpire again. Let's have a look. Oh, it's well in.
Okay, well, there's no need.
And the ball was dropped as well. So
thank you.
For all sorts of reasons, that's not out. 122 for 5. It's all a bit jittery at the moment. You feel the wicket could go at any moment again. And Moeen's over his bat. Maharaj bowls over the wicket, tossing it up, and now he sweeps and he's caught at square leg. Oh dear.
Oh, Mo.
He swept that from outside the off stump, absolutely pinpoint precisely to the fielder standing by the square leg umpire, and there's a kind of silence descending over Trent Bridge at that.
Well, after getting away with the caught behind a couple of balls ago, and then a little run out chance, he's just swept straight to square leg. The man stood there waiting exactly for this. Takes a very easy catch, and Mo's got to go. So forget everything I said about you don't want him to sweep. Maharaj knows far better than I did, and he's gone. He's still wrong in my book, but this is going from bad to worse now. 122 for 6 England. Moeen gone for 27 from 37. His last 27 came in about 15, 16 balls, didn't they, Andrew?
Yep, his first 19 balls were dots, so it was 18 balls for the 27 runs since then.
So we got a wriggle on, but now it's down to Liam Dawson to show us why he's in the team.
It's the chance of Liam Dawson to make a name for himself, and he needs to score 352, not all by himself.
Just to shepherd the rest of them.
Yeah, but oh dear, it's just. But there was like a sort of a stunned silence at that. You know, this is a team that's trying to save a test match.
Well, I don't think anyone wants to groan when Mo does it. Everyone likes Mo, don't they? He's a very likeable character. He's beauty. Charlie Dagnall summed it up the other day. He's delicious when he bats. Absolutely gorgeous.
Well, so it's like the same when David Gower used to get out to a bit of a firm-footed drive, and everyone would go mad and he's lazy and it's this and that. But actually, really, the truth was, he just wanted to see him bat a bit more.
Of course, yeah.
It's just disappointment. Yeah. That I'm afraid that's just a really awful shot selection again. You know, it's just not. What a name.
But it's just, I mean, Moan had showed that he's got all the sweeps in his locker. He played the hard sweep, he played the fine sweep, and the field was set. So the only sweep that was a viable option was the dab sweep, the little fine sweep. And rather than play that, he just hit one straight to the field, straight to the trap that had been set. Much like in the first inning, as soon as they put a short cover in, the very next ball he chipped it straight to him.
He's just looking at it again. He's actually sort of patted it straight to the field. He's saying, "Where is he? Oh, there he is. So here it comes," and he hasn't moved an inch. Kuna took the catch. 122 for 6. That's going to be potentially a massive defeat here. Crikey, Andrew. Have you even started looking that sort of thing up? But 351 at the moment it would be. Maharaj round the wicket, bowls, and Dawson, the new batsman, plays forward, and that's fielded at cover. The slip, and Pavone was at short leg with the helmet on. And South Africa need 4 wickets to level the series. 122 for 6. Maharaj in the sunshine, bowls to Dawson, who's back and cutting it off his stumps. Maybe defeated there by the quicker ball. He just went back instinctively, but again, you're on the edge of the seats really watching this. 122 for 6.
Well, firstly, it's 10 years since England lost a test match at Trent Bridge. Since they lost to India then. They've won 6 and drawn 1 of the 7.
It's Maharaj just pushed in the air, just between bowler and cover. And lands in Hasim Amla's hands at mid-off. 122 for 6. Stokes remains 17 not out. South Africa need 4 wickets to win.
But England have avoided their largest defeat by runs against South Africa already, because that's 356 at Lord's in 1994.
Right. That wasn't a bad South African team back then in those days, wasn't it? The young Callis, was he playing by 94? I think.
No, he wouldn't have been.
It's for him.
95, he was.
That had been Gary Kirsten, Hudson.
Hudson and Vessels would have opened the battle.
Vessels. Good old Kepler.
Kepler got 100 in that game, yeah.
Chuckles, Vessels.
Cronje.
Yep. John Rhodes, Brian McMillan,
Donald
de Villiers, Matthews with the bowlers.
Would Pollock have been playing by then? Or
no.
Before
Pollock and Kellis both started 95-6.
Okay. It'd have been young pups on the scene playing Gosloga cricket.
122 for 6. And so Stokes resumes. And he's going to face Philander, bowling from this end. Away he goes, bowls the left-handed Stokes, who works that away out to mid-wicket and trots a single, which brings Dawson down on strike. And I think that this field will become suddenly more aggressive, more hostile, and du Plessis is already up now, almost in Dawson's eye line there, right by the stumps, directing his men, telling them where they want to go. No short leg, but he himself is going into second slip. Not over-attacking, but then Philander's one of those nipper around the off stumps, LBW.
Try and bowl straight, isn't he?
Yeah, I think
get
so.
The pitch to talk for him.
Yeah, looking at this field, this is a bowl straight, off stump. Try and get it to nip back, keep low. So Dawson, not yet off the mark, waits for Vernon Philander. Over the wicket he goes, and that's down the leg side. Nice one to push away through square leg, is away. Long chase for the man streaking round the long leg boundary. He'll pick it up a couple of yards aside, and back they come for 3. That's a nice confident stroke off a slightly wayward delivery by Philander's standards. And England hobble on to 126 for 6.
Nice to get one early doors, isn't it, on the hip?
Oh, yes.
He's a good player, Liam Dawson, with the bat. He's certainly more of a batsman than he is a bowler. He's got some 6 first-class hundreds. Andrew filled us in the other day. He's got a 99 here at Trent Bridge. I know that against Knox. Went back to the spinner and was LBW.
Now Stokes looks around again. 2 men out. 2 slips. Philander. Burly fellow running in and bowling. Oh, it's driven straight back at him. Caught and bowled. Stokes is out for 18. Lunging down the pitch, but he's hit that straight back at Philander. Walks off with his bat over his right shoulder. He kicks at the ground. He looks absolutely devastated.
This is a brilliant catch from Philander in his follow-through. It's been hit first. Stokes, remember we've told you he's batting a long way out of his crease. He's hit a firm straight drive. Philander in his follow-through, down by his knees, hasn't even flinched. It's just plucked it out of the air. Stokes looks up to the skies to see, can't believe it, but he's got to go for 18 from his 44.
So again, it's one of those dismissals that you'll look at in years gone by saying, I wasn't even trying to save this game. How come he was caught and bowled Philander?
So, yeah, I mean, I think it was a good shot. He was down the wicket.
Yes, it was.
You'd have to say this is a fairly low percentage catch for a bowler. Philander's made it look like shelling peas. It's the easiest thing in the world. Dear God. That's the last of England's recognised batsmen.
Well, this is ugly, officially ugly, to be 7 down in 40 overs. On a perfect batting day. I mean, the pitch is obviously a 4th day pitch, but dear me. Well, I mentioned this morning, I think when we were doing our sort of preamble to the day, I saw Stuart Broad getting his pads on and said, well, I hope that's the only time he puts his pads on today. He's going into the nets. And here he is, he's striding out, and it's just gone 2:30.
Yes. He was hitting it quite nicely in the nets though this morning, Broady. He eschewed the chance to come for dinner with me last night, so he's obviously getting into some much needed kit for his match-winning knock.
Stokes was out 4, Andrew.
18,
thank you. 127 for 7. I think that's a good moment for me to leave you, Graham.
Yeah.
They're having a quick drink out there. Stuart Broad's arrived. He's playing a few shadow strokes under the watchful eye of the groundsman. And actually wants to get to the crease there. He's got his bit of wood. And he wants to remark the popping crease. There we go. But, pretty miserable, I have to be honest. 126 for 7. And a lot for this team to sort out between now and next week. Graham Swan and then Charles Dagnall.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tough chase, 470 odd, let alone hanging on. But I think to slump to 126 for 7 in 40 overs when, dare I say, only 1 or 2 of the batsmen can genuinely look at very good bowling. And those 2 people being Joe Root and Alistair Cook, absolute snorters from a X-Factor man, Chris Morris. Charlie Dagnall, welcome back this afternoon. What do you reckon, pal?
I think that is an unbelievably good catch from Vernon Philander. I can't tell you how good a catch it is, because when you're following through in your bowling from actually the flurry of things going on in your body when you've actually gone through the bowling action and you're powering through and the ball is coming at you as you are going at it, and it's come straight between his legs. To actually move your legs out of the way to see the ball going through the gap in them and to take that catch.
Oh, is there a gap there?
It's a fabulous piece of work, and as you said, he made it look like it was just routine. But I can't tell you how difficult to catch that is.
And I've got to try and explain as well that such is his way, whether this has been a bit of a show-off or just being a fairly phlegmatic person, he hasn't had a flicker of emotion on his face either. So he's caught it, a very incredible catch, reaction catch, and tossed it up in the air casually as if he does that every day of the week. What's the big fuss about? It's just a phenomenal effort.
And it was firmly struck too by Ben Stokes.
He's one of the firmest hitters of a cricket ball in cricket.
And hence the reaction from Stokes. Yeah. As well as he'd hit it, a bowler, I would imagine, I'm thinking it's more of a sort of 4 out of 10 type of catch, 3 out of 10, that you take them, coming back at that ferocity.
I'd be happy with 3 out of 10 of those.
And it was done so easily by Vernon Philander, but it makes England now 126 for 7. Broad and Dawson are the players at the crease, and it's Stuart Broad who's surveying the scene. He's got a deep backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, a short extra cover and a point, 2 slips and a gully as Vernon Philander bowls, and forward confidently comes Broad, squeezing it out to backward point. There is no run. Sun glinting off the cars that are parked just beyond the newsstand. In fact, it's a car showroom that's with the windscreens glinting in the sunlight. A bit more of the Fox Road stand is in sunlight. Graham Swan makes way. And squeezing my side and making me jump out of my seat. You've got a firmer grip than you think. There's Graham Smith. There's Philander bowls, and it's a shortish delivery. Broad awkwardly sways out of the way and allows it to go through to Quinton de Kock. Afternoon, Captain. You're going to be in delightful spirits this afternoon, aren't you?
Yeah, Daggers. It's, to be honest, been easier than I was expecting. I thought England would have learnt from their first innings escapades, but they haven't. I mean, I think Cook and Root got good deliveries. Technically, Bairstow and Jennings struggled. The middle order has been loose again.
Philander bustling in, bowls another short delivery. It doesn't really get up, and Broad drops the hands, allows it to go through to the keeper, and it's the end of the over. So South Africa needing just 3 wickets to win. Philander 3 for 20 from 9. 41 overs have been bowled, and England are 7 down. So the question is whether they make it to tea or not.
If South Africa lacked backbone in that 4th innings of that Lord's Test match, certainly England have lacked that in both innings here. I just think it's such a cop-out for a batter to say, well, this is how I play. I mean, if you're an outstanding top-order batter picked to play for your country, you surely can adapt to the situations in front of you.
Well, I think you're saying what everyone might be thinking, especially with some of the shots we've seen today. Bairstow getting caught at mid-on, Moeen on the sweep. I don't blame necessarily, I don't think you should blame Ben Stokes necessarily for that one. As Maharaj bowls, forward comes Dawson in defence. That was a very, very fine catch. Yes, okay, you could say he hit it on the ground or whatever, but I think it's a wonderful piece of work from the bowler. Maharaj is 2 for 39. Round the wicket, he's bowling to the right-handed Dawson, who goes back and carefully, crab-like, defends back up the pitch. A slip, short leg, short extra cover, then a ring field. I don't think there's anyone out on the boundary edge for Liam Dawson. Very open stance. He's batting on and around leg stump as he shuffles across a little bit. That's firmly struck to extra cover, but well fielded in the end. 126 for 7.
That's the thing about it, Moeen Ali. I mean, looked good for a short space of time, and it's probably why he averages 30. A couple of nice-looking boundaries, and
Maharaj bowls onto the back foot. Goes Dawson, defends out into the offside,
and then let's just give it away, yeah.
I mean, if you're in the dressing room, you're the captain. I'm assuming, by your very nature and by what you're saying, that steam is protruding both ways out of both ears. Here comes Maharaj, and forward comes Dawson.
It would depend on the messages that I was giving the players before the game. If the leadership group are saying, play your natural game, be positive, take it on, and you can't have steam coming out of your ears.
Maharaj again, just wide-ish delivery, does turn, but Dawson lets it go, and it goes through to de Kock. End of the over, 42 gone, 126 for 7.
But if you're asking for application and a little bit of fight, then certainly you would be biting your tongue off at this stage.
Well, it's role reversal to a certain degree. I mean, what South Africa lacked in that 4th innings in Lords, England are showing a similar type of application in this final innings of the match.
Yeah, I mean, the two, I guess Cook and Root were got out. South Africa bowled 2 good deliveries. Jennings didn't give it away. I just think technically he's just been found wanting at this stage. Balance is the same. But the others have all found a way to get out, really.
It should be prized
on
out.
the South African side, their intensity has been excellent. I thought they've all bowled well. I thought Morkel, from a consistency perspective and pace, it's been the best I've seen in a while.
Infield closes in on Broad as one keeps a little low from Philander, but Broad plays it nicely out into the covers.
Morris did what he was picked to do. X Factor, ran in, bowled quick.
And he did bowl quick. I mean, the rhythm was there, the way it was coming out of the hand, just beautifully, 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, and it was good. It was a good little period to watch to Cook and Root, wasn't it? High-class cricket.
Oh, it really was. Gripping stuff just before lunch it was. And the other aspect of this is, Graham, is that, Dwayne Olivier is most likely going to be dropped for the next test because Rabada will be will be available for selection again. And that's a fearsome foursome, really. And they all do different things. That's the great thing. It's not just 4 right-arm seamers who are very similar. You've got Morkel's height, you've got Philander's naggingness around that length that he bowls. Rabada is a high-class seam and swing bowler, and then there's Morris, the X-factor, as you say. They all do something different. Over the wicket comes Philander to Broad, bowls, and Broad cleanly strikes this, only as far as
it would be
cover.
nice to get an oval and an old Trafford pitch with a bit of pace in. It could have. The oval's obviously got a little bit flatter over the years, maybe slightly drier. But if
Still has a bit of bounce though, doesn't it?
If you could see 2 surfaces going forward in this test series that had, something in for the fast bowlers, it'd be riveting, wouldn't it?
And, well, it really would. Just a bit of bounce and carry, and which you would both expect at the Oval and Old Trafford especially. Close to the stumps bowls Philander. That's a very tasty looking back foot drive from Stuart Broad. Only finds mid-off though, still yet to get off the mark. He's been there 6 balls.
If I was Duplessis, with the current 2 batters, I'd be looking to make a change. I think Vernon, now with the older ball, it doesn't seem to be swinging and seaming as much. I know he's just got out Ben Stokes. But, someone like Broad, you'd want a little bit of pace around. Dawson, you'd want a bit of pace. And he's got Morris hanging in the wings. Olivier also has looked a little bit inconsistent. It might be time for Morris's X-factor, a little bit.
Philander bowls wide, and it's been slashed and just over the head of backward point, and it's gone for 4. So Philander with his hands on his knees, it was ever so close. It wasn't firmly struck by Broad, uppish, but just enough to get it over the infield and away for 4. 130 for 7. I have to say, when the ball left the bat, I thought that was going straight into the hands of Gully, or backward point, but still Broad off the mark. But I'm with you. Time to bring your 90-mile-an-hour man back on and let them have a few.
Because we both know that Stuart Broad is quite relieved that he's facing the 130s of Vernon and Maharaj in many ways. Of late,
what would
struggled with pace, isn't it?
What would you least like to face? Philander again bowls, and Broad punches that firmly, brilliantly fielded at mid-off. Goodness me, he connected gloriously with that. It's Kunitz mid-off doing the fielding, receiving a high 5 from his teammate. But Stuart Broad, it's just sitting up nicely for him at the moment. And maybe Vernon's just run out of a bit of puff here. What's his spell?
It's just a third over of the
third
spell.
Over. Well, it just looks like it, just the way it's coming off the pitch, maybe. Ball getting a touch softer. So now he's got, for Broad, he's still got 2 men out. The trap is set. There is the deep backward square.
Bumper
long
or
leg
full
as
ball?
well.
What do you reckon, Diggers?
I think he's going to bowl a full ball here.
I'm going bumper.
Okay. Comes in, bowls full Yorker. Dug out by Broad well in. It just swung into the left-hander there, very late, actually. And Broad's played it nicely. But it's a full ball it is.
Well
and
done,
it's
Diggers.
130 for 7. Thank you very much. If anyone knows how to bowl around about that 78 mile an hour, 125 to 130 Ks in your money, that's my it's my bag. End of the over, 130 for 7.
Have a good Indian last night?
I did have a good Indian. I had a mixed grill.
Lovely.
Yes. I knew what all the meats were, which was good. And what about you? You were at the same Indian, but weren't on our table. You were on a different table.
Yeah, I caught up with the old myself and Michael Vaughan. Neil McKenzie had Gun and Moore our whole careers.
Ah, yes.
I caught up with the old sponsors.
Ah, very nice. I hope they were treating you.
Yeah, we did get spoiled. We got bought a dinner.
Round the wicket comes Maharaj, tossing one up. It's driven firmly by Liam Dawson. They canter a single, long off and long on or out, and now will come up for Stuart Broad. This will be the test for Broad here now, with Maharaj with lots of dirty footmarks to try and pitch it into towards the left-hander. And I expect, and I would imagine, there'd be players all round the bat here. But I also imagine you'd want an outfield for Stuart Broad.
I would like that mid-on in the ring. I think Duplessis in particular to Stokes. I don't mind the floating sort of cow corner for the one that they try and go and they drag it. But I think out of the rough as a left-hander, it is such a difficult shot to consistently hit it. You know, one doesn't bounces a bit more, one maybe catches the toe. You know, take it on, you've got, well, England are way off getting 474, so you've got a lot of runs to play with.
Well, let's have a look here.
I wouldn't mind actually having a catching 45 also somewhere.
Agreed.
Yeah.
That's not there. Slip, short leg, short mid-wicket to the close fielders as Broad moves. I think someone might have been chatting whilst he was coming in, Maharaj. There's a backward point mid-off. Mid-on who's quite deep. You could probably get a single there. A square leg, deep backward square, and a long leg as a paddle sweep is attempted. Bavuma at short leg saw that shot coming and scurried to his left-hand side to try and stop the single, but to no avail. And Broad gets himself a single and off strike. Moves to 5 not out, and England 132 for 7. What was your particular dish of the last evening?
We had a couple. The owner of the restaurant said, let me choose for you. So he brought out 5 or 6 dishes. Bit of prawns, bit of lamb.
Maharaj bowls, swept firmly by Dawson. Confident looking shot all along the ground to deep backward square. Morris is there.
Chicken. Neil Mack was moaning about spice, sensitive stomach.
Oh, really? Does he like that?
I started touring India very young, so the sensitive stomach sort of went away.
Okay.
Get used to spicy foods.
You can. So are you a Vindaloo man?
No. I took it easy last night. We were at dinner late. Needed a good night's sleep.
Yes, the old Vindaloo can do that to your rest. Beautiful day here. It's glorious. Not for England at the moment at 133 for 7 as Maharaj bowls and shouts of catch, but there's no one in at silly point.
You see, what you got to figure out is like Broad's, what is his release shot? His release shot will be that lap to get off strike. So you want to protect that. Also think about where his attacking options will be. Maybe have a catching option there, but then surround him.
Maharaj bowls. It's a slog sweep. Shouts of catch. It's going out towards Morkel, who takes it. And that's the release shot, and it is simple as you like. Called by Graham Smith. Morné Morkel takes a comfortable catch, and Stuart Broad goes slog sweeping the left arm spin of Maharaj, who's 3 for 42 in the 8th wicket falls England 133 for 8.
My dear old thing, you have to laugh. I mean, it's just, I'm glad I'm not standing near Jeffrey Boycott. I was on comms with him during the Johnny Bairstow dismissals. I think it could be quite vicious right now.
I think he's on next, isn't it? He is. He's on after you. Who's he on with? Oh, Henry Blofeld. Oh, that's good news. Although yes, he's going to have a little 10-minute stanza with Henry Blofeld, so maybe cotton wool in the left ear for Daryl Blowers. 133 for 8 England. Broad caught Morkel, bowled Maharaj for 5, and now it's just a matter of time. Last rights really. Liam Dawson. I mean, what does Dawson do here, Graham? You know, Mark Wood's coming out to join him, and a lot of people, here's his predicament, a lot of people are suggesting that this will be the last time that Dawson, will be playing in this particular series, so what does he do?
I think he must take pride in his own performance and bat. You know, look to stick it out, show a bit of guts, something that the couple of players before him haven't done, you know, just try and show that he has the ability to bat, that he has a bit of mental strength and application, and maybe set an example for the guys before him.
Well, so far he's seemed relatively unflustered. Now a long conversation ensuing between Wood and Dawson. Maharaj will get to bowl at Liam Dawson because the batsman crossed when the ball was in the air, so England 133 for 8. Hardly a breath of wind out there as well. All the treetops relatively stationary over in the distance. The South African flag on top of the Loudon Vo stand just hanging relatively limp, just a flutter here and there, as is the St George flag as well. Bring Andrew Sampson in just a minute. In fact, Andrew, you got a second if you want to.
Maharaj now got 36 wickets in his 9th test.
Maharaj ran the wicket to Dawson, who covers up well. Ball skims back to the bowler and there is no run. End of the over then, 133 for 8. Sorry, Andrew.
You're getting rudely interrupted by the bowler bowling there, but anyway,
I did say go. I did say you had enough time, but he set off in
Anyway, there's only one South African spinner who's got more wickets in his first 9 test matches, and that's Hugh Tayfield. He took 41 in his first 9. There's a couple others of the old guys in 36, which was Bertie Vogler and Cyril Vincent, both had 36 in their first 9. Of the current, the modern players, post-readmission, Paul Adams, 35 wickets in his first 9.
Okay. Frog in a blender. Paul Adams. Well, it's time to think about nominations for the Brian Johnson Champagne moment. What has been the moment of the catch? Is it de Kock's diving catch to dismiss Cook? Maybe his catch to get Root first innings, or Blowers getting a bus named after him?
What do you get? Do you get a bottle of champagne for this moment?
For the champagne moment, yeah.
Is it fancy enough for Blowers?
I think it is. It's a good quality bottle of champagne. So if you've got any nominations, tms@bbc.co.uk.
I don't think we can give it to my dear old thing. He's busy writing a book now. We don't want to tempt him with anything that will distract him.
I'll have to say, Blowers has probably got 1 or 2 Magnum, or Magna. Is it Magna? Magnums, I thought it was. Just checking with Henry, but I'm sure he's got plenty in the cellar at home. Now, Dwayne Olivier is on from the Redcliffe Road end. Bowls a bouncer and is caught. Oh, well, that's as simple as it gets for Wood, first bowler. And Olivier gets the wicket. Short, edged to gully, and Wood goes first ball, and it's all collapsing horribly like a badly made souffle for England. 133 for 9.
And the South African team happy for Olivier. He's had 1 or 2 difficulties in this test match. Given it his all, nice short ball angling back into the throat of Wood, and he's just top edge almost found, almost lobbed it up to gully, and you can see the South Africans how happy they are for the young man.
Well, Wood, first ball. Olivier just back of a length. It was a relatively innocuous delivery. Are you doing a jig, Graham Smith?
I'm just looking at the time. I can get the early train back to London. I can't believe what's going on here.
133 for 9.
Who would have thought before tea?
No. I mean, what is the collapse here, Andrew? Sorry, I know you're writing down at the moment, but...
Well, last 4 have gone for 11.
And how long?
In just under 5 overs, 28 balls.
28 balls, 4 for 11. England on this 4th day. It just tells you all you need to know. It's been pretty horrible afternoon's cricket. Not for South Africa, though. And this test is going to be 1-1, and how beautifully it's set up. So, out comes Jimmy Anderson. Good memories of this ground. What a time for Jimmy Anderson to get an 80-odd. Along with Liam Dawson. Somehow, I think the pitch conditions are slightly different here than they were when Anderson got his 80 against India.
I still can't believe Jimmy got an 80. Someone told me that earlier.
I'm not one to decry what James Anderson achieved, but goodness, it was flat. It was very, very flat. In fact, it was a very dreary test match, I have to tell you. Anyway, now I don't think we'll have any live cricket here tomorrow, but we will have the women's semi-final, the Women's World Cup semi-final tomorrow. England versus South Africa live on 5 Live, Sports Extra and Radio 4 Longwave. That is good news. That's on air at 10:15 in the morning.
Hoping to get up there to support the South African women. England's cricket team been outstanding in that over a long period of time.
Well, the last time the two sides
promised to do BBC 5 Live with Varney in London tomorrow night, so it might inhibit me.
So here we go. Anderson facing up to Olivier, bowls, and he just fends one. He's gone first ball, and that is it. South Africa have won this second Investec Test match by 340 runs. Short delivery, just nipping away. Anderson fending it off, caught by Quinton de Kock, and that is it. 2 first bowlers. The next time Olivier gets a ball in hand, he'll be on a hat-trick. But 133 all out for England to dismally end this test match. And congratulations must go to South Africa. They've been outstanding from day one right till now.
Yeah, Dega's a very commanding fight back from them. You know, lots of doubt building into this test match. Outplayed, looked soft at Lords, came back here, played with real intensity, fought hard. They fought hard to set up this victory. He batted first in tough conditions, runs on the board, bowled well, and really took advantage of England's champagne cricket. And Joe Root gets started early at Lords with 190, beautiful, and a very big victory, but a big wake-up call going into the second test match. Now our series is set up wonderfully. It's exciting going forward for all of us and the fans.
Well, absolutely, and you have to admire, obviously, Faf du Plessis coming back as leader. Dean Elgar, no slight aimed at him because of his performance as captain in the first Test match. But when your leader comes back, there's a different outlook from the team. I'm sure, and you will have, I'm sure, had experience of this, where the team just gets lifted when they have that direction, that figurehead that Faf du Plessis is, and the fight that they've shown without Rabada as well, a world-class bowler, to come in and do what they've done today, and especially the manner that they were dismissed in that second innings at Lords. You have to compliment South Africa on a wonderful return.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it hasn't just been a once-off thing. I think du Plessis built this up over the, before the RPL, an 8 or 9 month period where the team started to show a little bit of direction. They started to perform really well. They had a toughness to their play. Tactically, I thought he was really good, and he's brought that into the second Test match. You can see what a loss he was, building up to Lords and through that game. So South Africa will be sitting pretty. There's a long break in between these next two, this Test match and the Oval. What now an extra day? Was it 8 or 9 days? So yeah, South Africa will want to stay focused, almost have a nice break, enjoy the fact that they've handled the pressure well, fought back, and levelled the series.
Joe Root, it's going to be a different experience for him now. In his first Test match captain, everything went well. He scored runs, got 190 odd, and right from winning the toss and the manner in which England won that first Test match, and the media obviously, this is going to be a lot different experience for him, isn't it?
I think the key is always to understand what needs to be done. Everyone talks about changes. Is there better players tactically? Could they be smarter? That almost luxury player they get through the all-rounders, which has been Dawson in the first 2 Test matches. Do they need to look at an extra batter there? The top order of Balance and Jennings has been found wanting and looks technically like they're going to keep being found wanting going forward. So he's got some decisions to make. He's also got to understand how he lifts his team, how he gets him to play better. And what are the messages that he puts out going forward, building into the third Test match?
Do you actually foresee, and I know we're going ahead of ourselves ever so slightly, but actually do you foresee, or what changes do you foresee for England? There's a week.
It's a difficult one for me to answer because I'm not that knowledgeable on
I'm not asking you to I'm not asking you to replace players. Who might be out?
I would think that Dawson definitely would be an area that I'd look at. Depending on the surface of the Oval, it can be flat, so maybe you want to go for an all-rounder that can bowl a little bit. Maybe can Roland Jones bat a little bit? I'm not 100% sure. But I think in the long run, that luxury player needs to be a batter for England. I think the top order, they're 3 down too quickly all the time. Cook, Root are under an immense amount of pressure, and if their middle order is going to play 5-star luxury cricket, the Bairstows, the Allies and the Stokes, they cannot afford to be 3 down, because then that just looks bad.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get all the reaction downstairs in a few moments' time. Jonathan Agnew and Michael Vaughan will be doing their Close of Play podcast, plus live reaction from all of the people that matter. Of course, I'm sure we'll have a very, very happy Faf du Plessis, and we will get that reaction before too long. Just to say that the presentation sections are being just erected up in front of the pavilion at the moment. Graham Smith has left us, and James Taylor comes in and joins us. And James, you've been watching the cricket all 4 days here at Trent Bridge, and are you a little surprised by the manner in which England were decimated this afternoon? Good afternoon.
Yeah, extremely surprised, Charles, and bitterly disappointed as an England fan, wanting to see a good Test match and perform the way they should be. They're an extremely talented bunch of lads, but I think it's the more risks you take, there's no coincidence, the more inconsistent you're going to be. And when you're taking high risk options like this England batting lineup seem to do on a regular basis, you're going to be found wanted on a number of occasions. And you've got to give a lot of credit to South Africa. The way they came back after Lords, Faf du Plessis being the leader he is, being the experienced guy in this dressing room. He's highly regarded as well. He's done a great job. He juggled his bowlers, he regrouped the boys, and he did a fantastic job. So a lot of credit goes to the South African bowlers.
Don't forget, you can watch anything that you may have missed, all of those wickets in quite quick succession on the BBC Sport website. Head to the cricket section, or you can catch up with all the highlights of the day's play, and subsequently later on download podcasts like Pint-Sized TMS and the Close of Play podcast as well. All of that on the cricket section of the BBC Sport app for your smartphone and tablet, including all of those highlights. Let me quickly run through the scorecard of the day then. Keaton Jennings was the first to go. He was bowled by Philander for 3 off 18 deliveries. And then Gary Ballance, LBW to Philander, a brilliant opening spell from the South African opening bowler. He just went back to one that kept a little bit low, and he was out for 4. Joe Root got a magnificent delivery from Chris Morris. High pace, full swinging delivery which uprooted off stump. Nothing really Joe Root could have done about it. It was a perler. And then on the flip side of that, we saw a great short ball, a bouncer that got rid of Alistair Cook. It climbed on him round about temple height, and he had to try and fend it off his off the badge of his helmet, which he did. But his just the ball wrapped onto his glove, and it was caught brilliantly by Quentin de Kock, driving to his right-hand side off the bowling of Chris Morris as well. All of that was before lunch, and then after lunch, Johnny Bairstow gifted his wicket really to Maharaj, the left-arm spinner, as he advanced down the pitch, got a thickish inside edge, and was caught by Morris at mid-on for 16. Ben Stokes, wonderful piece of work from Vernon Philander, caught and bowled on his follow-through, made it look so much simpler than it actually was. He was out for 18. Moeen Ali caught a square leg by Kuhn off the bowling of Maharaj for 27. And then very swiftly, Broad, Wood and Anderson were all dismissed. Broad caught Morkel, bowled Maharaj deep square. He was sweeping and lofted it straight into the hands of Morné Morkel on the boundary edge for 5. And then 2 first ballers for Mark Wood and James Anderson. Wood caught Morris, bowled Olivier for a duck, as was James Anderson. He was caught de Kock, bowled Olivier. Just 1 ball faced each. There were 5 leg byes, no other sundries, with England 133 all out in 44.2 overs. The bowling figures, Morné Morkel for 13 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 30, but that doesn't underline how good a job he did for his captain Faf du Plessis. And the rest of the wickets shared around. Vernon Philander 3 for 24 off 10, including 3 maidens. Olivier 3.2 overs, 2 for 25. Chris Morris 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7, including the wickets of Root and Cook. And Maharaj 12 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 42. Andrew Sampson.
Victory margin of 340 runs, which is South Africa's second biggest in a test match over England in runs. The only one higher was 356 runs at Lords in 1994.
James Taylor, former England international, still alongside me. And what's that dressing room going to be like, James? You know the majority of these players. You've played with them all, and this is quite a crushing defeat, especially after the manner of victory at Lords. What's the feeling going to be? What is going to be said in there by Joe Root?
I don't know. There's 2 ways you go about it. You either go give them an absolute roasting and bollock the lads and tell them off.
Excuse that language.
Sorry, apologies for that. But you either give them a right telling off, or you let them go and then you have a think about it later on. You let the dust settle almost and gather them together tomorrow and see how it is from there. But they'll be bitterly disappointed. It'll be quite an awkward dressing room at the moment because they know they've let themselves down and they've let a lot of people down today.
Okay. Let's head down. Thank you, James, for the moment. Well, let's head down pitch side, where we're almost ready to get the presentations underway and also the reaction. Michael Vaughan is with Aggers down there.
Indeed, thank you, Charlie. It's a rather strange atmosphere down here. I'm just down by the pavilion steps. I think people are stunned. I think people are angry. And people are just not very happy with what they've seen there, and I'm not surprised. I have to be honest, that's one of the worst collapses I can remember. And you sort of lash out at moments like this and so on. But I'm scratching my head, and I have to be honest, that, to be all over by 3 o'clock, and I think what sort of adds to it is the fact that these are the most perfect batting conditions, the most beautiful blue sky. Yes, it's a 4th day pitch. It's turned a little bit, but it's not shot along the ground. It's not masses of rough. Let's try and find an explanation for that. Joe Root I can see coming out now. He'll talk to me in a moment. Just guiding things around here. I'll bring Michael Vaughan in a second, but I suspect I'm going to go straight into Joe Root here Well, Joe, welcome to the roller coaster. How do you explain that?
Yeah, it was a tough week. It's pretty obvious we weren't good enough with the bat throughout the whole game.
Mentally, preparation, application?
No, I think we prepared very well for this game. I had 2 good practice days. I think we didn't assess the situations quickly enough, and it's something that we're going to have to learn very quickly.
Yeah, it's the shot playing, I think, for people who commentary boxes are easy places to sit and watch a game from, Joe. But it's the manner in which the batsman got out, I think, that has proved to be frustrating. Just sort of calypso shots when a match is supposed to be saved.
Yeah, it's as I said, it was disappointing, and I think the most important thing is that we learn from that. And we, the other day, in the first innings, the conditions were definitely suited to bowling, and we didn't react quickly enough, and then we're always behind the game from that point, battling our way back in. So I think moving forward, we assess things quickly out in the middle and make sure that we're not in a similar position after the first innings.
Yeah. Today, what was the plan this morning?
The plan was to go and make big runs and hopefully be in a position at the end of the day where we're still with a chance of winning. But as I said, it was very disappointing that we lost the wickets how we did, and we're going to have to move on and learn quickly.
Yeah. I mean, the crowd sounded stunned. I don't know if you were sitting outside, and actually you look stunned to me, like you can hardly believe this has happened.
Yeah, I'd say it's been a bit of a contrast in emotions in terms of the first 2 test matches. But I think we obviously need to look at certain areas, but we don't want to dwell too much on them. We need to stay tight as a team, as a squad, and make sure that when we turn up at the Oval that we're absolutely ready to go and make sure that we go 2-1 up in the series.
Yeah, and of course this has given South Africa a massive boost, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be delighted with this, but we've seen how the way they responded from Lords, and we've got to make sure that we match that and even go further leading into the next game.
Yeah. Of course, entertaining attacking cricket is fun to watch. It's kind of the modern way, but there is still the old-fashioned way, isn't there? To play, to graft, to work hard, to make the bowlers work for their wickets.
Yep, there's obviously a massive place for it in Test cricket, and as you said, as I've said, we need to make sure that we learn from experiences like this, and when we do get in and we guys get set, that they go on and make big scores and make teams pay. And if that means maybe playing a slightly different manner, then so be it. But I think it's important that the individuals out in the middle respond to the situation, and they have to find a way, or we have to find a way as a side to make sure that we're combating that well and not going too far away from what does come naturally, but finding a way to maybe just run it inside lane.
Right, Joe, thanks for talking to us. I know you're busy, you've got lots to do. Thank you indeed for talking to us. Well, there we go. I thought he looked. Michael's here. He looked kind of stunned to me. Really, Joe. The lips are moving, and he just looks as if he's actually devastated. Let's talk to a man who I don't think will be quite so devastated. Faf du Plessis. Well, we talked before the game, didn't we? Wow, what a turnaround! He must be absolutely thrilled with that.
Yeah, look, everything pretty much went perfect. I think since the toss, it was a tricky one to guess, and the way we responded in every way. For me, the biggest thing was to try and keep England under pressure for longer. We didn't do that in the first test, and pretty much from ball 1 till now, we didn't give England an opportunity to get back into the game. So that was really pleasing to see.
Before the game, it just seemed that the problems, if you like, were yours to pick up on from Lords and England. Well, on they go, plain sailing. They're just giving you'll see a hammering. Yet suddenly, it's kind of all completely turned around.
Yeah, it's just those moments in the game. As I said, there's a few times in the first test at Lords where we played some good cricket, but then we just let it go too easily. So for longer periods, we did it in this match, and obviously the same with England. They couldn't do it this test match, where just when they get us into a position of a little bit of trouble, we'll fight our way out of it and then get ourselves back into a position of strength. So we did that really good this test match.
You'll be diplomatic, I'm sure, but you must be surprised at how England have rolled over today. I mean, the crowd was stunned.
I think it's just the way we played some really good cricket, and as I said, we were good in all departments. We didn't expect it to be this easy. The great thing is we actually wanted to try and push it for as long as possible. We were ready to go till tomorrow. And if it comes a little bit easier, obviously we're not going to complain about that.
No, of course not. And the burly fellow behind you, I mean, runs and wickets, Philander, I mean, he bowled beautifully in this game.
Look, it's a huge credit to him because obviously leaving out a batsman was not going to be a risk, but it was something that could have been a risk, and we needed him and Morris to score runs as all-rounders, and he's done that. He's been consistent with the bat. So the two of them can chip in with some good runs, then it will make our attack a lot stronger and our balance of our team also a lot stronger.
I mean, he's actually an English-style bowler, isn't he? I mean, pitching it up round that off stump, I mean, he's devastating English conditions. Well, all over the world, he's shown it, but he's particularly good here.
Yeah, he's as good as they come when there's a little bit of something for him. We've relied on him for a very long time in our attack, and he's obviously a senior bowler now. So the way that he's bowled, and someone like Morné Morkel as well, I think it's the best I've seen him bowl in a very long time. So it's very pleasing to see that our bowlers are clicking. Obviously next game, Kagiso will come back, so that makes it even more exciting.
What does it mean for you? I saw you at the end of the Lord's game. You probably didn't see me, but you were standing up there. You didn't look very pleased. And you've come back, you've got your team back again, and now to be standing out here in the sunshine, having completed a game in 4 days, you must be really pleased yourself. You can blow your own trumpet, Faf.
No, it's just a case for me of making sure that we do the right things in our team, what we want to do. And the first test, that wasn't obvious to see all the time. So it was just making sure that we get back into that, consistently trying to get performances that put us in a position of strength. And we did this a lot this test match. So I'm very proud of our performances, yes.
Well played. Congratulations to you. We'll see you at the Oval. I guess, morale now, sky high, is it?
Look, we expect England to come back. I mean, as the press said before this test match, England generally play a really good test match and then they followed up with a little bit of inconsistent performance. So they'd be hoping to bounce back from this performance, and we understand that we need to play the same cricket to compete with them in the next test match.
Good luck. Thanks for talking to us. Well played. Okay, that's Faf du Plessis, South Africa's captain. Nice talker, talking about the situation there. Didn't expect it to be as easy as that. I'm not sure anybody expected it to be easy. Michael Vaughan, I think that's our interviews over and done with for now. What did you make of Joe Root? I mean, he just seemed to sort of blown away.
Well, he will be. He's 2 games into the job as England captain. You said to him straight, well, it's a roller coaster. Last week he couldn't do anything wrong, 190, won a good toss, team played well. Then here, he's been questioned tactically, not bowling Moeen Ali early enough, but his team just haven't responded. I guess the captaincy will always be pointed at. The pressure's always on the man leading the team, but the team have got to look at themselves. Today, what we've seen, that's you've just mentioned it about you've maybe not seen anything worse, and you've been around the blocks, you've been around watching England cricket for many years, and I'm speechless in a way, because I didn't expect them to get anything out of this test match, having batted the way they did in the first innings, but I did expect them to fight today, to be batting tomorrow. I thought that was a reasonable challenge for the team to set themselves, bat 90 overs today, just take the game into the 5th day, don't just fall in a heap, don't just... Yeah, the wicket was doing a little bit today. It was a terrific bowling display. He had pace from one end, but not mystery, but just orthodox left-arm spin bowling into rough from the other end. Nothing that these lads have never seen before. But for whatever reason, there's a trigger in this England team's batting lineup that whenever they lose 1 or 2 wickets, they feel the best way to get out of that position of losing wickets is to hit the ball to the boundary. They feel, we'll prove we're tough. The way we'll prove we're tough is we'll hit the boundary balls a few times. We'll hit the ball over the top. Well, I'm sorry, history in Test match cricket tells you that's not always the case against quality teams. You may get away with it against lesser teams, lesser bowling lineups, but when you're up against quality, Philander, Morkel and co, they're quality. Morris was outstanding. You talk about the captain coming back, Faf du Plessis, he looks to me like he's the real spine of a team. They were rudderless at Lords, and it's the tale of 2 games where at the end of Lords we were saying about South Africa spineless, no fight, they threw the white towel in. Well, I'm sorry, England have done exactly the same here at Trent Bridge. They didn't look like they were up for the fight today, England. Once they lost 2 or 3 wickets, it was almost as if to say, right, we'll just play a few shots, try and get a few runs, try and hit the ball to the boundary. Well, as was the case in the first innings, Aggers, you've got to have a mentality at Test match level to earn the right to score runs. And you know what? You might have to wear a few. You might have to let the ball go through the keeper a few times. Hashim Amla yesterday, thousands of Test match runs, lets the ball go through the keeper. Bowler bowls a bit straighter, he knocks it on the onside. It's a Test match style play. If these England players keep playing the way they're playing, brilliant. They have, every now and again they'll win a toss, it'll be flat, they'll hit a few runs, but every time they come up against quality, as we've seen this week, And every time they go out to bat, and in the last 9 test matches, when they batted second, they look up at the scoreboard, and these average first inning scores have only been around 368. Not like they're looking at 550, and they've lost 7 of the 9 because they don't look to me like they've got the mentality to be able to look at that scoreboard and realise that, 335, we bat 110, 120 overs, we're going to be parity, we could be beyond, and then we put South Africa under pressure in that 3rd innings of the match. They look to me like they look at 335 and go, we'll get them in 60 overs. We'll smash it to all parts, and I'm afraid they're allowing the opposition. They've allowed the opposition in 8 times last year where they lost 8 test matches, and they've allowed South Africa into the game this week. But I just lack of thought when they bat.
Yeah, what was interesting was du Plessis saying, well, we know after they've won a test and often done it in style that they just crashed down to the bottom again. I mean, they knew it, and it's happened again.
Well, it's a common trend with this test match team that they win games and we all have to praise them because they are 2 different spectrums. They have the spectrum of being looking like a fantastic test match team. We all go, wow, this is it, this is the England side, full of talent, batted so well, and all of a sudden the week after they look like a side that's never played together before. Yeah, there's 1 or 2 new faces, but I just don't think they can use the excuse of, there's 3 names that haven't played that much test match cricket. The rest of them have played a number of games together. I said before the start of the series that I just think they've got the formation wrong. I think 2 spinners in English conditions, if you want to play that, you only need 3 seamers. The fact they're going 4 and 2, the 3 all-rounders in the middle, in Moeen Ali, Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow, allows England the luxury to play an extra player, and they're choosing to play that extra player as Liam Dawson. I really do think they have to kind of, like they did 2 years ago in one-day cricket, they kind of looked, the England one-day game up until 2 years ago was pathetic. We'd not really competed. They suddenly changed the way they played. They got together, picked the different styles of player, changed the way that they played one-day cricket, and it's worked for them. It's almost getting to the stage in test match cricket that they have to sit down and come up with a new formula that would allow them to be a bit more consistent. If they just want to continue playing this way, they'll continue to have weeks like this. I just think in terms of the talent in that dressing room and the talent around the game in England, they should be able to produce a more solid test match batting lineup. It looks to me like they're just too fragile and flamboyant. Crackerjacks from 5, 6 and 7. South Africa, no. You get 2 wickets, you put the captain under pressure at number 4, and then all of a sudden the Crackerjacks come in, which will always give you a chance. I just think they need to play 1 extra batsman.
Well, they probably will do that. Let's just see if we can earwig on the man of the match presentation here. And it is Vernon Philander who's walking up. He'll speak to Mike Atherton in a second up in the presentation area there. He's bowled absolutely brilliantly. He's got his bottle of champagne and a nice big cheque. But we'll just, I wasn't able to interview a moment ago. There's too much going on. But we'll just see what he has to say when Mike Atherton gets the moment, as he will do if it is joining us. South Africa have won by 340 runs. And here's the man of the match, Vernon Philander, speaking to Mike Atherton.
Vernon, a tough defeat it was at Lord's, and my suspicion is that senior players had to really perform here. You're one of those, and you did so.
Yeah, I think we were all disappointed after the Lord's Test match, and we knew we had to step up. And I think all the senior players put their hand up in this one and made it really easy for us.
How happy are you with the way that you've bowled over the 2 Test matches, taking them both?
Yeah, I think coming into Lord's I was probably a little bit cold, with the ankle injury that I've sustained, playing for Sussex. But yeah, I mean in this one I could feel bowling spells, getting longer time on the legs, really got my groove going and feeling a lot better. So hopefully I'll be ready for those last 2.
And enjoying bowling at all England's left-handers?
Always. I think, there's always a little bit here not, overhits, the first 2 days, definitely helped us a little bit as well. But yeah, look, I mean, once you get that rhythm going, you need to make, obviously use of it and, basically use it to your best of your advantage.
South Africa picked the extra bowler here. Chris Morris came in, so a slightly bolder selection, if you like, but the extra seamer probably helps somebody like you, given that your expertise with the new ball, and it means you don't have to bowl 2 long spells in the middle there.
Yeah, definitely. I think it also gives me the freedom of running in with the intent every spell that I bowl. But in saying that, batting at 7 also brings another responsibility to my game and something that I really enjoy. So yeah, I think it means I'm going to bowl 15 overs in a day. It's hard to take any given day.
And partnership's always important. Morne Morkel didn't get the rewards, but a handy bowler to have at the other end when you're running in.
Absolutely. I think Morne has done it over the years, keeping it tight, with some real intent, making it uncomfortable for batters, where sometimes batters get Lexi Daisy on the other side facing me, trying to take me on, so I think obviously pick up the stumps, but in saying that, we need to take 20 wickets, and I think it's an awesome effort, by all the bowlers in this test match.
And just a final word on the batsmen, because you need runs to play with. Not always easy conditions out there, and your batsmen toughed it out.
Yeah, I think it was very tough in the first morning. It's probably a bold decision, to bat first on that. But yeah, I think the way the guys played, look ugly at times, but they managed to survive and get through obviously key phases in this game, and gave us the runs to defend at the end of the day. So all-round special performance by the whole team, I'd say.
And from you, congratulations.
Thanks for that.
There we go, that's Vernon Philander, who's the man of the match. Had a really good game, and he helped to bowl England out. The second innings he took 3 for 24, Maharaj took 3 for 42. England were bowled out in 133, and as Michael Vaughan was pointing earlier, they haven't actually managed to bat 100 overs in the game, which, let's pick up on that. And interesting, he was talking about the way the South African batsmen fought it out. That's what was missing. I don't know, Alistair Cook batted well today. You could never say that he doesn't fight it out, and Joe Root got a belting Yorker, but it is that fight and discipline and all those sort of words that we're searching for that were just lacking completely from England.
Well, I think that's the problem with the batting lineup. You look at the top three. Jennings and Ballister's got in on 3 occasions in this series, but he's not a number 3 in Test match cricket. It looks to me like a number 5.
Would you give him another chance at 5?
Yeah,
if you've brought him in now to give him a chance and to score, not owe it to him, but do you think it would be that it's the right thing at least to have a look at him at 5?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he should bat at number 5. Whether he'll be good enough, that's going to be the challenge for him now mentally, because there's so many question marks about. I think England have given him a bad service by bringing him back into the team, putting him at number 3. He failed at number 3 last time. He's been batting at 4 and 5 for Yorkshire, scoring all the runs. He played for the Lions the week before the first Test match. Wesley batted at 3, Balance batted at 4. He starts the Test match series against South Africa at number 3, so it didn't make sense to me at all at the start of the series. I put him to 5, play an extra batsman, try and pick a player that plays in not an old school way, because I don't think many do play the old fashioned way these days, but the attritional way of trying to wear down bowlers. Amla, he's a past master, he's one of the greats of the modern era, but
even Dean Elgar knuckled down.
It's a graft, that's what England requires, someone that's going to put a huge value on their wickets, because with the likes of Bairstow, Ali and Stokes, Joe Root himself, wonderful player, but he is a busy player, that's fine, but around those busy, aggressive strike makers, you just need the odd kind of little bit of cement, someone that can just subsidise innings with a little bit of normal play and just play for the ones, play for time, get the bowlers into the second and third spell. You're looking at Lords, England were 80 for 4 at Lords in the first innings. South Africa would have taken the chances. I know it's ifs and buts, but that could have gone pear-shaped for England. But the batting has been a problem, Aggers. They can just look at this week as a highlight. No. Let's look for the last 2 or 3 years of Test match cricket. England's batting has been a problem.
Yes.
They continuously, as soon as the ball swings, as soon as the ball bounces, spins, or there's a bit of pace, their mindset is not.
Lash out,
it's not the mindset of Hashim Amla, who goes, I'm going to see off Ben Stokes, duck and weave. He's seen the field that's got set in terms of the leg side. No, I'm not going to play the pull shot. That's the risk. I'm going to duck and sway. Might get down the other end. England's approach is as soon as someone comes at them with a little bit of skill or pace or spin, I'll knock you to the boundary. That's the way I'm going to knock you out the attack. I just think there's a lack of respect to what Test match cricket is. It's over 5 days for a reason. That now and again you've got to say to the bowlers, right, this is your time. I can accept that for half an hour it's going to be tough. Yes, I might have to wear a couple. You know what? I might look stupid for a while. You know what? I might get the odd run off the inside edge. You might get the edge down the third man. That's Test match cricket.
And I'll still be there when you're tired in 5 overs time.
When you're in the second spell and the sun shines and the ball's a bit older, you know what? I'll capitalise. I'll hit you to the boundary. I just wonder with this team that they always want to play the perfect way. They always want to feel in perfect nick. And if they're not, you know what? They'll just give it away. They're not willing to do the hard yards of just saying, right, ugly runs was the one thing my old coach Doug Paget used to say, always be prepared to score ugly runs. You look at Graham Smith, who's working with us. He scored quite a lot of ugly runs, but how successful he? Because he ground it out. Dean Elgar, that 80 he scored in the second innings. You're not telling me that Dean Elgar looked and felt in fantastic nick, but what he did, he said to the ball, I'm going to stand out my crease, make it difficult for you, to get me LBW, and I'll graft out an 80 for the team. I want to see a bit more of that from the England team.
Michael, very energised and really quite animated there. Thank you very much. I think anybody who's watched that and been here today and has English cricket in their hearts will feel much the same way. So the crowd is just stunned. Actually, that last wicket fell. It was like I can't really believe that happened, but it has happened. South Africa have levelled the series. We knew they would, but not in this way. They've won by 340 runs. England haven't managed to face 100 overs in this match at all. One person to speak to, therefore, has to be Geoffrey Boycott. I guess if you can face it, he's on Facebook Live any moment now. That'll melt a few computers. Meantime, there's lots of us going down to Bristol for 10:15 tomorrow, which is the first of the women's semi-finals. It's England against South Africa, of course. The final here as well will be on Saturday, all over BBC Radio. Till then, disappointing day here at Trent Bridge. We'll say goodbye to you.
Pure Live Sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball, Rugby Union.
He crashes into the springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes